It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Good morning. DreamLeague Season 19. Yes, and that's where we are, and that's where we're going to continue. It's group stages time. Thank you very much, Pot and Panda, for the lovely intro. Appreciate that. Welcome. Good morning, Jenkins, of course. Do you ever leave? Okay, still asleep. It's okay.
What?
He'll wake up eventually. Hey,
I could use some pots and pandas.
can we wake him up? I appreciate that. How are you doing now?
What? I'm good. I'm good. It's an important day.
It is.
It's a day that decides many tiebreakers. It's a day that decides who lives and who dies.
Wow.
And speaking of somebody who might live or die, introducing Odie Pixel!
Hello. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? How you doing? How are you doing?
Well, I just heard that you're either gonna live or die today, specifically.
Wait, what did you say?
I don't know.
Which makes me a little worried. But how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay,
yeah, looking
living.
forward to.
Yay!
Yeah. Looking forward to.
That's the living, everyone!
Yeah, living.
We got a cheer and everything. Lovely. Yeah, it is going to be a very important day, and we need more people to make this day extra important. Isn't that right, Owen?
Well, if we must.
If we must, I think we must. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome in our next guest. It's Fog.
Hello.
What's this?
For you.
Is that toilet paper?
Used. Bit of blood in there.
You left your steed behind. Are you going to use that to
where's
also
your car?
leave later? When is that?
I
Did you? Is
saw
that,
the ramp. I saw like the
You
step
didn't
up,
wanna
and
go
I was like,
there.
"Oh shit, this is actually gonna be a lot more complicated than I thought." But Hello.
Well, you made it as long as you take it. You know, it's not a full parking space.
No,
it's
I'll
all
take it
good.
back.
Yeah,
Take it out of
just
here.
take it back.
These
Take it
Swedish
back.
cars are really small. Huh? This is what they drive in Europe.
Used
These
to
weird
SUVs. Yeah, I'm used to these
Europeans.
big SUVs.
Yeah.
All right, we did say it was a very important day today, and we were not lying. There's a lot at stake today, and that's what we should be talking about at the moment, because we all know great international tournament. We got 16 teams, lovely. 2 groups of 8, lovely. It's been 4 days, and we're going to send 8 teams home by the end of the day. I say that, but if there is any tiebreakers, they will be played tomorrow. So we might send teams home tomorrow instead of today. But let's talk about those prospects a little bit. These are the group standings, Fogged. It's looking pretty scary. We, of course, know that EG, Gaming Gladiators, and Shopify are already through, and Entity is already out.
Yeah, we almost had the perfect reflection going on. Like we can tend to get in a lot of these groups. Like we have the 9-3, then the 8-4, and then unfortunately, 5-7 and 5-7, 6-6, 8-4. So we don't get like the perfect synergy and stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's pretty high chances. I think it's like kind of like 50-50-ish if we are going to have these tiebreakers. And if things, I think, go according to the norm, if there's no upsets,
Yes.
then we probably don't have tiebreakers, right?
I believe if there's in Group A no upsets, we'll have one best of 3 tiebreaker between TSM and Aster.
Okay.
But on average, if there's like 5 or 4 potential upsets, one of them's bound to happen, right?
Yeah, one will probably happen.
Generally, I mean, Dota is unpredictable like that, right?
It's
Owen?
very
No,
unpredictable.
absolutely. I mean, well, you guys are assuming as well what the Gaming Gladiators are going to 2-0 TSM, but...
No,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, this is
We're
if you're assuming
assuming
they
that
won
There's
one.
only the
game.
one winning.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was
because
going to say.
TSM is tie SM. They've tied every single
They have.
series that
Yeah.
they've played. But that could be 2-0 either way.
Yeah, I would actually say if it's a 2-0 for Gaming Gladiators, then there will not be any ties, because that means that Aster, who is expected to 2-0 their opponent, which is Entity, will make it through, and TSM will be out because they wouldn't have enough points. That's basically where we're at.
Do you really think?
But it
Entity,
also depends on Execration and EG. If Execration can make an upset, sorry. Go.
and because that also could be an upset. And then I feel like Entity, I don't know. Sure, Entity's doing like poorly in this tournament, but do you really think like Aster
Do you think they'll get two? Do you think that
2-0'd by Aster?
I
No,
think
I
they'll
don't think so.
1-1. I think it's.
I think, yeah,
I don't
1-1.
know. Aster's a wild card for me a bunch
Yeah,
of times.
they're
But
having a tough one this tournament.
They are. I will say that it is very, like, Entity already being out. Sometimes that's something good for teams because the pressure is off and they actually start performing better. So we'll see which way they go, because sometimes also they don't take it as seriously anymore. I say that, but later on we'll talk a little bit about prize money, because there's still something to play for even if you are already eliminated. Now that you know what's at stake for Group A, though, let's take a look at Group B, because there's the scores there. It's pretty funny because there's a lot of teams. There's 4 teams that are 7 and 5, and they are all the teams that are not yet, we're not yet sure where they're gonna go. 3 will make it through, and 1 will be left behind. And if it is playing out the way as expected, Owen, that's the one that doesn't have a tie, I believe. Correct?
I don't know. Well, you're
I
saying
did
that,
math.
I don't know. I don't know the tiebreakers. I mean, well, this group can't have tiebreakers.
It can, for sure.
It can. Actually, like technically speaking, this group is guaranteed to have a tiebreaker.
Yeah, what do you mean there's no tiebreakers?
Because there are 4, or it's guaranteed to have a tie.
not
because
just
there are
for a
4
tiebreaker.
teams and 3 possible outcomes. So the question is, where does that tie happen? Does that tie happen for 4th and 5th? And if that's the case, then obviously we play the tiebreakers. If it happens for 2nd, well, nobody gives a shit. They're all going to play. They're going to play in the next group anyway. So the tie doesn't matter as much.
No.
So this is actually a simpler group where there's a lot less scenarios that ends up with us having that tie for between 4th and 5th.
Yeah, exciting times. That line of games, there's a game between OG and Talon that's probably the series that is the most, like, which one would you say would win, right? It could be either, because both haven't been incredibly stable or anything.
Well, before the tournament, I think you would have easily said Talon.
Absolutely.
But obviously, after what we've seen, I think at the moment, OG clearly looking a bit stronger. So I think OG is going to be going in pretty confident to that series.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. I am very excited to know that a lot can still happen with these final games that we got going. The teams that we're following on this channel. We'll be Gaming Gladiators taking on TSM, and we'll have Team Spirit versus Nigma Galaxy later on from Group B as well. And on the other streams, we have, again, 4 streams going on at the same time, guys. And the streams are all called after the Spirits. This is Dota 2 Ember, and then there's a Dota 2 Storm.
Dota 2 Vengeful.
No.
Breaker?
There's an Earth.
Oh.
What?
Breaker.
No, there's
one or the
Earth. It's the elemental spirits. Please.
Oh, there we go.
There's also a Void, but we don't use that because we don't have 5 streams running at the same time.
Right.
There's also a Vessel.
No.
That's true.
Yeah.
No.
And Team Spirit.
So I mentioned earlier that even though we already know some teams that are going out, positioning is still very important because, as you can see, even if you are out early, you still get to play for like a difference of $5,000 per position, which is incredible. We give out participation trophies here.
It's super nice. And you got to remember, what 4 days of playing, right?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, teams did fly out all the way here, right? So it's
sure,
not
it was
like
a big commitment.
It was a big
It was a big
commitment.
commitment for a lot of these teams.
That 9th to 8th gap is pretty nice, because then 8th to 6th actually gets you the same exact gap as if you just place 1 extra placement from 9th, 10th to 8th. That's actually pretty nice. You get a big jump up.
I think it's a good divide.
It's nice.
It's a very big difference from our normal top-heavy prize pools. I like this one a lot. I think it's great. As I said, there's a lot to play for. We're going to find out who's going to go where, but we're also going to find out who's going to win. Will TSM be indeed TSM, or will Gaming Gladiators take the series? Maybe TSM shows up and take the series instead. We're finding out. That's going to be our first series. We'll talk more about that after a break.
Tell me an interesting fact, Shiver.
Interesting fact, there is a little dog called Pearl. This little dog is the length of a $1 bill and is not taller than the size of, you know, one of those popsicle sticks like this? Tiny dog.
That's a small little schnauzer.
Small little dog.
So I can't have something that size. You'd eat that in one bite. Wouldn't want to eat a dog, though.
Would not want to eat a dog.
Horrible.
Yeah, and also, if it's that tiny, probably not that much meat on it anyway. Why would you want to?
That's right, I'm a vegetarian.
There you go. Very good. Lovely. DreamLeague Season 19. That's what you're watching right now. You already knew that because you're here for the Dota. Well, are you here for the Dota or are you here for the people? I could see both ways. I could definitely see both ways, especially considering our guests. Let's welcome in one of our fresher guests. It is none other than Sheepstick. Lovely.
What's up, guys?
Very good.
I feel like I messed it up. I panicked because they started playing the song, and I was like, "Oh shit! They put so much effort into this. They're so cool."
You know the crazy thing? I told them like 10 minutes ago to go learn that. Yeah.
Oh my god!
10 minutes ago.
I was like,
they did it.
I was in the green room the whole time. I was like, "All right, how do you do it?" I was like, ugh. Okay. Well.
That was worth it. That was worth it.
I was like doing that over and over again in the mirror. Kezzy's just sitting there like, "You're such a dork."
Well, does that mean that he maybe learned a little bit from you, or do you think
that's a good shout? I would love to see him do a good pose.
Let's see what he's got. Kezu, please join us.
I have a present for you, my lord.
Oh, thank you.
I thought since I'm sitting next to you, I need the full you.
The juiced Monster Energy drink. A fantastic product you can buy in your homes tonight. Amazon.com/Monster Energy.
Probably not that link, but sure. You dabbed?
It was a good dab, to be fair.
To be fair, I had my hands full.
That's
and I had
true.
no
I
idea
saw
what
that.
to do because I think we thought that I was supposed to walk out first.
Yeah.
And then she had to rush out, so I was nice enough to bring her things. I was like, improvise. Okay.
You satisfied with that, Jenkins?
I think he could do better. I think we need the.
Please, Kezu, you now no longer have your hands full. Leave your stuff.
I think we need the JoJo's team again because he wasn't inspired by the.
Yeah.
You know what good JoJo was? You can literally just point at the camera.
That's amazing.
With one arm, so
That's
you got
amazing.
that.
Yeah. And don't forget to also acknowledge the crowd.
Oh yes.
Right. The audience that's in on it.
Yeah. That's in on it.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, everybody, welcome in Kezu.
That was great.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for that.
A few poses.
A few poses we got in there as well. We got the waves in there. It had everything that we would want. Lovely. And what's also lovely is the game that we came here to see, because we're going to talk about Gaming Gladiators and TSM. Before we do, though, maybe we can learn a little bit more about the Position 5 of Gaming Gladiators, Celery.
Hello guys, my name is Celery. I play for Gaming Gladiators and I play support. I've played Dota since 2012 now, so 11 years probably. 11 years since I first touched the game. From the start I felt like I had a chance at least to play at a high level. So I played some other games at a high level as well when I was younger, so I thought, okay, if I give it my all, I don't see a reason why not. When I was a lot younger, around 4, I played chess. That's when I was at my best. Then it went downhill. And I played Pokemon the card game when I was a bit older, around 10, 11. Went to the World Championship for that. So that was a pretty cool experience.
Can they get the catch here? They're going to try. Drop the arena. But the B-game is already out for Quinn. They just go straight away on top of the left strike. Blow up Chris Luck. Because he commits in. He's in on top of the clockwork. They're bringing Celery down low, but it's not enough damage for the CK at this point. Celery's able to walk away. Picasso goes down. The glimpse is there on
So before I started playing Dota, I was playing a bit of Team Fortress, just for fun with some friends. And then the Dota 2 beta keys came out. I think a friend he got me a beta key to also try the game. Obviously, I picked Sniper. I thought it should be a hero that I understand. But yeah, I just got into it playing with some friends. It was a fun experience since I've never played a game like Dota before, so it was very confusing. For a long time, I looked up to Puppy because he's been very consistent and he's probably the best player ever. If you look at Dota 2, it's hard to argue with that over time. The level he's played at. There's people that have won 2 TIs and teams that have had good runs, but he's always there. He's always been very close to the top. So I always looked up to him. But now, recently, I would say if anything, I just look up to my teammates more than anyone. But if anyone specifically, I think I look up to Ace a lot, because I think he is very hardworking, and when I think that I'm already trying hard and I care a lot, he cares more and he tries harder. So it's very, very nice to have a teammate like that. If you have someone close to you that you can look up to, it feels a lot more useful instead of looking up to someone that's maybe even on a rivaling team. That you play them and now do you look up to them? But you cannot do this. You need to try to smash them when you play them.
That was so wholesome.
It was like philosophical too.
Yeah.
Very intelligent, wise words. Like surround yourself with good people.
Yeah,
you know?
that put effort into what they like, and
you are what you eat.
Why am I on this? No.
You are. Oh, wait, what?
Wow.
No, you are all great. I do very much. No, I appreciate that a lot. Also, fun fact: he's the only Dutch person in the tournament, other than myself and the band.
Let's go! Boom!
Nice.
Yeah, shout outs to the Netherlands.
So we are slightly biased here with the 4 people. I wonder if anybody recognizes it.
No.
That's a Dutch
Holland,
national
ladies and
anthem,
gentlemen.
please.
Holland.
All right, someone not from the Netherlands. It's Iracho. He's a teammate of Celery. They spend a lot of time together on the lane, and we wanted to choose him, Kezu, as a player to highlight today.
I would say that Dyrachyo is very important for this team. What I like the most about him is his aggression. I would say that at the same time, it is also sometimes his downfall, because the balance isn't fully right most of the time. But I feel like this is what this team needs, and also what Quinn wants to have in the mid game is people that are gonna want to push it forward. So the only thing for him is to find the balance there, but the rest, S+.
You know what's also funny is that contrasting Dyrachyo to his teammates. You saw the video. They're like, we're trying our best, be inspirational. You ever meet Celery, you ever meet Tofu? They're so calm and kind and nice. And then you see top of Reddit, Dyrachyo, Nigma is trash.
He's a little bastard.
This guy has the roughest opinions, man. He's probably one of the most open people. He's like, kick ex-teammate, instantly start trash talking him in interviews. It's like, holy moly.
It's working for him, dude. He's blowing up.
Yeah, his stream is like insane numbers.
Like 16K viewers or something like that. That's great. We need another Gorg C in the house. We're really lacking in these big Goliath streamers. If Dyrachyo's the new guy, hell yeah.
Just has no filter.
Yeah, that's
and it works.
Sometimes that's really good.
Yeah, it is.
For streaming,
for entertainment.
That's what people want. That's exactly what they want.
It is exactly what they want. Outspoken. We like outspokenness. And something that has not been very much outspoken are the results of TSM, because they have literally tied every single series. It has been... if you look at Wikipedia, 0-6-0, 6 ties. Now, I will say that other than their series against Entity, they always lost game 1 and they won game 2, meaning that they do learn, but only by doing, not by preparing. So there's a little bit of food for thought here. When we look at TSM, we wanted to spotlight Ari, a fellow Brit. Interesting fact, he's got a gecko. And he has named his gecko Dave, even though it's a female gecko.
Really?
Dave.
Because did you know that geckos don't show their gender until 6 weeks after their lifespan? And he got it before.
And he just
guessed it.
He just committed to it.
It's 50-50.
Yeah.
I respect it. It's not like the gecko cast.
That's true.
I like Ari a lot. I met him in Lima for the first time. He's like super nice, well-spoken. He went and did that draft panel with Moon. After it was done, he's like, yeah, Moon's really trash at the draft panel. He just flamed. He's like, now I can really shine without him. But yeah, no, I like him. Oh, there's already... Okay, never mind. I won't talk anymore on him.
Well, you do like him. That's fine. You get to see him in action, which is even better.
That's super hype.
It is super hype. I'm glad I wasted time telling you about his pet gecko.
No, I appreciate that.
He's British.
He is British.
He is British.
It's nice how we chose spotlights and interviews based on nationality. It's all good.
Yep.
We see the Panda, the Brewmaster. It's time for our game. We are going to take a break, but when we're back, we're in the draft. Gaming Gladiators and TSM.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Pots and Pandas, everybody! And you're watching DreamLeague Season 19. We're jumping into the games because Gaming Gladiators and TSM, they are going up against each other. It's a 2-game series. Gaming Gladiators already through. They already guaranteed making it out of the first stage of group stages. And yes, there's another group stage after this, but only 8 teams out of the 16 remain. And TSM is still fighting for their tournament lives. I'm, of course, joined by my guests, Sheepstick, and Kazu Jenkins is also here. And we are in the draft. And I'm looking forward to hearing a very, very smart thing from especially you two, of course.
Ooh, smart thing.
I expect nothing from Jenkins.
No
Well, Sheepsticks was saying she has a really great Beastmaster impression, so I'd like to hear that since he's been picked up here.
Oh, I will do one if you can't. You can like call in a friend.
I can't remember what
can try to.
his bounty rune sound is.
I can, that's why.
Oh, I know that one. Yeah, no.
Nice one.
Do a Disruptor then, Cheever.
What, the bounty sound or any?
Any.
I can do a voice line.
What's the voice line? Which one?
They're trying to kill me. That one. It's one of my favorite voice lines. That one is thick. That one is thick.
It's really good, yeah. Can we do that for every hero? All right, who's Undying?
5 seconds remaining.
Gummy vitamins.
Doesn't do that one anymore.
Does he not?
No, they took that
It's
out.
still in his wheel, right?
Oh, maybe. Maybe that's in the wheel.
Oh, he's fucking dancing.
He's dancing.
To the
Yeah.
sound.
He's very happy he's picked. Do we like Undying? We've seen him pop up here and there. Not as much as he used to.
He fell off a little bit. I mean, we saw what DM play him as a core yesterday on OG, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, I feel like he's been a bit replaced by Disruptor Enge this tournament.
Yeah, I would say the Enchantress, like, rising in popularity made this hero a little worse, but Undying, still good, especially against these strength heroes. It helps you take Roche later on as well. Gives you a good team fight. And then Disruptor kind of... These two heroes, they work very well together because Disruptor gives you like the catch that Undying really lacks. And it gives you all the team fight that Disruptor doesn't really have. So in terms of the laning stuff, I feel like Gaming Gladiators, double support openings aren't the best, but this is one of the better ones I've seen.
Nice.
And I always love this concept with Disruptor that you like anchor the fight somewhere.
Yeah.
There's an SVG that I originally heard say this one where like he was saying that Disruptor plus Brewmaster is a really good combo because Brew, people just want to run away from him.
Yeah.
And Disruptor, well, that's the one hero you can't run away from.
That's not true. There's a lot of heroes with stuns in Dota.
No, it's not. It's not the stuns. It's
lot of
like
heroes.
you can't force staff through the kinetic field, right? But you can force staff somebody who's stunned. And so Disruptor Undying, same thing. You drop the tombstone and you force the enemy team to fight into it because either it's like you ditch the guy that gets glimpsed and then they die and you get a pick off, or you fight and you're fighting into a tombstone. Like either way, that's not really good for you.
Who got Enchantress, by the way?
Huh?
Sproink?
No.
Carry on.
I love everything.
I love winning. Just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Man, you guys are great at it.
That was really good.
Yeah.
Voice lines, baby.
I was gonna say, you see how Gaming are Giga Brain though? They ban the Ruvik and they take the Disruptor because that is the one thing that can save from kinetic field for some reason.
It's so annoying.
So stupid.
That shouldn't work.
I
I'm just gonna say that that's gonna get changed at least eventually.
Hopefully next.
TSM's, when is that patch coming out, by the way? Soon, right?
Soon, TM.
Okay, good.
All right, I have a question for you, Kazu. TSM.
Yes.
Well, I don't know how much you watched of NADPC.
A bit.
but it felt like TSM didn't take their games mega seriously.
Probably not.
Like you see NA, all these teams are just picking Lycan to try and end the game as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah.
And then you have like TSM in their last 2 series, they're putting like Ahri mid, you know, and playing like random roles and random heroes. Do you think this is like detrimental to a team? Like it's like the wrong attitude, or do you think it's like whatever?
It depends a lot on how they feel. Like if you just go into the games with, oh, we just want to have some fun, I feel like sure, it can be okay, but if that like goes too much in your brain where it's like, oh, we're the best and we can do whatever we want because we're the best, then I feel like that's definitely a wrong attitude to have.
I mean, as long as I don't bring it into like international play, I'm not against the idea of like kind of screwing around in your officials versus the, you know, likely relegated teams of the Div 1. Because it's kind of like you're practicing against worse opponents and you don't want to build like bad habits, because obviously they're thinking a lot about this international play because they did so well regionally and then came to the international scene and got kind of crushed. So there's an element of like not picking up bad habits there that can only happen if you're doing this like experimental stuff, having Ahri go mid, and as goofy as it is, I can get behind it.
Why do you guys think TSM tied everything? Is there any logic to it that they lost game 1 and won game 2?
Perhaps one thing that could make sense logically, where maybe I'm just totally wrong, is that they prepare for a match. Turns out their preparation is actually bad. Then they play, but then they're like, oh, okay, so in theory it works out this way. So now we actually know what we need to do next game.
So the next stage is going to be best of 3s. You think they'll do better in that scenario with that logic in mind?
Maybe.
Or maybe they just understand how to prepare better from these experiences.
Well, maybe only from doing, not from, as in only from playing, not from actually preparing for the match.
I have another theory.
That's going to be a good one.
The games are at like, what is it? It's noon right now?
Yeah.
That's early for gamers.
Okay.
Come on. Degenerates.
For professional gamers,
Yeah, they need a warm-up game. That's what it is. And their game 1s have just been warm-up games, and this is the best team.
Jenkins Theory is the best one.
Okay, but what if they warm up, then they adapt for game 2, but then their opponents re-adapt for game 3?
And then they lose again. Damn.
Yeah.
That means that they always take 1 game but never 2, which would be very sad if that's the case. Also, if you know that you need a warm-up game, won't you just play a game before your officials?
Too hard. That means you have to wake up earlier, right?
Yeah. That actually was a thing that Team Spirit talked about in their vlogs. Who cares about this draft? They were like mad at Lima, I think, because they always had to play the morning games for the group stage, and they were like, no one will ever scrim you before morning games.
It's impossible.
You want
to, and they try to get a scrim in before their games rather than just a warm-up game. You know, I don't know, just a ranked game here and there.
There was a Huskar pick, but do you guys want to hear an interesting sleep fact?
Fast.
Yes.
Okay, fast sleep fact. So they had people come in and say if they were like a morning person or a night person, and then they had them solve problems on their off time. So they had the night people come in the morning and solve problems, and they're better at solving creative problems when they were off their circadian rhythm, but they're better at solving analytical problems when they were on their circadian rhythm. And for a Dota player, analytical problems would be playing a game because you're doing what your muscle memory and what all of your instincts are telling you to do, right? So I could actually see the argument that there is an underperformance that happens when you're off your rhythm. And it's like, if you want to disagree with this, you're disagreeing with mountains of evidence in science. It's not some like bro science shit. There's literally mountains of evidence proving this.
I believe it.
So I could believe it for these players.
You're such a fun specimen. You go 2 ways. You either are sleeping or are researching sleeping. That's how it feels.
That's right.
That's true.
That's right.
Very apt. We do have a couple more heroes on the board indeed. It's Ember and Sniper on the side of Gaming Gladiator. So they got some cores picked up. Lovely. And we got indeed a Huskar and a Marcy on the side of TSM. Now we have seen Huskar recently, especially up against Ember.
Yeah. I can try to get you guys up to speed with the draft. So
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gaming Gladiators had to open the second phase with a core. They decided to do it with their mid pick, with the Ember. TSM have a lot of tempo in their opening with the NGBs. They already want to play very fast. I kind of take it over. Then TSM go with the Huskar Marcy, which I like a lot, as Shiva already mentioned. We've seen this a lot more against these Embers. You want to really dominate the Ember who can't really go too much to these other lanes. You pair Marcy on top, and for gaming...
It's the doubling down.
Yeah, it's super important that... So Huskar's already going to win. Your Marcy can come there, can also get on top of the sniper later. But Gaimin moving forward in this draft, they need to nullify this snowball from TSM. Otherwise, Dyrachyo is never going to get to see his second or third item in this game.
I honestly would even prefer... I think the Ember Huskar matchup is so bad, and then especially with the doubling down and picking the Marcy, just run a side lane Ember and run the sniper mid. Put the sniper mid.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Do you think it's better to do that? Because I was wondering if this sniper was picked with the intention of beating Huskar mid, because wasn't it... I feel like I saw this matchup in a Liquid series.
It was Nisha versus Amar.
Yeah, and Nisha destroyed him. It was so...
Yeah.
Like, Huskar was jungling at level 4 or something. Like, it was that bad.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's, like, a replicatable thing, or if you are just like, okay, well, Sniper also dominates, like, Beastmaster, and we want to win that lane. I don't know. I would like to see it mid, though.
It's gonna be volatile no matter what you do, I feel, because so if you put sniper mid, that lane will be a lot better.
Yeah.
But then there's maybe still the thing where Marcy can go to that lane, and then suddenly you have Ember undying against... I mean, I'm thinking where I want this Ench and Marcy to be, because I feel that if you put Ench bottom with Beast, maybe that's just better, because they're just gonna kind of dump on the lane, or as long as Ember is there. But then you lose a little bit of the mid rotation. We'll probably know more along the next picks, but Gaimin, they're gonna have some tough choices to make, not only with where to put the heroes, but also with their last pick on Ace.
Yeah, I agree. I think TSM has this is pretty smart drafting from them. Like the Marcy coming out immediately after the Huskar threw a wrench in any potential counters from Gaimin, just because you can always run the Marcy to mid. And then rotating the Ember to the safe lane and playing into the Enchantress who can dispel your shield. Yep. It's like, well, that's, in my opinion, like how you would beat Beastmaster in lane is you would level the shield and, you know, push the wave and kind of try to give him solo XP, right? On the Ember. And obviously you can't do that against Enchantress who can just take it off.
Slark.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like an exciting...
It makes your offlane pick a little bit harder, right? Just because they're playing two very strong lane supports that have kill potential on top of a carry that can kill you. It makes like melee heroes a little harder, because for me, I'm looking at Gaimin's lineup and I just want to see something that doubles down on like healing and protecting your sniper. What the hell's happening?
Whoa.
That is a Bloodseeker.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it is a pretty damn good Bloodseeker game on paper, as you have Huskar is always going to be low HP. You have Rupture that's pretty good against a couple of these heroes. So he's always going to have a bit of the Bloodthirst. And they are going to put Sniper mid, it looks like.
Yeah, it does look like that.
Which, it should work out. It is a pretty good Sniper game. But the early game is, for me, definitely the biggest, like, the viewpoint. You have this Ench Beast lane that can really take off. Or maybe no, it's not. I'm stupid.
So Whitemon's the 5, but we could still see like Ahri just playing in the safe lane with the Slark. I feel like Marcy Slark is just fine. And I really do agree.
I would want that. At least
you would want that,
like the Ench to be in the off lane. That's what I would want.
I agree. I feel like it makes the Ember pivot worse, but it would give the Bloodseeker a better lane. But maybe he's gonna have a good lane regardless. He just heals through the Ench harass.
I would say that Tomato should play more on recovery, because the early game should be dictated through your Beast and Huskar.
Yeah.
So give them a good time. That would be my reasoning.
Yeah, but the way you guys are talking, it doesn't seem like Huskar is going to have a good time regardless.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a
against
terrible
a sniper.
time.
But that's why they need to do well in their lane, so that then the supports can try to leave, or the Ench can try to rotate mid.
Okay.
Stuff like
an
that.
Ench plus Marcy mid on a sniper is like, Sniper looks like the most pathetic little guy, dude. There's nothing you can do.
Okay, so help out Huskar.
Yeah. Give him a hand.
So we're just going to end up with like both supports mid on
minute 5-6.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Oh,
it's going to be super mid-focused gameplay.
It sounds like Gaming Gladiators made the game pretty difficult for TSM.
I think the sniper pick was very good. And if I know Moon, whenever they play against Quinn, it's like, we need to shut this guy down.
Every rune.
3 people mid on the power rune. Don't let him get a DD haste, because you know Quinn's going to get a DD haste.
Screw the power runes. You go for the water runes, bro. That's how you tilt Quinn.
Minute 2, minute 3, minute 4, minute 6.
Yes.
Let's go.
I mean, I can see it. It's just going to be really hard for TSM, but it's a good test. It's a good test for this first game. Now, once again, TSM has tied everyone. Gaming Gladiators is already through. If TSM 2-0 this, they are guaranteed through. Right? Yes, because they're 6-6. If they 2-0 Gaming Gladiators, they are guaranteed.
That sounds right.
moving forward to the next group stage. If they tie, there's very likely going to be a tiebreaker for them. So they need to start by winning just one game. Could they do it? Can they do it? We're finding out together with OD Pixel and Font.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Yes, let's find out. TSM versus Gaming Gladiators. Folks, the Gaming Gladiators, they make this sort of switch around with the setup. They get the sniper now versus the Huskar in the mid. How good is this for them?
I love their picks. I love the way that they pivoted away from everything. Bloodseeker is incredible versus Huskar. He's also amazing versus Slark, as people know. Hero's low, can't get Shadow Dance. Huskar is always low. Bloodseeker's going to be zooming. I really like their approach. I'm actually really concerned for TSM, how they're going to be able to fix things that are going to come out of the lanes. I think I agree with the panel, though. It's going to be a lot about these early rotations, how much the Marcy and the Ench are going to be able to help out these lanes, but I really love the way that Gaming set up everything here. I think the Huskar pick maybe was a little bit too early from TSM. They just gave him too many slots to answer versus it.
Why do you think they did do it as early as it was?
Ooh. Tofu.
He's just lost all his dynamite.
He did the boots thing. Came out with boots to put an early ward. Ends up getting his courier sniped.
All right.
Done. What was that? Sorry.
Why do you think they did do the Huskar as early as they did in the draft?
I mean, they shut down Quinn, right? Shut down Quinn. It's a good name of the game. Tofu. He's likely to die here. Nicely done. Great way to get it started.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what? I was like, Tomato?
They really wanted to set it up for Tomato.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a good play to start it off. Get first blood, get him set up for success. Top lane, they could do decent. The one thing I'm just worried about is and the likely situation is that Huskar is going to be sitting low HP, which just makes it so that Bloodseeker's going absolutely bonkers. And I actually don't mind, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't mind Ember on side lane. When he's playing with Undying versus double strength, these two are going to get constantly decayed, spam down with low HP, so Duracho, he can go for like Flame Guard build plus Slight, and they're going to have difficulty breaking it as well.
Let's have a look. I mean, do you think for Duracho in that situation in terms of what Duracho and Ace are going to do this game, what kind of builds can we expect from the off-lane Bloodseeker and the safe lane Ember?
That is a very good question. I am not too sure. I think Ace might just go Auras. With the way that he's been playing.
I mean, he does down his Dooms, right? And it's good.
I used to see... oh my god, Zai, right? I think Zai was doing it for a time. Maybe when he was even on like Secret, he was doing like the Veils and the Greaves and Pipes and stuff like that on these Bloodseeker offlanes. So I could see him do something like that. I don't think it's bad, but by any means. Duracho maybe just goes for more standard Ember build. And Sniper just does Sniper things, so. We'll see though. We'll see how all these lanes end up going down. Right now, Bryle, he's having a pretty good time versus Quinn. First few waves. This is a big deal. Whiteman actually got the OP creep. He got the Harpy Stormcrafter up top, so Ace is actually taking an insane amount of harassment at the start here. That is cool stuff.
Ace. Ace going to be able to keep himself covered with the blood right each time the Slark tries to step up.
He might die, though.
He stepped back in range, and the pounce was up. Tomato jumps in, and that's...
Ooh, stout block.
That stout block, keeping him alive. Ace will survive. Have they got a lot of regen in this lane?
Not.
Just the CS alone he's got to rely on.
Tofu's got a bit, at least, but yeah, he's got to wait for CS for sure. I think getting first blood was pretty huge for Tomato. Getting boots immediately versus this Bloodseeker, he's allowed to just trade right clicks constantly. Mid still seeing Bryle doing well, but Quinn, the denies are going to start adding up. And it's not only just about that mid matchup, of course, it's about the game matchup.
Well, top lane
as the sniper.
They get to go again. And this time, Tomato and Whitemon, they're able to take Tofu down. So more kills for Tomato in this early game.
Yep.
Good start here for the Slark.
Needed start. I think these lanes have to go well. Otherwise, things will quickly spiral out of control for the side of TSM. And the thing is, this is a pretty... I would say a pretty comfortable draft from them. You know, Bryle, he does like to play more of these, I mean, not like cheese heroes, but he has very specific hero. He has a pretty big hero pool, I want to say, with also some specific heroes that he does dominate on. So they have Ahri on his Marcy that he literally climbed to 10,000 MMR with. They have Kasani on his Lycan and Beastmaster as two most comfortable heroes. So it's a nice draft for them based off of comfort. It's just what they're up against with all these counters can be difficult.
Yeah, because I've got to imagine what with TSM's lineup, there is going to be kind of this point of the game where if they're ahead early, in the mid-game, when they start grouping up and going for objectives, Gaming Gladiators might struggle to deal with that sort of pressure, right?
Definitely. Tomato, he's trading a bit too much.
He's going to die. And playing super aggressive on this top lane as the Slark. It's worked out for him a couple of times, but this time round, it does not.
Yeah, this like the first level or two on the Bloodseeker, I could see that could have been a bit difficult, but now it's where it's going to start quickly turning. He's got 2 points in Thirst. It's a Undying Ember on one lane that's going to constantly harass these two heroes, and then it's a Sniper versus a Huskar, and Huskar's always sitting low. So Thirst, he's going to be zooming. I mean, eyes on Ace to go literally Bugatti mode this game. Seeing the stacks already coming out for Kasane. I mean, he's, of course, going to have a difficult lane when he's playing versus Undying, so he's already using the board to get that Ancient stack that we see so often as these Beastmasters, even if they have tough lane, they've got recovery outlets. A lot of creep shenanigans going on in the bottom lane. Celery and Ari both trying to meet each other.
Yeah, where's Ari going to take these creeps?
I mean, he's just
taking them on quite a bit of an adventure.
Yeah, I guess he's just stacking them up.
And this mid lane, does it get to the point where you're just not able to lane as the Huskar, or you're always able to stick around?
I think the rotations are going to come once it starts getting the most difficult portion. Like right now, it's already starting to get a little bit hard, but I think once there's like the level 5 and stuff like that on the Sniper, it's the hardest. But he'll have assists from his supports, I'd imagine. Tofu?
I think Ace is going to be able to get Whitemon in return, potentially another pounce. Holds him back, and Whitemon, he's able to get out of the blood right. Ace will still chase him down, though. With the speed buff, no chance of escaping this Bloodseeker. Ace gets a kill, and he's also able to take down Tomato's courier.
I'm actually excited to see how fast he's going to end up moving. What do you think the peak movement speed is going to be for this Bloodseeker in this game? Like 700, 800 something? I don't know. It definitely feels like it's going to be pretty ridiculous. And yeah, he has great matchup, as you said, not just because of Thirst, but also Rupture versus the Slug, Rupture versus Huskar. Lets you just focus fire these targets quite easily. If a Huskar has to stand still versus a Sniper, it's just pain.
And what is the skill build? You're maxing, what, the second and third?
On
Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I would... You know, actually, I mean, I want him to put more points in Blood Right this game, probably. But you want at least 1 point in Blood Rage because it's just so efficient. Maybe just some 1-4-4. I'm fine with that if he wants to go down that route. Because he has 2 carries in his side lane, so maybe wants to take a bit of a back foot. Curious to see if he does go full auras.
And kind of, due to the nature of the heroes, who do you imagine is going to be more greedy this game with their build out of Quinn and Dratcha?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think they'll both be pretty greedy. Maybe it is. Maybe it will be Duracho, actually. I'm curious to see if he does do some type of like Deso build. That's the one thing I'm curious if Duracho does adapt. Because Maelstrom, of course, it's the absolute standard on your Embers, but could see a weird world where he wants more physical.
Ooh, Quinn. He's getting the headshots in with that double. Ari's got to be a bit careful. He's just dead. He did not respect this man with a gun and a double damage ring.
They need to help, though. This tower, it's going to be in quite a bit of jeopardy here. They got to bring the Enchantress. 2K lead already for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
I got to be careful how close you step up to Quinn, though. He's hitting hard.
Yeah, Quinn's going Mask of Madness. I like that. Very aggressive early build.
Yeah, they're bringing a lot in mid.
They have to be careful, though. Like, he can literally just, like, kill them in a couple hits. Ari.
Careful. I mean, the tombstone gets laid down. They will be able to push back Quinn. Quinn trying to stand his ground. If they've taken out Bryle, with Tofu teeping in, they'll be able to get Ari as well. Good glimpse back onto Whitemon.
The tombstone's doing work.
2 supports have got enough damage. They don't. Whitemon will be able to TP away. So 2 for 1. Of course, Gaming Gladiators, they do lose Quinn there.
I think TSM's kind of happy with that one there. They do lose 2, but yeah, they finally do get Quinn. But the 2 supports, they know this rotation's coming. I think Panel was talking about it a lot. You know, Moon, of course, does do a lot of homework. He loves to shut down Quinn, so they're going to make these early rotations. They're going to read it. See that one again. That was a long jump there from Ari. 2nd point and rebound.
Yeah, Quinn, not of course able to live through that sort of jump. Still, as much damage as he does, he's still a little old sniper. Can get burst pretty easy when they get on top of him.
Back to business, though. Tower is dropping. And this is not a situation that you want to be in as a Huskar by any means. He's level 5, not even 6. Quinn's already level 7. This hero is all about getting that early advantage to be able to punish anything. Duracho has shown he is going to go Maelstrom. Oh, I had hopes that he'd go something more greedy, but whatever. I mean, you don't really deviate too often on Ember.
And what we got it from Asia, going for the Atos first.
Okay. Cool.
And then would you imagine sort of like Atos into like Auras or BKB, or are you going straight Atos into Gleipnir?
I mean, if he's going Atos, he's going to go a bit more damage. That's pretty cool, because he did. I saw he did queue up Arcane Boots for a little bit, so he was thinking about maybe going Auras, but I think the chain's missed there. Duracho.
They should still get him.
There's going to be rotation.
He's out of mana. Duracho's dead. They will get the kill, but it will cost them both of their lives there. as they weren't quite able to get it as quickly as they hoped for there. Cost them both of them. Dirachi and Celery going down for that effort.
The supports have to do heavy lifting, though, trying to fix these side lane issues that are going on. So quick rotations from the two of them will secure some kills here, but they lose their mid tower out of it. And Ace has literally just bullied the Slark pretty much out of the lane. 52 and 26 on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, Ace is going to be super farm this game.
Yeah. I mean, they have 3 Agi cores that scale pretty damn hard on the side of Gaming Gladiators, so with an early advantage as well versus the heroes they're up against. Yeah, it's looking very solid. So for TSM, I think it's the same thing. You have to keep moving your supports together to make sure that you can farm these stacks in particular. Because if you lose these stacks, this will be devastating. And there's a tombstone at the ready for Stellar. He's actually 6 already.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, if they get Ace over as well, they're going for these stacks. They're going to try and take them.
They're taking it all.
Who's going to get the last CS? Can Kasani get any with the axes?
He gets 1.
1.
He's going to lose them all.
I think he literally got 1 right. Everything else is going to get... In fact, they're going to look to get the kill as well. They're going to go for Kasani. He's very, very dead here, as he'll lose his life and he'll lose his stacks as well, Fogged.
He's got no recovery outlet whatsoever now in this game. All 3 cores, I mean, Slark's doing okay, but the other 2 cores completely shut down. Celery is actually same net worth as the Beastmaster. 3-1-1.
Uh-oh.
I think he got a bunch of those last hits on the Ancients. And they'll even body block it. A 3K leader ready for gaming. That's a perfect start. And I think that is the Atos done for Ace too. So now he's a ganker from the offlane rather than the Aura bot.
Yeah, they're ready to kill. We'll see with the smoke Gaming Gladiators. There's also a double damage room. And Ace still grab that one.
He'll take it. Oh, Bryle.
Oh. They get the glimpse.
Farewell.
Very, very dead there. Goes for a bit of a hopeful TP, I think, wasn't that? Or was he sending it? Maybe just sending an item back.
I think he's sending a neutral back.
Yeah. Neutral back.
And Tomato.
He's also got to be careful. Ace hasn't quite got Rupture back up. Still 12 seconds on the cooldown. But yeah, this area of the map, the jungle of TSM, not going to be feeling any safe anymore.
No, and Kasane, he has Arcane Boots to farm his stack, but his stack got stolen, so Dominator is going to take quite a bit more time. They will be able to at least pressure tower with the rotation from Whitemon.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, it's only 3K, but when you're playing with this type of Huskar lineup, and your Slark's also countered in several different ways versus Disruptor, versus Bloodseeker and stuff, game is feeling hard already. Quinn is in. This is not a position you usually see a sniper. You know, he is bullying them out of their own jungle.
Yeah, 11 minutes in, just like diving tier 2s.
Go for mid tower now in TSM. I think you have to kind of play your own game and try to avoid what Gaming Gladiators is doing and try to get as much as you can. And yeah, they're going to pop Unleash, they're going to sidekick the supports, and they're going to try to hit mid, but Glyph is available, and Gaming is reacting.
I mean, do sort of any of TSM's cores, are they close to kind of a major item that's going to make them feel pretty strong if the team rallies around them?
Not really, honestly, because Slark's just going to take quite a bit of time to be able to get involved in this game with what he's up against. Disruptor 6 already, you're versus Bloodseeker. Getting to the sniper is difficult. They slowed down the 2 heroes that kind of needed to be slowed down on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Like, they slowed down the Beast, they slowed down the Huskar. And those are the 2 heroes that they want to play around those early timings with. I guess Kasane is... Okay, I mean, Dominator's 400 away, so not horrendous, but he is bottom of the cores at the moment.
And they're going to enter this triangle again here, Gaming Gladiators. They're looking for Bryle. They're going to get him.
Poor Bryle.
More money. Celery's having a great time here. He just slaps the kill there with the decay. More money for him.
Oh, he has Holy Locket already. He is massive.
He's super rich here. You know, taking the stacks, taking the kills.
Okay, maybe now, since Tomato actually does have Tread's Echo, I mean, he's got to fight. He needs to go help out his lanes. Maybe that just is going to be the call, because otherwise, this game is just quickly falling out of control. If there's ever an instance where Gaming is the ones who can go for that Roshan, that's where it feels super bad for TSM, and they have a good Rosh lineup. Whenever you have Undying, you have potential to just take Rosh at almost any moment in the game. Ari.
They've got him.
Farewell.
And with a glimpse, Atos and a Blood Bright. That'll do it.
Yeah, Whiteman's just playing his own game. He's trying to push mid tower, but they're setting up for him. Very likely to just die as well. How do you run? How do you avoid versus Disruptor? Oh, nice try, Whiteman. He put the branch down, trying to push himself out of kinetic, but he was dead anyway.
It was taking Quinn so long to get the hits in. Tofu was just like, hurry up. And then he just takes the kill. He's like, you know, I gave you a chance, but you're taking too long, mate.
4K lead. Bryle's just, as we said, it's Bloodseeker versus Huskar, so Bryle's always sitting at like 10% HP or something like that. So Ace, he sees him, and he's moving 500 move speed. And he is going to go for auras after. Okay, cool. So Atos into those auras. I thought like maybe because Undying was having such a good game, he might take the, he might go for more of a carry and then switch it up a little bit, but...
No, I think that's what I like from Ace on the offlane. We see this on his builds, where there's a lot of situations where he's playing a hero, they're like crushing the early game, and pretty much like any other offlane player, they're going to go for the very greedy or kind of like the farm-heavy builds, like when you see sort of the Dooms and such, but Ace... he's much more about just, what, I'm going to buy these items that are going to help us close the game out in 15 minutes, rather than think about just building some insane lead for the next 30 and then closing it off later. It's got some good focus with the itemization, Ace.
And Gaming's also been the team that I've seen that does auras the absolute most out of anybody, right? They go drums, they go pipes, even on the supports constantly. Dyrachyo, I guess he is doing the full greed. So Boots of Travel, Maelstrom, Desolator. I like it this game.
I mean, Deso's so good on Ember. Yeah, I really like seeing Embers pick up the Deso.
Versus Huskar and stuff, like versus some of these heroes. I think Deso can, I don't know.
And also, obviously you're not really hitting towers that much, but just getting the debuff on, it's going to help you seize these objectives off the back of the fight you take.
As a safe lane Ember, I can agree. As a mid Ember, definitely don't want to.
That's true. Build. That's true. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Accelerate. Get a good kill.
I mean, Ace.
Ace also maybe.
He's thinking about going on them. He has got Dyrachyo here to back him up. Ari caught on the Atos and the Blood Rise Silence. He'll stand his ground for a little bit with the Unleash, but will not be enough to keep him safe as Ari goes down.
Tomato is getting farmed though, at the very least. Silver lining there for TSM.
But it is a hard game for the Slark.
It sure is.
So yeah, Tomato really has his work cut out.
Bryle? Oh, I can't believe he showed himself there.
Did he even get to turn his armlet on?
I mean, I don't even know. He just died.
Yeah, that was a rough one. I mean,
they were just right there.
Yeah. It's not the sort of game where the Huskar's in a position where the enemy's scared of him. They're not scared of this Huskar at all.
Nope. That's what happens sometimes. You picked it just a little bit too early, and you picked it versus Quinn. You know that Quinn's just gonna laugh and be like, "You tried to pull the me on me. I'm the Huskar guy that picks it versus Ember."
It was a risky move.
Yeah.
Definitely a very risky move to get the Huskar as early as they did third pick.
White bot. Uh-oh. And even Kasane.
Oh, Dyrachyo's gonna find him. End of the trees, dragged back with the glimpse.
Dyrachyo tries to secure it, but Quinn gets it anyway. Quinn is massive. All 3 cores, all the way at the top.
I mean, they got 3 carries.
They sure do.
It's going to be one of those games where they pretty much have 3 carries here. An Ember, a Sniper, and a Bloodseeker that are all a huge problem for TSM's cores.
And they can itemize also pretty decently into, like, Quinn. He can go for his natural build if he wants to into his Hurricane Pike, so he's got counter versus Slark. Undying is probably going to build versus a 4-step versus that Slark too. So they've answered the Huskar, they've answered the Beastmaster. Now it's time to start itemizing a little bit versus Slark and secure that rest of the game. TSM, I think you have to make this move, but this isn't easy either. At least they have the creep to tank, but will Bryle fall into Thirst region? He just might.
I think if he's having to tank it, he will.
He's not. They have the edge creep at least.
Oh, no, yeah, he'll be fine then.
I mean, they might see him in a second here. Quinn's going to get Ari.
I think he's fine. He'll be able to stay above the threshold. They're going to get this rush. So, definitely something here for TSM.
Oh, they see him now.
It's going to be too late. They've got him. Aegis on Bra. So, something here for TSM. Tomato, he'll be able to ult and TP away.
Dyrachyo running over. They want Bryle. Can they finish him?
He's going to go straight for the TP, and he is out.
Oh, that's close. Not bad. Honestly, that's the best thing they could have done. Really well played from the support and Bryle there.
And Tomato, he's still hitting the timings. Aghanim's is done.
That's actually pretty damn good timing.
He's got a DD here as well. Oh, yeah, he's able to pick it up literally in the last second before it was about to disappear.
Yep.
Arcane Rune's going to be up top.
And Kasani's, I mean, they will hit a bit of a timing here. Kasani's going to have the Helm of the Overlord finish. They've got that Ags on the Slark. Huskar has his Aegis plus a BKB soon. Still difficult, but if they catch Dyrachyo here, it's huge.
And they should have a solid chance with the pounce into the Roar. Dyrachyo doesn't stand a chance. Big stuff here from TSM, breaking their way back into the game.
They should be able to get tier 2 perhaps out of this too, with the DD rune. He's just kidding. TP's coming in.
Looks like Whitemon. He'll push his luck a bit, hang around.
He's gonna get glimpsed.
Indeed, he'll be the one that gets sacrificed, left behind.
Whoa.
Tomato. Very close to actually getting the pounce connection onto Ace. If he got that, he may have been able to push for the kill.
He has to back up right afterwards, though. He knows the rotation's coming down from the lane below. Still 4K lead for gaming. TSM, they're making him work for it a little bit. I love Disruptor and Undying together. It's one of my old favorite duos from ages ago. I mean, Lanem used to talk about it, man, like 7, 8 years ago. Just the vision from Tombstone, constantly getting glimpsed. You're always forcing fights. Pano was talking about as well, too. The anchor, you know, you just pull people into unwanted fights over and over again, and you always just have the vision for it, too. Gaming.
Oh, they're looking at Bryle.
He doesn't have the BKB yet.
They can get him once. Do a Static Storm. They could lay down a lot here to go for him a second time, and they will. They put down the Kinetic Film. The Static Storm is going to try for the TP out, but the glimpse is there. So Bryle goes down. That is the Aegis gone. So TSM not really able to achieve too much with that pickup.
He couldn't even finish the... I thought this would be where he'd be able to at least finish his BKB, get that safe farm for it, but not even the case. Gaming straight back to business, shutting down the map, shutting down the game. Oh, tier 2 to fall. Into the enemy jungle they can go, take the outpost away. So much pressure on Tomato to carry this one. Essentially, the game is a 4 protect 1 for him, unless Ahri starts to scale somehow on this Marcy. Because this Huskar, even with BKB and stuff like that, what's he really going to be able to do with it?
Should be another catch here.
Wicked stick for Quinn. 8, 1, and 8. 16 of the 19 kills as a sniper. Feels pretty good. And I think that is the Hurricane Pike, if I'm not mistaken, finished. So now they have a save, of course, versus that Slark. And they smoke. So they do a little bit of that sweep play. They take the mid tower, go up top, kick a hit, take a kill. Now they're going to sweep to bottom, maybe look at the ancient area and look for another one. All about controlling the map. And Ahri, he's going to be spotted.
Has got his blink though.
Okay.
So well, it's on the courier. So soon to have it, and they'll have a bit of a chance of jumping away if he catches wind of them.
Very aggressive vision coming out. Ace wants to go in. They do see Ace for a second. But now they see Kasane. They want the bigger target. Can't quite go for him, though.
Now, TSM know where they're at. They'll smoke up themselves. Whitemon.
Whitemon.
Very hard to approach Gaming Gladiators here, but TSM, they're going to try their best. Tomato is in. He's going to get jump forward, but the Static Storm's down. They will be able to get out of it. Ahri tries to push in, but he gets taken down immediately by the damage of Direction Quinn. And now, Gaming Gladiators, they can turn and look for more. Bryle has to TP out. Tomato, he's trying to pounce away, but he's caught in the kinetic field, and with the Shadow Dance already used, there's nothing else to save himself. They'll turn over towards Kasane. The Soul Rip's there, pretty much healing up Tofu back to full HP. They lose nothing, Gaming Gladiators, and TSM, they'll lose 3.
That is a bold attempt. Fighting into high ground versus Undying. I mean, he just drops the tombstone. They've got full vision of the fight with the double ward situation as well, too.
I mean, they're
probably feeling desperate.
Yeah, it's the situation that the game's in right now for TSM. They have to try something, but unfortunately, the options open for them. None of them are good right now.
No. And I mean, the whole fight, look at Tomato. He got ruptured, had to stand still the entire time. He uses Depth Shroud just to save Bryle so he can TP out, and then he's just stuck in a kinetic field. Yeah, game looking, I mean, as we kind of expected, the game is looking pretty much impossible. Whitemon shows his face top. Instantly gonna get brought down.
Yeah, very. And able mid as well. The Gaming Gladiator was starting to put a bit of pressure on, but TSM, they'll be back in the game and holding this mid defense.
This Bloodseeker pick for me was... this Bloodseeker was actually the best pick for me, because it destroys Slark throughout all stages of the game, destroys the Huskar through all stages of the game. You're just able to do so much with it, and another
Tomato!
He's ruptured.
He'll live a little longer. He's got the Shadow Dance into the Dirt Shroud, but the Blood Bright's there. We'll be able to dart back the right time, but it's still on him. He had no other options. Pounces away.
Poor man.
Unfortunately for him, comically dies there to the Rupture as he's flying through the air.
Just such a hard game. And onto high ground now, Quinn. They can even put the Blood Rage on him in positions when he's sitting back and farm, or able to just peep away.
I mean, yeah, it really is, as you say. I reckon TSM, they just underestimated the ability for Gaming Gladiators to switch the Ember to the safe lane and get something else to put in the matchup against the Huskar. And then they also underestimated the fact that Bloodseeker is in the pool, and Ace was more than happy to play it offlane.
Yeah. I think they even had some other options, too. I think there was quite a few different things that Ace could have probably played, maybe some Timber or something like that if he wanted to go for it. I think that Bloodseeker was probably the absolute best one because you just constantly have tabs of where the Huskar is. Like, every single time he's trying to farm, he's sitting low.
They're going to try and find the same error again. They're going to go straight for Tofu, but again, great heals coming out towards Tofu. Tofu's going to live.
Oh my god, he doesn't even use Holy
away
Lock
from
yet.
Tomato. Ari goes down. Duracho's in with the steering chains onto Tomato.
GG.
It's over. GG, 24 minutes in. Gaming Gladiators, they take this game 1, and as I say, TSM, I think they just sort of shot themselves in the foot with this draft.
I think they shot themselves in the foot, but I also think that Gaming just had amazing, last 2 response. I think the Undying also allows you to move the Ember Spirit to the safe lane, because Undying secures 90% of these lanes, especially versus double strength. It's double strength melee even more so. So they can move the Ember safe lane. It looks fine. He's able to free farm. Sniper does excellent in the mid matchup, and then they have Bloodseeker to counter the other 2 cores. So yeah, I mean, you can see it on their faces. They're like, oh, damn, that was rough.
Rough game. I mean, yeah, what? Bryle 1-6-1. He didn't have the Huskar game that he hoped for.
No.
With it coming out this early. And Quinn, 13-1-11. Had a fantastic time, and as you say, I'm sure he probably had a bit of a smile about this one, Paul.
Oh, for sure. I think he did almost more damage than everybody on the side of TSM, so well played there from Gaming Gladiators.
There we go. Game 1 of this series going very, very quickly here at just 24 minutes to Gaming Gladiators.
It is a little sad, you know? You see the Ember come out, and you're like, oh god, I've seen this. I know what to do. We're gonna pick Huskar, ladies and gentlemen. And he goes 1-6-1, and they just get, you know, there's still 2 picks to react for Gaming Gladiators against the Huskar, and they make the most of it with, of course, just 1 pick. Sniper is all you need. Wow, that was a very one-sided game. We're gonna still break it down here, of course, as there are quite a few takeaways from this game, other than Sniper just basically dumpstering.
Yeah,
I
mean, I would say, so the idea is good. You have this Huskar against the Ember, but then the draft is going to be in a way where the enemy team, they will continuously throw problems at you and you need to deal with them.
Yeah.
And I would say that TSM, they didn't really adjust well in the draft, and that's sometimes okay, because then you can still try to do it with your heroes in the game, but I feel like they didn't do the lane swap that I kind of wanted them to do, where eventually I would say Quinn is just going to have a good game no matter what with what was happening, because you try to set up your Slark, but that guy needs a lot of time. Then you have Undying against Beast, which is good in the lane, and something that is, I feel like, underrated in this matchup as well, is that with Undying later, you can overtake the Ancients, which is like Beast's comeback in the game. They did that, and after that, I would say the game's already really hard to play.
Yeah, it's impossible. Like, Beast,
that is true.
I think Beastmaster is so weird because everyone is still prioritizing it so highly in first phase, yet everyone knows exactly what it wants to do. I've never seen so many Ancient contests in my life, like in the last month of Dota. Everyone is making an effort to go in there. I've seen so many stacks stolen. He sucks at defending them when he's had a bad lane, which he usually does.
It takes him a long time to kill Ancients, actually.
It does.
I'm kind of surprised that there are not more Ancient taking offlaners. Like Primal Beast, for example, can also take Ancients with Trample. We never see that. Timbersaw, we saw that for a while, but I don't know, within the last year, and then it fell off entirely. It's just Beast, really.
Yeah, because knowing that as well, to have that in mind when you know your Beast is going to go against the Undying, I would say it's twice as important to help him in lane. Because against Undying, if you don't help him with a good support, he's going to lose the lane. And then it's just very easy. Yo, guys, at minute 7, 8, 9, we're going to go to the Ancients and get ourselves a 1,000 gold donation.
But counter argument, if you have Beastmaster, you have the Hawk. So you should be able to get the vision.
But you can't fight it.
Honestly, the Hawk is terrible. Like okay, straight up, it's so terrible. Like it's been nerfed so many times. Remember when it was like 1800 vision?
Yeah, good old days.
Remember when you could move it around?
Yeah, you could fly it around. I like
it's
that
legitimately been nerfed so many times that it's just probably like the least important thing about Beastmaster. Like I think what allows Beastmaster to do the thing where he takes over the enemy jungle is not the Hawk. Before it was. The Hawk was a big part of it, but now it's just the fact that he always pushes in the lane with creeps. That's kind of it. It's like any generic like lane pushing hero. Broodmother is the same. Like you just always keep the lane pushed in. You don't have to show in the wave to do it. But it's not really the Hawk. So it's just a crappy spell now. That's straight up just how it is with this hero.
Facts.
Well, it's sad because that was the overall first pick. Is like, you know, we really want the Beastmaster. They got it. They could not make it work. Of course, Beastmaster wasn't the only factor. As we are for the head-to-head, we're going to go back to that mid lane because we do need to just, you know, put a bit of in perspective how terrible.
Yikes.
How terrible it went.
God.
And... You know, okay, so you know that they won on the winning team, so obviously Quinn's going to be higher. But this is not just the difference between winning and losing. This is the difference between owning and basically not showing up.
Yeah, that's almost a 4x there.
Yeah.
He's almost 4 Bryles worth of damage. That's crazy.
Mad.
Yeah.
What? 4? Yeah.
Nearly 4.
Nearly 4.
Crikey, that is not good.
No.
It's not. I think there was a lot of factors that went into that. Obviously, like a bad matchup. I think the supports, we expected them to come a bit earlier. When they did show up, it was after he'd already got the DD rune. Like the jump in by Ahri was pretty sus. I'll be real, it was really bad. And then at that point, they couldn't contest him anymore because at that point, Gaimin were bringing their supports mid, and the sniper was kind of untouchable, or at least he died once, but they got the 2 return kills. And then they were making some really nice smoke moves into the triangle as well and killing Brawl there. So it was just never giving him a chance to have a game.
Gaimin, they moved very well in this game. They bring their supports mid and they go to the Ancients. The one thing that I liked from TSM was eventually they're like, okay, we need to do this play where we steal Roche. It was maybe like this one little way back in the game. You're basically going to lose no matter what if you don't do it. So I respect that they tried to get back in the game. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators just looked way better. They knew what to do. They built right items. They played the map correctly. Good stuff.
I agree. I think if you're TSM, that's your whole takeaway from this is like they knew how to deal with this Huskar Ember situation.
Yeah.
And it doesn't surprise me because Gaimin was the team that like picked Quinn, the last pick Huskar
many
versus
times.
the Ember many times, and just like dumpster the lane. So it doesn't surprise me that they also have an answer for if they're going to pick the Ember early because it's just too obvious that the Huskar comes out, especially when you're one of these teams that's going to consistently do that. So I think if you're TSM, you just go back to the drawing board and say like, okay, they answered the Ember Huskar situation. Let's just do a different draft. Like we're not going to get this like, we got you situation unless maybe it's on like absolute last pick. You tried it, it didn't work. They played around it really well too, like Gaimin, like their rotations early, completely shutting down the Huskar. They knew how to play, they knew how to draft. Just don't do it again.
I do want to talk a little bit about the absolute last pick because I know Gaming Gladiators won, but I do want to talk a little bit about a Bloodseeker because we're talking a lot about obviously how Quinn did very well and even the Retro and the Ember did good, but the Bloodseeker, how did it end up on hindsight? How did it slot in? Because I know we had a little bit of a question mark, like, oh, you know, what's the plan behind this? On hindsight, what's the answer to it?
But the thing is, the funny thing, we already answered it because the other lanes going so well meant that the Bloodseeker's lane would go well. Because he's just running 550 move speed at level 3, right?
Gotti mode.
So I guess, great synergy with Huskar altogether because he wants to play a little bit on low HP. So even if the lanes didn't go well, if Huskar's lane went well, he would have also been on low HP, meaning Bloodseeker would also be zooming around.
Yeah.
How do you beat it? That's an unbeatable pick. I mean, it was so good.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, like, how well the lane top would go, right? Like I was like, oh yeah, Slog plus Marcy or Edge, that's a kill lane, that's pretty scary, you know. But yeah, when you're buffed up to hell, just that's impossible to play into. He's doing even better than Quinn. Yeah, his like CS like denies right up there. The guy just free farmed. I like the Atos as well, giving them the extra catch early before he doubled back for the Greaves.
I also think that their itemization was great with you get the early aggression, then you fall back on the auras. Same with the Rachu, he goes boost of travel to kind of deal with the map from Beastmaster, but he can then also join his team. And then he opted to, I think Falk was mentioning it in the game too, maybe he's gonna go Deso, which he did because he knows he's not the carry. His sniper is the carry. He slides them in the fight, they all get Deso, and now Quinn goes pew 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 pew, everyone's dead.
That feels like that was the story of the entire game right there in 2 seconds. I mean, the game was fairly short as well. I just want to reiterate that for TSM, Gaming Gladiators, they're already into the next group stage. That's all great.
Screw them.
I mean, they're doing fine. It's like they can experiment a little bit if they want to, and I think TSM really wants them to, because TSM now with 1 loss, if they lose 1 more, there's the highest likeliness that they are not gonna make it through, or at the very least, they're not in control of their own destiny, which is always a bad place to be, because we got a couple other teams playing that also, if they win 1 or 2 games, they will also be on 7 wins, and you know, it's slippery ice, slippery slope or thin ice. There you go. That's the one.
Walking on thin water.
Yeah.
Thin water. Yes. Okay. So what does TSM need to do now? Like they're gonna talk about it. We said several times that every time they play the series, they've tied.
True.
So they learn from their mistakes. They learn from their losses of game 1.
Oh, it's a hard one to learn from. Because it felt like they just kind of got outlaned as well, and just everything seemed a little bit more in Gaiman's favor. So maybe they have second pick? No. So maybe if they can get second pick and just have better lane matchups.
An overall last pick to set at least 1 lane up for success?
Yeah, like that's a potential to just make yourselves have a good game.
Yeah. I do think that's one good point. And then the other one, if your first pick, build off of the heroes you pick early on to have a good game.
Okay. Yeah. Make it all cohesive.
Yeah.
Have a synergy. Good draft. That's where it all starts, I've just heard. And we're going to see if they can manage to get a good draft on the board for game number 2, which will be coming our way after this.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
One game. Just need to win one game. How hard can it be? Just a game of Dota 2.
Easy.
Come on.
They didn't win the major or anything, honestly. They're actually just low-tier opponents that they have to beat.
Yeah.
True.
It's just Gaming Gladiators. Come on.
Don't worry about it.
Just one game. Can we get the final countdown played by the band?
Okay.
This is for TSM. I had no idea if they could play. I just assumed I was right.
They can play anything.
Yeah, they really
level
can.
of talent through the roof, for sure.
All right,
Let's
I'm
see
gonna
if we
make
have
this
some level of
thing.
talent on the side of TSM come to play today as well, as we should be nice.
Oh, yeah,
There you go, I got that
Into the
monster.
draft of Game 2. And with this time, we got TSM on the Radiant side, Gaming Gladiators on the Dire side. And I know you guys said that
they
you
picked
preferred
Disruptor.
TSM
They picked
on the
dog.
second pick, so they have overall last. So that's a good sign.
That
They
is-
have the dog as well.
Could we get the band to play Thunderstruck for Disruptor here? Just quickly, Thunderstruck.
Hey!
That's my shit.
This is so good. Oh my god.
Thunder.
Can you give every... There's a dog. Who let the dogs out?
Oh my god. That's like a vocal.
It is a vocal.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Oh, we're done?
We got our very own dog right here on panel. Thank
there's-
you, everybody.
Shout out to dogs.
And there's a Naga Siren. She sings.
Canis Vulpus.
Hey, there he is.
All right, we're getting under the sea.
That SpongeBob would get.
That was
good.
it.
Yeah, no, I
that's
got
good,
it,
that's
I
good.
got it.
That was good.
What is Rubik's song? If there was any song for Rubik.
I don't know. That's
I don't know.
confusing.
That is a very
That's a
confusing,
confusing one.
I mean, he steals just other people's songs.
Yeah, true.
It's just like...
Take anything.
We got Thunderstruck again. That's an easy one, actually.
Instead of doing
Let's hope that there's a storm and a razor.
Yeah. Thunderstruck every time.
the last draft was just voice lines. This draft
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Song.
music.
Yeah.
It's nice that most heroes do have like something to associate it with.
And that guy's an
that's
actual
good.
song.
The heroes are just wonderfully themed in Dota.
They
to be
are.
honest.
They really are.
They did a great job with those, especially because they had to change them from the Dota 1
Yes.
ones. There's
Yes.
that covered pretty much every theme you could imagine.
Yeah, that's very true.
Whoa!
Dang.
That's a big boy.
Oh my god.
I can love Roche.
I have not seen him before.
I saw it.
Holy base.
It was pretty cool.
Spooky. Very spooky. Okay, so let's talk about the heroes that we have on the board.
Okay.
Because we do have a Lycan Rubik opening for TSM, Disruptor, Naga on the side of Gaming Gladiator. Do we like Disruptor? Naga, Disruptor, we all like Disruptor. Disruptor's great.
Yep.
Do we like the Naga opening?
Never in my life liked Naga.
I like it.
I do. I love it.
Well, I hate the
Heroes-
hero,
But
but
the pick is good
it's
here.
good.
Yeah.
Do you hate playing against the hero?
No, just
Yes.
watching it in Dota.
And watching? I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just doesn't like Naga Siren. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, counters Lycan.
Yeah.
There's checkpoint number 1. Checkpoint number 2 is this probably the best Disruptor combo that currently exists in Dota.
Yeah.
Especially because Disruptor can just go for an Ags. You don't need to go for any mobility. You get an Ags.
Yeah.
You drop it. She songs. Easy
setup.
3-man ult.
Everyone's dead.
Everybody's dead. Even the BKB carry.
I mean, just in terms of opening, so TSM, they love picking Lycan. It's very good against Disruptor because it changes the dynamic of if I get to run a Disruptor, he's pretty weak. He doesn't do anything. But Gaimin, they answered with the Naga. It's good in the lane. It's good for the map. If you ever need to just disengage from the Lycan form, you can just song and run away. You free farm. So overall, it's just a very one of the most known counters, I would say, in the current meta. So both teams are probably pretty happy with what they've got, but for now, I would prefer Gaimin's opening.
I do. Obviously, you start to see the differences between first and second pick here, because TSM did get second pick.
Yeah.
You saw Gaimin value that Beastmaster ban a little bit more, even though they dealt with it just fine. It's like, okay, in this situation, we don't really want to give it away. So it does mean that TSM get the Rubik against Disruptor, which is always annoying. Wow, Light.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh,
we've
no.
Seen, okay, whoa, relax. We've seen this hero do well.
Hold, yes, we have.
Oh, okay,
Especially
yeah,
against
in the hands
Naga.
of Kaka.
Well, and
literally
against
the only
Naga.
player in the world.
It's good against Naga Siren.
There has been some
Okay, fair.
success within this Dream League so far of Lion. I, for one, am okay with him, but what I remember hearing pros talk about in the past is that you just need to make sure your first few rotations go really well on Lion, because you don't want to have a shit game on Lion. That's when you like want to cry.
But didn't we just talk, like before the break, that we wanted TSM to have a setup for their lanes where it would be synergized, and I kind of understand that as an easy to execute type of thing, like the draft plays itself type of way. And you just make it sound like Lion is great as long as you know exactly what to do.
Yeah, well, that kind of goes for most heroes in Dota, to be fair.
That is true.
But it's more like, if you take this Lion and you're smoking and going on mid and you're getting pickoffs there, you're setting your mid up for a really good game, you're setting your line up to have a good game, your mid can then move, your line can farm mid and take Blink Dagger money, right? Like he kind of he wants a lot, or he wants his Blink. So I just want to see them make sure that they get him to it, because he needs the shot as well.
Yeah, he's good against Naga, which is going to help his Lycan, because Lycan just doesn't do anything to that hero. The important thing when you do pick Lion is that you need to turn your draft into a pick-off draft.
Yeah.
Where you push lanes, you're going to get pick-offs. So for TSM, a hero that they could already be looking at is Dragon Knight to close out the phase. It's good against Naga, it would lane well against Pango, and it fits like this mid-game. We can run around, we have damage, we have lane shove, we can go and take some fights. But Gaimin, they're going to go with Pango. For me, this looks like, whenever I see some of these heroes combined, especially Pango and Naga, I just think of Tundra, because they had these heroes all the time at TI, and they're probably just going to follow it up with another support.
I personally think that Lion is completely unplayable.
Okay.
Unplayable is a very strong word, my friend.
They removed 2 agility from him and added 1 armor.
Whoa.
This is unplayable.
That makes him unkillable, though.
His attack speed is extremely slow in the lane, and for a hero that already was very pathetic at laning, it's like 1 less attack every 50 minutes.
Okay, well, I don't know. I think Kaka qualified for the major with Lion, and you just got disqualified from NADPC, so I don't know whose opinion I value more.
True, actually.
Does the division matter? Does that matter?
No, maybe. That being said, again, Kaka is literally the only one who gets a pass for the Lion.
That's true.
Oh, yeah. I think the heroes deal with Lycan now, at least, though. I mean, you're playing with like Pango with Ags and stuff, as well as, you know, Naga. These are pretty nice. I was thinking potentially towards something like a Kunkka, but that's more of like a EG Beast Coast SA type idea, where you just play to make your heroes unkillable, because like Lycan kind of feels sad when he runs his stuff at you and you're just like too tanky to die.
I mean, the Bloodseeker pick, I like it. It's good against so of course you have the Rupture against Pango.
Wow.
You're like the Mjolnir with magic damage carry with your Blood Rage against Naga, which fits fairly well as well. Moving forward, I would definitely like TSM to have another hero that goes in, so it isn't only your Lion. I would say that helps this hero a lot as well, when it's not your post 4 who has to get a blink, go in on his own. And for Gaimin, should probably look for an offlaner that will pressure the Bloodseeker in lane to not give him like a very free game.
Yeah, it is slightly weird, as you said, with the Lion, because usually you have either heroes with jump or you have heroes with like boosted travel, so it's like innate mobility, where any time you are sitting somewhere set up and you catch, there's some heroes to connect, and it's like super hard for TSM right now.
Oh, there's a hero that I feel like could be incredible for TSM. Maybe it's too early to call because they will see another hero.
Okay.
It's the DK from earlier, or maybe Tinker. You have Lycan, Tinker. It's good against Naga. I feel like it should lane well against Pango. You have the Blood Rage to pump it up into you, give you more damage. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. as
And
they're
the
gonna
DK
take the
gets
DK.
stolen
Okay.
regardless.
Well,
So it's just offlane DK, perhaps? Some chill DK Mirana. Stun, arrow. You stay high HP against Bloodseeker. Okay.
I think TSM needs something like a Spirit. I always feel like I say that on the last pick, but
well, there's only one left, and no one likes playing him.
some
Void Spirit?
people do.
Well, everyone likes
Void.
playing him, but
Have
no
you
one wants
seen
to.
Meteor
Earth.
Hammer Void Spirit?
Spirit,
Excuse me.
baby.
I have not.
It's
And did you
dog
just
shit.
say Vengeful and Breaker?
That's right.
Yeah.
Vengeful
They need
Spirit
an
mid,
active
go.
guy. They need a
Yeah.
guy that's going to get in there. You've got Lycan to push towers. You have 2 supports that like to be +1s. But you don't have the guy that got the invite to the wedding in the first place. Right? You've got the +1s, but you need the bridesmaid.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I'm missing something, because that type of hero does fit their draft, but I'm not... Whichever hero I think about, it doesn't impress me. It's not
No,
like, oh,
it's-
that's the one. Where it's
No,
like,
not into this lineup.
Tinker is awkward, but it kind of gives me like the... Could be crazy and good
What
enough.
about Zeus?
What?
Yeah, can, maybe.
Will he not just die?
Probably.
No.
I think he's too squish.
Pick Invoker.
I wouldn't mind that.
Tornado go brr.
Invoker
go, brr,
would
brr.
actually be pretty solid here. That would fit the bill for the Spirit type
Yeah.
hero, but Mana Drain, very solid against the DK and the Pango and the Naga.
I've loved Bryle's
Holy.
Invoker in this tournament so far.
What a sinister shot that was. I was... Chills, man. Chills.
I have to relook at it.
I think this is probably the Stranger Things music being played.
That's what I thought a couple
think
minutes
that
ago,
things are
too.
sinister.
What did you think it was last game?
The music?
Yeah, at the end. You're like... You asked the band, was that based on...
Oh, I thought it was Donkey Kong Country.
Oh, yeah.
It sounded like
what?
the water level that everybody hates.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it does sound like that. Donkey Kong Country. Shout outs to Nintendo.
Agreed.
Bro, relax. You want our screen
Calm
taken down? You're not allowed to say their name.
Oh, my bad.
Shadow Fiend.
What the hell?
That doesn't go in. This is a weird draw for sure.
Okay.
Why is Shadow Fiend not good?
It's just I think it makes Lion's purpose worse in the game. It's not like a bad hero by any means. It just kind of, yeah, it makes Lion sad.
I agree with you. For me, when I look at a draft, it looks a bit like sluggish in the mid game in terms of how TSM want to play around the map. Whereas for Gaiman, they're gonna push waves here. They have Moonlight Shadow. SF is very staticky. He has to like show his body to actually do things on the map. Same with Bloodseeker.
Glimpse people out.
And that's very scary when you have to commit to waves against Dragon Knight, Arrow, Moonlight Shadow, Pango Roll, and Naga Siren. So for me, it doesn't really hit the spot. I can see where maybe in the mid game they're looking for a timing with, we have these auras, we're gonna have Mjolnir, you're gonna have your one item BKB, we're gonna get Aegis and open up the map. But if that fails, then I think TSM, no bueno.
Yeah, I think TSM is really banking on Brawl, just having like an epic 1v5
Epic
pop
miracle
off
1v5 Reddit play.
SF sort of scenario, which SF can do it.
Can he do that against Pango?
Yeah, you know, you get Arcane Blade.
BKB, he
It's
just
possible.
goes and hit. I mean, you have to look at TSM's lineup. They have a lot more damage than Gaiman do. Like, I think Gaiman are incredibly low damage for a long time.
That is very true.
And it also sucks for Pango, who's like, okay, maybe it would be nice to rush a Lincolns, but I kind of need to buy this Diffusal Blade and kind of carry a bit of the damage. Because, yeah, they're
That's a
the rest
good
of the
point.
heroes
Yeah, he needs to build damage, which means Bloodseeker gets to counter him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he goes defensive anyway and they just play a hyper, like, play for some weird timing. I don't know.
Probably
Yeah.
Diffusal Lincolns on Pango. I think
With
it's
that
the-
in mind, the questions or the things we said that TSM should do in game 2 was more synergy, great overall last pick, and just stay alive in the lanes. Is all of those done? Are all of those done?
I think the first one, no, but the
No
rest is
synergy.
pretty good.
Their draft is better for themselves, I think. It's not, in my opinion, it's not amazing against what Gaiman have, but for them, it's better.
Okay, so you think this will be another tie? Which, by the way,
No.
would keep them
No,
alive.
I
not
don't
at
think
all.
so.
Oh,
Sorry.
So, did we mislead you?
Yeah.
No, we think Gaiman will take this game.
Gaiman will win.
okay. Yeah, that was a little misleading. It's
Oh,
like,
was it?
oh, you
My
know,
bad.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
I think it's a tie, Shiver.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can they do it? If TSM loses here, they are almost guaranteed out. I say that because there's a chance that everybody else loses too. No, if they lose here, yeah, there's a chance that they are almost out, or a tiebreaker depending on the other results. We do know Hellraisers is mathematically eliminated, but we don't know yet if TSM still has a shot. We're gonna find out. Can they win? Head over to ODPixel and Fog for the answer.
Thank you very much. CBS Game 2 now. TSM versus Gaming Gladiators. Fog, this time round, what do you make of the drafts? Last time you really liked what Gaming Gladiators had going. What do you make of it this time?
Whoa. That is a cool show. We should just keep it like that the whole time.
Look at full screen player cams over the gameplay. Love it.
I think it looks a little better from TSM, but I think Gaming just has such a beautiful draft. It's well-rounded, easy to set up ganks, easy to play. I think TSM's, it's a risky one. When you pick a Shadow Fiend with a Bloodseeker, with a Lycan, the playmaking has to come pretty much entirely from the two supports. You're playing with two of these right-clicking carries. Yes, the lane, of course, for the SF can go pretty well, and maybe he can snowball off of that to look to make some plays, but I'm a bit concerned for them. I think Gaming Gladiators draft, it's super well-rounded. It's what they play all the time, and it looks pretty damn good with what they're up against. The music with this is also pretty epic. This actually looks like a scary war shot of it's like the war memories with the background.
Felt like we're kind of doing some sort of like new age art, very arty presentation of some sort of way of watching Dota 2. But here we go, back to the classic way.
Yeah. All right, so let's see how it all ends up going down. So Lion, we've seen this a couple times from teams to be able to address Naga Siren in the mid game and stuff like that. You get your shard, you're draining, always farming the illusions and stuff like that. So that could be pretty decent, but it does make your lane a bit weaker. Lion, of course, has been traditionally not really looked as a strong laner overall. Only Kaka makes it work. Literally the only player in the world.
And did you like this last pick there for Bra?
I think it's just comfort, right? I think that's like the biggest thing that he wanted to go for here. I think it can definitely run into some pretty difficult stuff this game, since there's a lot of poke that comes out from Gaming Gladiators, and this is a hero that you're very often forced into a position to get that BKB early, and if they have ways of like poking and forcing it, the fights can be pretty scary afterwards. And yeah, with Pango, with glimpses and stuff like that, there's also a chance he just doesn't get the BKB off. There's a blink DK stun arrow. In a lot of situations, he could just die. So it's good for Brio, but for the game, I could see some concerns for it.
And does it matter that much for TSM that until sort of some kind of big items are online for the cause, all the playmaking, it's going to have to be done by their supports?
That's my worry. That's like literally the biggest thing that I was looking at that I'm pretty concerned about. I mean, Ari, yes, his Rubik is very good, but it's pretty reliant on what spells you can steal. He does have some decent ones, but we'll have to see how much they can get done, him and Whitemon. The same thing for Lion. You need a blink dagger. Their lineup, you need a blink on Lion to make initiation happen. There's no real initiation afterwards. You'll have to rely mostly on counter initiation. Like the Pango's rolling in, you get some type of rupture play, and then you're able to just somehow blow them up. Besides that, yeah, you have no way of starting the fight yourselves. Until later. Yeah, let's see how these lanes do end up going down. Bottom, DK should pretty much absolutely free farm. I actually see a pretty decent amount of kill threat down here. Even potentially onto both heroes. Tomato can't just get right-clicked and constantly poked down. Whiteman more than likely for anything to die. Quinn, definitely Brio has the potential to get solo kills. But has to be careful how much he pushes it. Oh my god. 12 HP.
I mean, in that mid lane matchup, does it ever sort of get to the state where the Pango can't lane, or are you always able to clear the wave out?
He might die. Ryle? Ooh. Bit of a rough one there.
A little off the mark, and now he's left pretty low on the regen. That was his last bottle charge, Bro. And no more mangoes, so no chance of surprising Quinn. What's he got coming out?
Mango.
He's getting another mango.
Yeah, I like the stick a lot versus Pango. Yep. He's always spamming, so. I think Quinn's too comfortable in all these matchups. He shouldn't get solo killed. You have too many different ways of just displacing yourself and getting away. And right now he's holding his own. 17-2 versus 15-1. However, how many mangoes were used? I mean, actually, they're like that even on net worth, so. Bottom, Tofu. Gets away.
It's going to be difficult to really get that set up, at least until there's a point in the hex or further in the stun.
Oh my, I think, wait, Celery, is he playing Undying? He has 9 mangoes. I mean, I love it, but it's funny. Kasane, he's in some trouble.
I got the glimpse. And that's going to do it. First blood here for Gaming Gladiators in the safe lane. Duracho takes it.
The mangoes, man. Celery literally went for like 9 mango build or something, or 8 mangoes. And went for 2 points in Thunderstrike. Pretty different. I mean, you don't see this as often anymore. You tend to just see the 1 point in people maxing glimpse and getting kinetic points, but wants that extra harassment. Pays off.
And we'll see if they can get more kills out of it on this top lane. With as much has been invested in the potential to make these early plays.
Going on Kastani immediately, right away. Up top. He does it. I mean, they do a good job of clearing the illusions, though. Duracho, they actually just right-click them down. He does have his Helm of Iron Will finished up. But he is being slowed down quite a lot. And the DK on the opposing side, Ace, he's just going to be able to chill down here. Celery.
And we've got the point in net to hold back Kasane. But Ari, on the right clicks alone, he's able to run Celery out the lane.
Nicely done. Good little body blocks. Honestly, even though he did die the one time, they're playing the lane top really well. Immediately when Duracho pops his illusions, they're clearing them out every single time and farming them. Ryle pulling slightly ahead inside that mid matchup now that he has boots, but Quinn has raindrop, so very unlikely he does get solo killed. And when Pango hits 6, there is always going to be kill threat onto a Shadow Fiend with any +1.
Absolutely, yeah, Braul's going to have to be careful with his positioning in that mid lane. Doesn't want to get caught around the stairs.
Ari.
He's got the Fairy Fire.
He's going to make him really work for it. They've got another Thunderstrike in a second. Okay, we'll be able to get him.
Another kill for Duracho. Definitely having the slowest time on the CS so far as the Naga Siren, but getting these early kills. Balance it all out here for Duracho's early game.
Again, though, they're going instantly aggressive. Kasane shows him again, and they're going to have another glimpse play for him. Disruptor is just so strong in these lanes. Pretty much in any lane nowadays. And Quinn, he will get the DD rune. They'll fill up Bryle's bottle. Supports all rotating to the mid lane. Quinn is 6. So gonna have to watch out for these rotations, perhaps from Tofu. He doesn't have arrow yet, though, so maybe wants to wait for that. Ace doesn't care at all down here. Stun up in 5 seconds. Can't quite go for Tomato just yet.
Are there any sort of like alternate builds that we could expect to see Ace go when he's playing the DK offlane?
No, I think you just go your Soul Ring Blink. I don't think you want to deviate in this game.
Top lane.
We'll get Celery.
And they do. The Wolves are in. And it's just the Wolves and Ari just focusing down Celery whilst Duracho's kind of occupied with trying to chase out Kasane.
This is the fun lane. Just constant battles back and forth.
Kind of tough to bring each core down now. Kasane with the early Helm of Iron Will and the high regen. Very hard for Gaming Gladiators to find the damage to kill the Lycan in the lane at this point.
Ari constantly at threats, but yeah, Kasane should be tanky enough very soon. And Quinn, I mean, he's ahead of the SF in the lane after all this time. After the first 7 minutes, they've actually set up Quinn perfectly. And when you pick the SF, it's about wanting to really dominate this type of lane, like versus your Embers, versus these melee heroes, and just wasn't the case here in the first 8 minutes. See what power rune's gonna happen. They're gonna make some rotations. They definitely have kill threat if they do get the disables onto Quinn.
Ari. He's gonna try with the setup.
They need the line closer.
They're gonna go for White Mom. They get the kill, but obviously TSM, they're in position up top to get the power rune. So Brawl finds an arcane.
He's got some stacks too to work on. Quinn gives a cheeky little smile.
A cheeky smile there from Quinn. Yeah, he's having a good one.
He's like, they gave me Pango again. Hey, they have a Bloodseeker though, so you know it's not the freest of Pango games, of course, but we have to imagine he's gonna itemize somehow. Diffusal Lincolns, something like that. Diffusal Blink, some type of adaptation. Ace, he's actually foregoing the Soul Ring since he's just getting fed wand charges. It's just going to be a straight rush for the Blink Dagger. It's going to be a quick one for him. He's absolutely free farming down bottom. Bryle stepping up a bit far, but he's got Whitemon.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a bait here. Whitemon's ready with the backup. The Hex is there into the Requiem. Another raise. That'll do it there, Quinn. Not quite prepared for Whitemon to be hanging around behind Bryle.
Great rotation. Bryle, Arcane Rune coming into play there, so he gets the extra raises up to stack him up. Yeah, Quinn got baited. And Dyrachyo is pretty much top of that net worth with now the SF. Getting this free farm up top. Because Kasani does a very good job of focus. This is every time that he summoned them, he instantly kills all the illusions. I'm very impressed with the way that they do play with that.
Back over in the mid. Quinn having to get a bit of revenge onto Whitemon with the help of Tofu.
Ace now, level 6. This cosmetic, oh man, it always gets me, I don't know. It's a blue dragon, but he's just level 6, of course. Yeah, super early blink gonna be available for him to get the lockdown onto SF in particular.
They're gonna go for Bryle in the river.
Do they have enough celery?
He's gonna get zapped by Ari, and I don't think Quinn's got enough damage to take down Bryle. He's got to roll away.
Tofu?
And both supports potentially in trouble. Tofu does have the leap stop. Somebody get out of the blood right will escape.
Nice rotations, and it's around 10 minutes, so siege creep is coming in. Bryle already has his Dragonlance finished up. He can start putting a beating onto this tower soon.
Yeah, some really nice early focus here from TSM around the mid. Making sure that Quinn not quite able to pop off as he would hope to.
I think they dewarded both of his mid wards as well, too. Yep, they did. So they got both the mid wards that Quinn was trying to protect himself with those rotations. All about shutting down Quinn. Name of the game. And they're keeping the stacks going too. So while they're making all these rotations, I'm liking this. I'm liking what these supports are doing. I liked what they did last game, honestly. Just was such an impossible situation that they were put in. They're getting the stacks going. They're moving around, so they're setting Bryle up for this success. On the flip side, though, Gaming looking to make a move for themselves. And, oh, okay. Ace has gone greedy.
Ace switched it up.
Okay.
You know, he got close to the money for the Blink Dagger, but when you do that, the temptation is always there to get the Midas. At least, you know, get it first. You get the Blink later.
Sure. I mean, he's going to be able to scale pretty hard then with that. And the scan, it actually connects on Tomato. They're going for the dive.
I know he's in it.
Oh, this is sneaky. Tomato, he's like, oh my god, what the?
They're going to find him. And he is indeed looking very dead. Caught in the Static Storm. Ooh, he's going to make it a little way out of there, but Tofu will manage to finish him off, and that'll be this tower going down.
He gives him the XD. I mean, that's one of those moments where you're just like, oh god, they're on top of me. What the hell happened? And yeah, tower taken, and they still have Dragon Form.
Oh, over in the mid, Quinn. He's going to get blasted here by Whitemon and the finger.
Doesn't respect the supports.
No, this mid lane, they're bullying Quinn now. He's died a couple of times in this spot where TSM, they've just had the numbers.
Tofu. Not able to take away the rune. Bryle now has a DD. Yeah, setting up the SF for success. They're rotating toward mid lane too. Kasani takes top, quickly comes toward mid.
That's good stuff. I mean, TSM, as we've seen pretty much, I believe in all but one of their series, they tend to lose game 1, but game 2, that's where they go for the win, and they get it. You know, at least historically in this league. And so far here in this game 2 of this series, it's looking definitely a whole lot better than the game 1 opening.
Absolutely. That's why we've been calling them Thai SM, of course. And yeah, taking over their enemy jungle. Very important. Moonlight Shadow's coming up, but it's a deep ward already spotted. So TSM, they have the vision to be able to watch the movement that's coming out from Gladiators right now. Very good preparation in this early game. Yeah, Bryle, he's set up to have a very early BKB, which can allow him to, you know, be that frontliner in a way as like a Shadow Fiend, which you don't usually see too often for his supports just to thrive. Cool stuff. They're going to hit a pretty damn good timing window where they can potentially just like force Roshans and stuff, right? Well, when they get the Helm of the Overlord, they have the BKB on the SF. That could be an indicator just to get straight into Rosh if they see Gaming Gladiator split up away from it. Some really good stuff here in these first 13 minutes. Gaming, of course, they're still farming just fine. It's just a couple of these deaths definitely from Quinn have slowed him down significantly. Tofu.
Whitemon. He's going to get the setup, and in with a raise and a right click. Tofu's out. He's out.
And the Static Storm that isn't going to accomplish anything.
No, this mid area of the map has just not been a good place for Gaming Gladiators to make moves. TSM. I mean, what do you do about this if you're gaming? You just don't want to come here anymore.
You have to wait for Ace when he has Blink. I mean, the fact that he went Midas is what's kind of causing some of these plays to be able to happen from TSM. Now they even spot it too with the Wolves. So they know that Ace, he's actually just killable, and he doesn't have that Dream initiation that he probably wanted as early as he may have needed, so.
And Bryle, he's looking for the setup here.
Ace, there's an Invis rune from Bryle.
He's really waiting for that perfect Requiem opportunity. He'll go for it now. He's going to be able to clip them from the side, separate them. There's enough to allow them the space to take down Celery. See if they can chase out Ace as well. He's going for the TP.
He's got the Stolen Stun. Wait, did the Ogre just stop him? The Ogre stunned Ari.
Stopped him.
Oh.
Ari couldn't get in for the Dragon Tail, right?
Oh,
because of the Ogre.
That was planned by Ace, of course. Yeah, he tipped. I mean, that is one of the funniest things I've seen in a while.
These goddamn Ogres.
Oh my god. I mean, Ace was for sure dead if he gets stunned there. Oh, man.
We'll have it again here. Ari grabs the Dragon Tail, and he just can't quite get there.
Oh my goodness. You can't make that up. Sunny dropping low top. They're making a rotation with Quinn. His defusal timing is much slower than usual. Now Ace has Blink, so now they can actually make plays on their own. But TSM have gotten quite a bit of space from these moments. I mean, Bryle, he's going to have BKB very soon. Got it.
Alright, top lane Daracho. He'll pick up another. Yeah, this been honestly, kind of Whitemon and Bryle just been able to set up a lot between the two of them.
Yeah.
Bryle 105, getting heavily involved. Yeah, really good timing on this BKB. They're going to actually smoke up before it's done.
They've got the Helm of the Overlord too, so I think they can maybe force a Roche if they get any type of pick off. If they can even force like a Rolling Thunder from Quinn, then they can just go straight to Roche afterwards. The DD spawns bottom. Another, I mean, a beautiful thing if they do want to go for setting up this Roshan.
Yeah, Bryle's going to be able to grab that. So DDSF.
There's big stuff here in gaming. I mean, they're still positioned around this ward that caught them earlier, so they're completely under vision. This ward is doing so much work. But Bryle, still no BKB.
He's going to start it off as well. He's straight in with the Blink Dragon Tail onto Bryle. Bryle in trouble. He's got the stick charges. He'll try and get a few razors off, but Bryle's gone. Whitemon, he's not TPing out of here. The glimpse is available. Whitemon also left behind. Ace even able to get off the Midas there, nice and smoothly, but indeed that fight happening at a time where Bryle, I believe, is about 100 goals short of the BKB.
Oh man, that is so unfortunate for him. Doesn't go for the safe farm to finish it up. They could have had a big window there to be able to get the ball rolling even more so, but now Gaming hitting back, and that's the Ace Blink reveal. Immediately gets them with the best kill they could possibly get.
Yeah, he's going to hit some good timings with his items this game. He gets that good speed on the Midas, and then as soon as he gets the Blink afterwards, immediately setting up some good action here for Gaming.
Radiant are scanning.
They're scanning. They're actually thinking that Gaming may have got into the Roche pit, but Gaming actually splitting up and farming. Quinn, he is going to be going down that build, of course, the Lincolns after the defusal, and of course he always gets it. He gets the Brigand's Blade, gets blessed. Bryle has BKB DD. I think you try to force the Roche.
Let's see if they get away with it.
It's gonna die pretty quick. How long on Rolling Thunder? It's gonna be back up in a second.
I mean, they know they're in there.
This is now a bit scary. Will Gaming look to strike? TSM.
Trying to keep wall coverage here. They're going to be able to set up with the stun into the finger. Tomato, he'll head over to finish off Celery.
Nicely done.
That should be, it is enough for them to get the space, get the Roche, get this Aegis on Bryle. So Aegis and BKB now in the SF. Bryle feeling super strong.
Good stuff. Has to be, as I was mentioning before, there's still those concerns a little bit for the SF, is just how he uses the BKB. They have plenty of ways to poke and prod versus it. But this is, I mean, great stuff from TSM. Even though, less than 1K lead at the moment for Gaming Gladiators, TSM doing some nice movements here. Got to keep the ball rolling, though. Keep pressuring. BKB soon on the horizon for Tomato. They want to start looking to take top and take over this jungle to shut down this Naga. Dyrachyo, He's doing Naga Siren things. He's cutting the mid wave, cutting the bottom wave with his illusion, so he's going to get his own semi-push kind of going. Whitemon, his Blink Dagger is not at a bad timing by any means. I mean, for a Lion, 19 minutes.
Gaming Gladiators unlikely to do anything about these tier 2 pushes. TSM getting the space. See how much more that they can push for under these next few minutes of having the Aegis. They will lose that tier 1 mid. Also pressure onto their own tier 2 down bottom right now.
TSM has to keep applying tons of pressure, though. They have to keep looking for these moves. Duracho is getting pretty damn massive. I believe he's got his Orchid finished up, so now he can even look to get involved in some fights with his team. Pupil's Gift, of course, too, so allows him to be able to fight. One of the better items on these edgies. Tomato. Tomato. Uh-oh. He might just get soloed here. Can Quinn finish him?
I mean, he did get the rupture off onto Quinn, and
Can't
Quinn did cut. Oh, 5 down bottom. They're going to burst Celery low with a finger. Not quite enough to kill him straight away. And in fact, it's going to be Whitemon that ends up dying. Duracho using the song just to make sure the two of them get out if there's any further backup coming in from TSM. So they get the kill. And Celery appreciating Duracho helping him get out of there.
That's a big play. Shapeshift was used from Kasane, so the Lycan now can't go for many aggressive plays early for these next like 90 seconds or so. He's able to get them both out. Quinn does not get the solo kill though. It was close.
It was. I think he sort of he came out of the roll a bit too early, right? When he went for the bounce, he didn't get that secondary stun.
He was just, I mean, just scared because of the rupture, right? Maybe could have done a better job to set up for it there, but
yeah, I think even if he does connect a second time before the rest of his combo, yeah, the rupture and the runaway is still going to be a play.
Yeah, it was close because he had the arcane rune, so it was very, very close to him getting that secondary spell usage, but. 3K lead, though, gaming for TSM. You have to just continue to try to pressure, though. Use your wolves to scout. Look for these aggressive plays anytime people are showing on these side lanes. Right now, Ace is showing bottom. He does not have his BKB, so potential to maybe go for him here. We did see Ace go for another farming item, too. He went for the shard rather than going straight BKB, so they're playing to delay the game, and they're playing to farm, which makes a lot of sense with the draft that they've been given.
Dire are scanning.
TSM. What's their next move? You've got 2 supports hanging around Brawl in the mid. Tomato. Trying to get that Mjolnir done next. And they do have some eyes on him top. Both Quinn and Tofu around. Tomato's playing it careful. Some pretty aggressive lines there on the map. I think that's Tomato saying that he wants all the lanes shoved.
Yeah. He wants to be able to farm in a position aggressively, but he has to be super careful up top because if he gets chain stunned, then he's just gonna if he gets stunned from the Pango, he's gonna get arrowed and likely to drop. Yeah, they're gonna push mid. Shapeshift is back up for Kasane. Whitemon even this is a cute little play there. Whitemon actually dragging the bottom creep wave to his mid lane just to stop some of that pressure that's coming up from Duracho. But Duracho at the same time takes the mid wave, but it's not gonna matter. They will get that tier 2. Still making good moves, but getting out-farmed. Static Storm still stolen on Ahri, but it's going to tick away in the next 20 seconds or so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now Quinn does have the protection, not only versus the Rupture, but also versus like that Blink Hex and stuff like that. Yes, there's ways to play around it, but they're just farming it up. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they just want to play that later stages of the game. Maybe they're hitting a timing here, though. BKB on Ace, Lincoln's on Quinn. This is a fight they can absolutely take.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bryle has to be very careful. They do have the shard on Ahri. Okay, so Ahri, he did rush picking up that one to try to protect his buddy. As we've seen multiple times, especially versus Disruptor, how useful that shard can be with the lift. Gaming is going for the long wraparound.
Radiant's courier.
I'm going to reveal there. Quinn taking out the courier.
It's 2 couriers. Okay.
A couple of couriers, but TSM's now going to know what's coming their way.
Dyrachyo also has a heart. I mean, this is pretty big triple timings from the side of Gaming Gladiators. TSM.
Gaming Gladiators does have the high ground positioning, but TSM, yeah, they're very much set up in a way around these trees that they themselves are ready to react if Gaming Gladiators go for this move.
Yep, they have that ward still on the high ground there a bit too. It's going to start getting taken out there from Dyrachyo. And now TSM has to be a bit cautious. Positioning has kind of been broken here. Whitemon.
They get the stun. Ace is in with the Dragon Tail. They're trying to separate Brawl from the rest of the team. He will be able to get the BKB off. He's going to go for the BKB TP.
They have the full run on
He'll
TSM.
get out of there. We'll see if the rest of them can escape. Kasani running with the ult. Has got the movement speed to keep the distance from Quinn. Tomato turns with the BKB and the Rupture onto Quinn. Quinn, he's going to die. The Rupture will do it. Quinn ends up bleeding out. As Tomato deals with the Pango. And they themselves, TSM, they only lose Ari.
Guess he didn't get the cancel up of the roll up at the end of the base there. He rolled just a little bit extra and does end up dying. Nice play, Tomato. Not bad for TSM. Yes, it's a BKB and stuff, but they get a pretty big kill on the Pango, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, Tomato's going to be very happy with that one.
Yep.
He's now pretty much got the money to get the Mjolnir done.
Mm-hmm. And Whitemon now after that too, he has Shard. So every time Dyrachyo sends his illusions, just quickly deleted. Gives you a lot of farm on a Lion. Do it again. Yum, yum.
Still positioned pretty aggressively here, Dyrachyo.
They thought it was an illusion.
They're going to try and move towards him. Full Daedalus done on Bryle.
Still hitting some pretty good timings on them. And yeah, can they continue to shut down Quinn?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Close game here.
Bryle, he finds an invis. He's going to maybe see if he can catch Quinn here top, but Quinn, he's already going out with the TP, so...
He's going to go join his team.
No one to be found. Bryle was hoping to catch Quinn backing up along the wave, but already gone.
That would have been incredible for TSM if they found him again there. Roche, 20 seconds. It's a quick spawn. 40 seconds total, but 20 left on it.
And TSM do take it down really nicely with this SF, so, and especially with the AC done as well now on Kasani. So any sort of kill they're able to get, that's going to open up Roche for them.
They have super high physical damage. All this minus armor, presence of Dark Lord, Howl, AC. Heroes will die fast if they can get on them.
And Whitemon is going to try and get in with a blink, but Ace immediately... Oh! Okay, unfortunate timing there, but I've got the crash on Dyrachyo's PC.
Oh, and this is always the awkward moments that we run into.
I mean, what's going to happen after this, though?
Who knows?
I mean, obviously, yes, Stellar, apology, because indeed it's just awkward. Always awkward to, unfortunately, have the technological issues during these moments.
Now, the thing is, Tomato has options to pick and choose who he wants to rupture. Because Quinn, his Lincoln is broken. Ace is spotted. They don't see Quinn for a second here, but...
Well, Tomato's a bit far out, right?
It's a little further, yeah.
So, honestly, I think Ace is just going to... He's just going to spam TP. Right, they're just going to get out, right? Do Gaming want to fight? I think they're just going to run.
I think they might just run, yeah.
So they'll just run. And I think Ace, he can maybe try for an instant TP.
Let's see. Yeah, he's out.
Free fire and a TP that gets him away.
Is that enough for them to secure a Roche, though? BKB and DK form down.
They do it so quickly.
I think they should check it at least.
They could take it super quickly here, TSM.
Ari also stole Dragon Form, which honestly isn't not that bad. Now that they fixed the bug that was happening for a while where you always just got the Fireball even without Shard. He has Shard, so he gets Fireball from it. So it's not a bad steal by any means. Especially he's able to get Dragon Tail afterwards while he has it active. They scout the Roche. Yeah, I think they should probably look to go straight in there without the BKB on the DK. Kasani's going to start it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is a big one, too. This is that Shard, so... Actually, I guess they didn't expect to get it that quickly because I was like, Tomato, this is a great one for him, being able to get it on the Bloodseeker for free. But it's not bad on Bryle anyway.
Yeah, just give it a Bryle.
Yeah, it's pretty damn good on him anyway.
It's quite nice as well. A lot of damage.
Yep.
And yeah, that extra bit of a fear, another way to sort of push heroes about, especially heroes that have been ruptured.
Mm-hmm.
Force them to take an extra bit of damage.
Bryle, feeling very confident.
He's going to get jumped.
Maybe too confident.
A little too confident indeed. He's...
Oh, BKB. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh.
That's not when you want to press the BKB button.
Oh, no.
So now they're in with the Rolling Thunder. And Bryle, he's life-stealing up only just for the one hit.
Dyrachyo.
But maybe Tomato can come in with a cleanup. As Tomato, he's ready to turn up to the fight here with the BKB and the Miona. Charges in, takes down Quinn. As by the looks of it, they didn't need Bryle. As this is just the cleanup here from Tomato.
Tomato.
He's taking down 3 of them, Tofu and Celery. They're having a run.
He just deletes heroes, running right through them. It was a bait. That's what Bryle will say.
The plan all along there.
And window to push. Kasane, he doesn't chase heroes. He goes straight down the mid lane.
Well, there you go.
Okay,
It was the big brain time to pressure BKB.
I mean, we'll give him the credit.
Big brain move there.
We'll give him the credit for it, at least.
Yeah. And Tomato's doing fantastic this game. 5-1-0. Super farmed. He's going to go for the Basher next after picking up this Blink. Ooh. And Whitemont.
He'll find another one.
He's going to be able to catch Celery. Another finger stack for him. He's up to a nice, healthy 3 here so far.
Alrighty. That was... I guess the Bloodright caught Dyrachyo after he used Manta, because he was silenced,
the Naga Siren just disappeared at the start of the fight.
Yeah, I didn't even see how he walked into it, because I guess he just got completely controlled and silenced and had nothing to really do about it. All right, Bryle. I mean, definitely not the most optimal BKB usage for himself, but for his team,
it
sure.
works out for the team. It absolutely works out for the team.
And now he finds a DD top. Quinn having the roughest game we've seen on his Pango. 0-4-7. The Bloodseeker Rupture is constantly being thrown onto him. The early game ganks that they set up onto him. They've chunked that net worth lead all the way down.
A nice one here for the catch as well. They get the headband. They get it over to one of the supports.
Who wants it? It's maybe Ari, because he's got the lift save for his buddies. Whiteman's going to be using Ceremonial Robe. They're going to pass over... They bought a gem too, so they're going to pass over that gem to Kasane to control vision of the next few moments as well. Ace level 18. Aghanims is online, so he is also... I mean, he's still transitioning into a core himself. Game's still very close, but you can see, I mean, Tomato, the amount of damage that he's able to do. He even goes for a blink himself, so he's really looking to just get in the face of these heroes.
Yep. We'll see how much of a difference Dyrachyo's BKB makes for him. As Whitemont's in.
Whoa!
He's going to start the fight. I mean, he ends up tanking the Static Storm.
Bryle, he might have to bop BKB for if there's a glimpse.
Let's see what his plan is this time around. I'll pop it now.
Okay.
I mean, he's happy to sort of be in on top of them, obviously, when he puts the BKB, because he does a hell of a lot of damage.
Still had the DD. They want to try to catch him again, though.
Nice. Good jump. He's in with the Dragon Tail. Ari able to separate him a little bit with the Telekinesis.
Song.
There's the setup, and they got the follow-up. So what they want to go for here, they're going to go towards the 3 of them underneath the tier 2 tower. Look for the supports first. As they'll be able to take down Ari. Bryle will get the Requiem off though. Dyrachyo's got to be a little bit careful. Sure, he's got the BKB, but he's still taking quite a bit of a punch here with these physical right clicks from Bryle.
Ace.
Also has to be a bit cautious. He'll try for the BKB TP, but the damage from the SF's too much.
Bryle, I mean, the damage he's able to do. He still had DD for quite some time. I think it just starts to wear out toward the end of that fight there. He's getting some humongous crits.
Yeah, it was pretty much, at least for about 80% of that action.
Yep.
I mean, the BKBs, you know, sure, they're very much necessary, of course, on Gaming Gladiators, but they don't make you invulnerable. Yeah, nope. A lot of physical, huge amounts. There's this right-click SF, the AC of the Lycan. Yeah, we're seeing sort of like these 900 damage hits coming out from Bryle, especially when he had this DD.
Yeah, like honestly, I think I saw like 1,000 or something like that. It was pretty ridiculous how hard he's hitting these very quote-unquote tanky heroes with high armor.
Yeah, and takes the fight nicely here. Pops the Requiem just in case anyone was going to push forward. You know, so it only ends up pushing Ace back a little bit, but just gives them that time to kind of get the fight in a position where Gaming Gladiator is there to try and retreat.
Bryle, BKB, does come back active. He also has another power rune, arcane rune, and now he's hit 20. So that big damage talent, it's in. Free 60 damage for him also in these fights.
Yeah, it's definitely fights where Gaming Gladiators, they've got to get on top of this SF.
Yep.
Otherwise, Bryle, I mean, that's the problem now at this point, honestly. Either Bryle or Tomato is going to clean up both of these cores, do insane amounts of damage if the fights go on.
They're keeping the scaling going really nicely too, because SF, even when he hits 25, he's going to just be able to delete the Naga Siren illusions constantly, on top of what we've seen from the Lion. Like Whitemon, every time Dyrachyo uses any type of mirror images, just sucks them and deletes them.
A Whitemon. Don't get caught here.
Bryle.
Look at this jump with the Dragon Tail.
The arrow.
The Rolling Thunder's there to follow up. They're able to chain stun him. They're not able to grab him out of this one. Ari tries to save him, but there's no saving him in that situation. Too much control from Gaming Gladiators.
They kind of... Okay, they can't get quite another one. Kasani, he is fast enough to get away. Massive kills for Gaming. Always a difficult thing for the Shadow Fiend. It's just these chain stuns. Lane's in an okay position, but Dyrachyo, he has sent his illusions to go push it out, and they actually are potentially going for another catch here. Ace.
Ace will be tempted to dive.
He knows where he is. He's right on top of him.
He
no way.
Finds him. I mean, they had great awareness of Ace.
That was sick.
Knowing exactly what spot in the trees he's trying to hide it. Tomato does kill off Celery.
Tomato might be able to just clean up.
I mean, quick. They've already had to start TPing out. Ace might not have that luxury. He's got the BKB.
Uh-oh. He's got a blink.
Oh. And they've got the stun. Ari with the Dragon Tail catches him. And I believe Tomato was even able to drop an XD in the middle of that play. And Dyrachyo, he will get out with the BKB TP. But yeah, TSM again in these situations where, sure, Bryle's dead, but I mean, Tomato, he's still got to do the work. So, you know, what you've got to deal with both of these heroes. Taking one of them out of the game does not put TSM in a point where they're not ready to fight.
No, I'm very impressed with how Tomato's been able to do this. He's level 21. I mean, oh my God, he's drawing everywhere on the map. He's very excited this game, it seems like.
Yeah.
But some really good I mean, Ace, he thought that he caught the Lycan, but ended up catching himself and some of his teammates too. Multiple BKBs being forced. TSM, what do they do with those BKBs being on cooldown since Dyrachyo's is down?
And what does Tomato go for his next time, do you reckon? He's got a fair bit of money building up, and he's got a slot free to fill.
That's actually a good question. He's a little fragile. That's the one thing I'm a little worried about. So I'm not 100% sure. Butterfly always feels incredible if you want to just like stand toe-to-toe versus something like Naga because she can't itemize versus it. Could be an option for him. Or he can maybe just do something like the Scotty and stuff. We'll see. Or maybe just like a Satanic to take up Bryle. This time he does get the BKB off.
Radiant's middle tower is under
See if they can go for him after the BKB. It's not easy though. The full lineup of TSM ready to fight.
Whitemon tanks the arrow. There's illusions coming. Oh, doesn't actually lift him.
Dyrachyo, he's going to try and get in onto Tomato, but Tomato puts the BKB and he's ready to turn.
He's fighting him.
He's more than happy to stand his ground against Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo puts the BKB in the stone trying to escape, but the right click of Bryle takes him out. As Dyrachyo, he just went for it. He blinked in, tried to challenge Tomato. It wasn't going to work out for him, Fogged.
That was a big risk. He's dead for a very long time, 60 seconds. Gaming Gladiators, they're completely surrounded.
Ari's ready to go for more. Leads him with the telekinesis. Ace tries to jump in with the Dragon Tail. They've got the follow-up Rolling Thunder and the Static Storm, but Tomato, he's able to step out to the side. They'll lose Ari. Kasani, he has his BKB. Bryle getting some good hits in onto Ace. Ace down to half HP. Get up to the high ground, trying to keep his distance away from Tomato.
Ace.
He's got to be careful.
He's being
the
bold.
BKB, but again, these right clicks from Bryle, they hurt.
Oh.
One more and Ace will go down. He's got to keep his distance. He's up to the high ground again.
Oh my God! I mean, they're playing with fire here, poking and prodding.
Bryle.
I
mean, he feels strong.
Top lane is dying. The tower has been brought incredibly low.
I have to put the fortification.
I mean, the shard from the Lycan, it's always that invisible pressure that comes out. It was happening bottom for some time. Now it's going for top.
And sort of as close as the game is in terms of numbers, 20 to 16, 2K lead for TSM, it very much feels that the difference is for Gaming Gladiators, they can't really fight without Dyrachyo.
No.
But obviously for TSM, Bryle or Tomato, if one of them's dead, it's fine. They can absolutely still fight very strong with sort of how much one of these cores offers.
Dyrachyo just has to be much more careful. He has to give a lot more respect to how much damage they deal. The physical damage is absurd. He literally blinked into the face of Tomato and challenged him. They're going to smoke up. What are the cooldowns looking like? BKB is up. Bryle.
They want to go for him. They get the Dragon Tail, but Whitemon's able to jump in, come in with the Hex. Is it going to be enough time for Bryle to get the BKB off? It is. Bryle pots the BKB.
He's got to run, though.
Keep his distance from Duracho. And they'll back off with this one, TSM.
These supports keep getting picked off, though. 40 seconds, Gaming. They want to look for more.
Roshan's going to be up there very, very soon. 15 seconds until Roche.
They both kill it at such a insane rate. Now the AC's finished up for Ace.
I believe that's actually an ACE.
Mm-hmm.
Get it?
And it's botted. Okay. There's no Pango here right now. So they do lack a little bit of his minus armor. It's still dropping very quick, but it's scouted. 15 seconds till line is back available.
Do they want to do it? They want to go.
Sure do.
They got to get it quick, though, TSM.
It's dropping.
And in
they
fact,
get
with
the arrow.
Arrow connecting, yeah, they're going to go with this. Ace jumps in with the BKB in with the Dragon Tail. Ari used the telekinesis to get Bryle away, but there's the jump forward. Duracho is in on top of the SF. They get the glimpse back. Bryle's gone.
What an arrow.
80 seconds now. They can push on and at least try and force out this buyback.
Oh my god, almost getting another arrow connection.
Oh, and another jump. Whitemon tries to turn with the mana drain, but Ace is in with the Dragon Tail, catches it.
And Ari.
They'll find Ari in the trees.
Uh-oh. Things are falling apart.
They can get quite the push going now down this mid lane, Gaming Gladiators.
The execution from Gaming is honestly quite beautiful. The way they're getting these jumps. They instantly break Lincoln, stun in his face, get on top of him with everybody. Multiple times onto Bryle. It's always the risk for the SFs. Bryle has been playing pretty damn phenomenally, but it's just difficult when there's so many things getting on him. And these supports, they're so fragile. They try to save their buddy multiple times, but then they get caught in a static storm. They get caught inside near the Pango with the Rolling Thunder. And yeah, I mean, Tofu absolutely coming in clutch. Just a stray arrow catches Bryle on the knee.
Yeah, it sets up so much. And so that chain reaction now down the mid, down the bottom.
They don't want to buy back either.
2 lanes here where Gaming Gladiators putting the pressure on. They have fortification, TSM.
But the push is fast. 10 seconds for SF.
Let's see how much they can get.
Not going to fall.
All right, they're going to back off. They'll respect the fact that Bryle's up in a few.
They still have, what, some cooldowns as well, too, I believe. Actually, they still had everything. They're just, yeah, respecting it.
And they'll settle for just getting all the lanes shoved in, move up towards this top, get the tier 2.
Secure the tier 4 neutral items as well.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Game was looking pretty neck and neck, but Gaming Gladiators with these last few moments have really started to kick things together for themselves, getting these catches. And Tomato, I mean, he's still 8-1, but he's having to run in a lot of these situations because Bryle does get caught initially.
Now opted for the Lincoln Sphere, and now just wants to be working towards that late game refresher.
Okay. They just have, as we've seen, they have so many ways of just popping the Lincolns, though. I can see why he wants to do it, though. These chain stuns are strong from Gaming. Timeless Relic being picked up now for the side of Gaming Gladiators. And a Ninja Gear on Duracho. This is always a dream item on pretty much any of these carries.
Absolutely, especially when you're playing with the Blink as well.
Yeah.
Really nice for catching them by surprise with the jump from the smoke.
And we're seeing Quinn adapt. Since there's such immense physical damage, he now has a Shivas. They're all starting to pick up these items to address that physical damage that TSM does have that's incredibly strong. Next timings for TSM, I mean, the big one is really going to be Bryle's 25 and Kasani's Aghanims. But fights are starting to get quite a bit more complicated because of all this chain stun that comes out. And, I mean, the supports just get deleted. Controlling the map. DD rune spawns top. TSM now trapped inside the base. Okay, I was checking who had the refresher shard. They have it on Ace right now. It wasn't really the one that I would have expected it to be on, but... Have been seeing a lot of tricky plays with a bunch of these teams, though, where they quickly pass off these refreshers in the midst of the team fights. Is that yeah, it's a full satanic now for Ace also. So he is, I mean, very, very tanky himself. 48 armor.
I mean, yeah, they could throw themselves into the high ground, honestly.
And he can also, with the refresher shard, he can blink, stun.
Yep.
Right? So he can really change somebody.
He's going to look to go straight for Whitemon. Ace is able to get the jump as well onto Bryle. They're in onto the SF under the tier 4 towers. Bryle, he's just dead.
He didn't even need the second Dragon Tail. The arrow connected.
We'll definitely have to consider the buybacks here, as it will come out from Whitemon.
Ace did pop the refresher shard, so he will have another form of full dragon form immediately right after this one does wear out. Anyone who steps up, they always have the Lincoln's break.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere here, Gaming Gladiators. They'll go for a second set of racks. What do you do if you're TSM? Do you have to use this buyback, or you're letting a second set of racks go down?
Honestly, you might be forced to, but it does not feel good to do it. I mean, 50 seconds, they can just keep going. Okay, they'll throw it a Rupture to Rachio.
Oh, Ace.
Ooh, nice little blink. Bryle's really trying to hang on to this buyback, though. This is a risk. I mean, Gaming, I'd imagine they just try to force it. Dragon form, as we said, it's back up because he used the refresher earlier to try to chain stun.
I mean, especially, you know, it hits the hardest when it's kind of in these 20 seconds where the buyback feels even more painful if you have to use it.
I'm pretty surprised that he hung on to it, Owen.
As Ace, he's in with the jump. Ari, he'll end up getting burnt down by the dragon. Ari will buy back immediately, but yeah, Bryle really wanting to protect his buyback. Tomato will charge in aggressively over towards Celery.
He's a wolf.
He's in with the BKB. He turns his attention over towards Ace. Ace in a fair bit of trouble. He's got the BKB off himself, Ace. See if he can live through this. He'll be able to get the fireball down on the ground. He'll finally die, but the BKB for Tomato's worn off. Tomato, he'll turn towards Tofu, but the leaps are there. Tomato's out of the game. Whitemon's gone. Tomato's got buyback, but Whitemon does not. See if they can get Dyrachyo. They've got the Rupture, but the cheese is swallowed. Dyrachyo, he's also got the Song. The Song is there, over to the side. Quinn takes down Bryle. Bryle will have to buy back this time. As Dyrachyo, he was able to walk off with the Song. Quinn.
Can they get him? They can.
He will get caught. So, a defense of sorts, but cost them 3 buybacks. And they do still end up losing that melee racks in the top lane. Just the range racks remaining on Tomato.
Tomato!
He's gone out to hit the entrance,
no.
but Dyrachyo and Tofu, they were there! And that's a dieback.
I mean, the game is in a very difficult state anyway, but he gets caught, and now it's the end.
That does kind of seal the deal.
And it's amazing.
Oh, he played so clean this game, but it really wasn't enough.
Yeah, frustrations towards the end, understandably so. Yeah, he put his heart into it, this one. But those last few moments, the base just getting taken away from them.
90 seconds. I mean, they're going to be able to respawn with Ace and run down
mid.
Yep, DD spawns bottom as well, too. A blessing, of course, even more so for Gaming. And Dyrachyo's just committing.
Clean up the Megas.
He's like, screw it. Dyrachyo says, get out of my game. Oh, boy.
And they definitely have their chances this game, TSM, but Gaming Gladiators, they've looked really good this league. And, you know, it's wins like this that they show you exactly why.
Honestly, Tofu and Ace, the way that they... I'll give some credit to Celery, too, because he's the one breaking the Lincolns a lot of the times with the glimpse, super far distance, but the way they changed
just picked up 2 hexes as well.
Oh, my God.
They're ready to shut it down.
Even more disables, as we've seen, have been... I mean, the disables have been everything, really, for me, from Gaming. The way that they're just catching and controlling heroes. At 35 minutes, game state was pretty much dead even. And then you can... I mean, we can pull up the graph, and it says quite a bit there of how much those consecutive plays from Gaming, chain stunning, catching Bryle really added up. You see very few of those green dots in those last 10, 12 minutes.
Yeah, big items coming out for Gaming Gladiators. On top of the big ones they already had. Overwhelming blink done for Ace. I believe Celery is very close to being able to treat himself to the Aghanims to close things up.
Oh, sure, why not?
Just trying to find that final bit of gold here in the jungle.
They're giving it to him. He's like, give me the next wave as well.
Yeah.
No, the Mega Creeps, they're going to take them all. Aww. He gets a wolf. TSM fought hard in this game, but it was a difficult one. Who thought they were up against with how Gaming plays. Stuck in the base now versus these Megas.
just waiting here for Gaming Gladiators to come and to deliver them the final blow.
Lane's pushing in. Is anything big? Are they waiting for anything? I mean, they have a lot of gold saved up, and yeah, the Aghanims is now coming up for Celery. So maybe he was just saying, let's just be as careful as possible. They might even, honestly, they might even wait for the next Roche just to be as safe as possible.
Yeah, they could.
Tomato, he's memeing now at this point. Blinks into the arrow. You see him smiling a little bit in his camera. They know the inevitable. And now they're not going to wait for the Roche. Looks like they're going to enter. Maybe.
They don't have Quinn with them. No, they're in no rush here, Gaming Gladiators.
No, not in a rush by any means. How's SF doing? Is Bryle 25? Not just yet. It's going to take a pretty massive throw from Gaming Gladiators for TSM to have this one, but maybe Bryle, if he's able to farm Rapier, farm 25, that could be the 1%. Yeah, they're actually, okay. Yeah, they're being as careful as possible. Waiting for Roche. It's coming in 5 seconds.
Yeah. I'll see that it's up now.
Why not? Give Dyrachyo an Aghanim so he can reel people in. Give it a Quinn, of course. I'm just kidding.
Well, they might, I mean, they might for the memes, you know.
Maybe for the memes, yeah.
33k lead.
I mean,
Mega
Quinn,
creeps.
Quinn almost level 28, though, so he'll have the shield crash talent also if he does want to. I mean, if you really want to just be as try-hard as possible.
So yeah, Dyrachyo,
he'll take it. He's like, nope, I'm reeling people in.
There we go.
Because you know what? When he has Ag Static Storm also, it does make sense. You sleep everyone, you reel someone into it as well, too.
Oh, that's true.
So it's a lot of fun for the memes.
Get someone else into the combo.
You're like, oh, Rubik, you want to pull someone out of my kinetic field? Get over here.
I'll see if they get... They might even look to go for some fountain diving here, honestly, Gaming Gladiators.
They might as well.
Yep.
They are that strong. Entering with the Moonlight.
And here we go.
Okay.
They're looking. Who do they want to go
Ari.
for?
They want Ari because they have to stop the save. But they're actually just going to go for Bryle. Okay. I mean, he can just lift him out.
All right.
Whoopsie.
All right.
Whatever.
Easy counter there for Ari, but indeed, they'll still lose Kasani. Kasani will have the buyback straight away. He's going to be able to bite Tomato.
Watch him go, the wolf. Can he do anything?
He's going to have to hold his ground for a bit. The Rupture's there. Use the Requiem to try and push them back, but won't quite catch on.
Oh, and he tanks an arrow.
And they're going to be able to follow up with the Hex, but at the same time, Tomato is going to try and get in on top of Ace, but he has to back off himself now with the BKB. Kasani, he's in on the front lines, will get his BKB off and manages to make it back to the fountain, but Whitemon's gone, has got buyback available. Bryle, however, does not.
GG.
It's still on cooldown, and indeed, GG is called. Gaming Gladiators will take this series, both game wins, 2-0 against TSM. As, yeah, this game too, TSM, for the first sort of half of it, it looked good, right? They got off to a good start. They kept it close. It looked like they were going to sort of hit these timings. Both Tomato and Bryle got very strong. But Gaming Gladiators, as I say, in the fashion that they've been able to close up so many games here in this league, the late game play, it's perfect. The coordination is there, and TSM, they just get caught a little all over the place.
The coordination really is the big thing, and just the chain stuns multiple times. Bryle, he has to pop BKB or he dies. Even if he does pop in some situations, it doesn't feel great. Like you said, you know, up to 35 minutes, pretty damn even, but Gaming, yeah, they just got these huge fights and great synergy coming in.
Absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Gaming Gladiators continue to roll in the wins here as they'll get both against TSM 2-0.
A 2-0 indeed, and I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but little did TSM know that if they would have won this game, they would have had 7 wins, and they would have most likely been through. At the moment, for TSM, their chances of making it through to the next group stage are in the hands of Entity, who is right now playing against Aster, and they are ahead at the moment of me saying this. But the Aster has an anti-mage, and there's still a chance that Aster can make a comeback, because if Aster win that one, they are through. If Aster lose that game against Entity, then there will be a tie. And that's not just between Aster and TSM. No, Execration will be joining that mix as well. It would make a 3-way tie. So that is the status right now. But how did it get to this? Because this game was... It started off actually very close. It started off with TSM doing very well. I'm joined by Sheep, Kezu, and Jenkins. And we're going to tell you exactly why Gaming Gladiators was able to pull this one out. Well, why could they do it, Kezu? What was the main factor why they could do it?
We mentioned on the draft that eventually it should be hard for the TSM's heroes to move around the map. And I think we saw that in the game. A lot of us might be like, oh, Bryle, he gets caught off here and there. But I think with the nature of the heroes they have, they're all slow. No one wants to really initiate other than a Lion. And it's not easy for them because the map just looks very toxic all the time. So it's a lot easier for Gaming Gladiators to, at 35 minutes, net worth will start mattering less and less. The heroes become more tanky. It becomes harder for TSM to jump and way easier for Gaming Gladiators. Therefore, they get to kind of choose their fights and then they scale more nicely and they just make it look kind of easy.
Yeah, I think it was just hard in general, especially in the later fights. It looked to me like you have a Bloodseeker and he wants to rupture 3 different heroes.
Yeah.
So it just feels bad. It's like, okay, we rupture like Doracio and he just kind of like walks away. Ace is like blinking back in to initiate with more stuns. Like they have so much net worth, they're tanky enough to just make a wall and make it really hard to commit in. And then obviously like you pick this Bloodseeker to counter Pango, but you need the rupture to kill the other cores. They all scaled so nicely.
Mm-hmm.
There's also one thing where that Gaimin did very well with their draft is when you're behind, you want to split the map up, especially with Naga Mirana too. So they play top and bottom, and TSM have a hard time kind of connecting because they're the 2 lanes that are the furthest away from each other. So you're gonna have to split up. That's when they split the map. They do get some pickoffs here and there, and then eventually they get this timing where they can just get to delay. 3rd Roshan spawns, they catch Bryle off guard, which, you know, it's a coin flip. It's going to happen sometimes. It does happen. They get the 3rd Roshan. I feel like from then on out, it was too hard. TSM, their mid game, I think to me seems a little lackluster.
Yeah. Oh.
That was quick.
All right.
We are joined by none other than the Racho. Racho, congratulations on the 2-0.
Hello. Thank you.
Of course, you already knew you were going to make it to the next group stage, but still, congratulations on that as well.
Yeah.
It was a great series. I've got 2 questions, and then I've got some people next to me that also like to ask some questions. But first one, you got your hero fairly early on. Your Naga Siren was locked in. Were you confident the whole way through that they wouldn't be able to provide a proper way to deal with it?
Yeah, kinda. We picked Naga because of the Lycan. I mean, they're not allowed to pick Lycan like this, so that's why I picked Naga. And I mean, for me, it's fine to play in any hero, kinda. We just banned some Patch, Lash, and Ember, and that's probably enough.
Yeah, it worked out absolutely great. I also have a question, because obviously we see your cameras, we see everybody's at home, and you are also playing at the Major. And we were wondering, or I was wondering, if the plan is to still go for a bootcamp before Berlin, or because, you know, you did win the last Major, are you guys taking it easy and just staying at home for a little longer?
The only option for us is bootcamp in Serbia, but I don't want a bootcamp in Serbia because my visa start working from 24 April.
Okay.
So after the DreamLeague, I have immediately go to the, just to the Major. So yeah, we have no time for bootcamp.
No time for bootcamp, just straight into the Major. I mean, this is already great practice for you guys.
For us, it's okay to play from the home. Everyone is kind of cheering at the home. They're like confident, and I don't think we need a bootcamp right now.
It seems to have worked so far, that's for sure. Thank you very much. I've also got Jenkins, Kezu, and Sheep next to me.
Oh, me. Okay. I have a question. So you're qualified, right? There's no seeding for Group Stage 2, which means that winning this literally didn't really matter for you. So was there a reason why you guys seem to try pretty hard against TSM this series?
And we kind of tested some strats. For example, Ember plus 1, Naga 8. So I also tried it for the boys from Hellraisers, but it looks like they lose 2-0 versus Shopify. Unlucky, I guess, but it is what it is. I mean, why should we not doing our best? It's just another best of 2. Just practice some good, play some good Dota, and that's all.
Respectable.
All right, I'll have a quick one. Which offlane duo from other teams gives you the most trouble? Like, against which team do you learn the most from when you lane against their offlane?
It depends. Sometimes Liquid, sometimes Tundra, because Tundra is doing some weird shit with the pulling waves. Always if they have like weak lane, like Liquid, they just good laners. I don't remember when they just try to pull these waves. They stay in with you and they fight and they trading, they bind themselves and trying to kill you.
Yeah.
So probably these two teams.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Direction, we got to let you go, but thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And of course, good luck in the next group stage.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll talk again soon. Thank you. And of course was Dairatio Gaming Gladiators. They already have themselves secured in the next group stage. And great contribution there to Jenkins. Very much.
I want to know what you would have asked if you had the opportunity for a question, Jenkins.
I was planning on calling him Big D, and I was going to ask him what he says when people say CS LOL in Twitch chat. That was going to be my question. So
well, I'm happy that we skipped
it's pretty
that
good
one.
we skipped that one.
Okay, it's really messed up that we took that away from him.
Yeah, my bad. You should have told me, man. I would have given my question to you.
Yeah, for real. I would
Yo,
never
what
have
up, Big D? Like,
Okay, so I'm going to quickly update people on what state TSM is in. Because for Group A, so the Group A games, the only thing that's going on still that matters is Aster versus Entity. It matters for the standings and for our potential tiebreakers. Any tiebreakers will be played tomorrow. Group A, if Aster wins versus Entity, which, by the way, looks more or less likely. But if they do, they are the team to make it through to the next stage, and TSM and Execration are out. Now, if Aster loses, which at the moment, as said, is looking more and more likely, then there will be a three-way tie between Execration and TSM and Aster, and we'll have that three-way tie played tomorrow, which is, by the way, I believe, best of ones round robin. But that's Group A for you. Done, or rather, you know, almost done, almost in the books. That means we're switching to Group B. That's right. We got some miracle action for Nigma Galaxy going up against Team Spirit. And you want to stick around for that one. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Elimination Day, it's your host. He should be feared, and he's got one fantastic beard. It's Tsunami!
Trent, I'm in.
Get over there! What? Oh, he's so graceful as well. That's another thing that I really appreciate about him.
Elegance,
Yeah.
grace, that's what I bring to the table.
as well as Monster Energy is on this table as well. Elimination Day. We've already taken out 4 teams. Math is being done elsewhere, Trent.
That's good. You need
But we need some more help unleashing the beast right now, because I don't think you and me can do it alone. I would like to welcome Avery SVG Silverman! SVG?
No, I'm the fake one.
He's the fake one. I can't believe we didn't have the budget, but we instead hologrammed this one in. Truly, technology is something else. Right.
Yeah.
You can't see me.
You can't.
Maybe this is a face-off situation. Maybe we should bring out the Travolta to your Cage.
Well, that's not really inaccurate.
Did you want to be Cage? That's probably.
I kind of wanted to be Travolta. I kind of wanted to be Travolta. I'll accept either.
All right, fine. Then we'll get this real greasy then. I would like to welcome our last guest to the couch. It's time for Capitalist! Wow, I got out-eleganced, actually.
I have one of these at my house, and I forget what it's called. Okay. Oh, my bad.
Poinsettia?
No, it's something else.
You cast it with Trent?
No, it's really not. It's
there was a small window of time, yes.
Someone will know.
I remember that window. It was
how many co-casters does he have?
This was the post.
Endless.
This was the post crazy pandemic
Listen,
thing.
I'm an independent man, okay? You can't lock me down.
Kind of messed up.
This was the post Kyle era.
I wasn't
I believe.
caster shaming you. I was just
No, it was pre Kyle.
It was pre Kyle.
Yeah.
Post Blitz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who hasn't casted?
There was actually a toss up between the two at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Flipped a coin, and it landed on the side, and then Avery popped in.
Pretty much.
I was desperate. I won't lie. It was pure
It really was.
desperation.
It was like, I hate doing panel work, please.
I can't play anymore.
Fine.
I can't panel.
If you hate doing panel work, Cap, don't worry. I've got you covered because that's all we need for you for right now. We need to get into a series. We need to get 2 of our real panelists on here, and we will be back with Team Spirit versus Nigma Galaxy coming up next. We're back already, and the couch is empty again. Mysterious, ever so mysterious. Trent, I'll let you do the honors this time. Don't look. What? I want you to guess who comes down first. You have a 50-50 shot of being right.
Ooh, this is a bit toughy. You know what? I'm feeling a little stiff. I'm a little sore, so I need some potassium. So show me the banana himself, Brian, BSJ.
Wow, the band doesn't trust you. Come on down, Brian. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you.
You know, I actually can't stand bananas. I had to eat them too much as a kid from sports.
Well, this is like karma coming back to you.
Yeah.
Now bananas are
now he's just
literally
everywhere.
incarnate. No.
Yeah, so
What
thanks for
goes
that.
around comes around.
You know what? They're really cheap, though. So shout out to bananas.
All right, Brian, your turn. Would you like to introduce our third guest as hopefully the... Well, okay, do you guys, do you want me to always be the one to have to give it to you? Are you okay being... Because you're not promiscuous today. Today I'm being told that your name is the Pots and Pandas. That was a good one. All right, Brian, please welcome our final guest to the couch, if you don't mind.
And our final guest for the day is going to be the lovely Effie.
That's awesome. You guys actually listened? I put it on the sticky note board that I wanted Raining Blood by Slayer when I walked on. You guys are the best.
Round of applause.
Of course.
Round of applause for the
Thank
Pots
you.
and Pandas.
And you learned that all today? That's awesome.
Nods all around. Just for you, Effie.
That actually surprised me. I'm really happy. So if I put another song on the sticky note board tomorrow, will that be my intro?
Demands.
Ooh,
They don't know.
I gotta pay?
They keep you on their
All
toes.
right, all right, let's do that. That
They work a
maybe.
commission.
That was awesome. Thank you guys.
We, however, are guaranteed to be here, at least for this series, as we get into the end of Group B, at least before we determine tiebreakers. It's Team Spirit versus Enigma Galaxy, my friends. And Nigma don't exactly have a great deal left to play for right now. Because going up against Team Spirit, obviously, it's an uphill battle. At the minimum, you're going to get some fun time playing against an Eastern European team, and Spirit have been looking clean. So even if Nigma was in a tiebreaker situation, I still feel like Spirit would probably make it a clean 2-0 regardless.
That's bold. I feel like Nigma's got Miracle.
Oh my god, I heckin' love Miracle.
I heckin' love Miracle as well. But yeah, Team Spirit's been looking pretty solid, but not necessarily convincing. So they are 7-5 right now with 3 other teams, all of which are playing at the same time.
Yeah.
We got Beast Coast, we got OG, and we got Tundra. So 3 of these teams are going to go through, correct? Or
Yes.
Yes.
The only one that's locked right now is Liquid.
Okay. So this is like a very important series for them.
It is.
I'm pretty sold on Spirit winning versus Nigma.
You are.
I don't feel like that's a... So, yeah, I can see that happening unless they really mess up a draft phase. I think Spirit's biggest issue, as it always has been, is that they just don't play Broodmother. So when they have first pick, they're still banning Broodmother.
Yeah.
It just feels like such an exploitable thing against them. But even with that, they seem to be making their drafts work. I think they're 7-5 right now, so
Yeah.
kind of like not great, but not bad, right? And I feel like this should solidify another 2-0 for them. Nigma themselves have not looked convincing at all compared to Spirit. I don't even know where to begin. I feel like the side lanes Nigma just lose way too hard for it to even happen, and they depend on like very heavy wind conditions coming out of their safe lane. Like they do well when they have the Morphling, but sometimes they can't even close it out just because of how poorly the side lanes go. So yeah, lots of concerns for this team.
It's a shame, though, because whenever I was seeing this debate, I suppose, on Reddit, who do you think, at all the TIs that we've had, which carry player was the most dominant TI winning carry player? Because I see Miracle in the argument oftentimes, and I see Yatoro also oftentimes. To me, it's difficult for me to come up with one compelling argument for one or the other. I think Yatoro's hero pull during his 10 win was a good argument in his favor. but Miracle?
Well, my question, are we talking about just these two teams or like as a whole?
All time.
So my question is like, what's more impressive to you? Is it the guy that plays 20 different heroes on the way to winning TI, Yatoro? Or is it somebody like Ana who first picked Spectre in a final match?
Okay. That's what I'm saying.
So I feel like I'm more impressed personally if you can come up with strategies that other teams know are coming, first pick, and they can't do anything about it on heroes that traditionally have no business being in that role. So I would go with Ana personally.
And he did it twice.
And he did it twice.
Yeah, you said Spectre. I thought you were going to say Io.
Well, the Io was that the same? That wasn't the same TI, was it? That was the next TI.
Yeah, so...
Because he won multiple, so, it's...
I mean, I think Yatoro definitely deserves to be in that debate. His performance at TI-10 was not only impressive because of the amount of heroes that he played, but he also has the most rampages on TI main stage.
True.
Like, he went absolutely ham every single game. He brought us the shaving his hair to the Dota gods meme. That was a very special part of the Dota community. So we can't take that away from him. But also, most impressively, they beat what looked like the strongest team in the world, what looked like an infallible team, that iteration of PSG LGD. I don't think that there was a stronger opponent, with the exception of the LGD from a few years ago versus OG, that people thought would definitely not go down. I think you have to take these kinds of things into consideration too. So I guess I'm on the Yatoro train for that too.
Yeah. It's all subjective though, and I like that Ana's being brought into the mix, and I'm sure if we go back into the archives, everyone would have a good argument for any TI winning carry, because you were the best at that time, and you claimed the Aegis, and your name's inscribed there forever. And both these teams have a lot of inscriptions on that Aegis. Unfortunately, though, the shine for Nigma Galaxy is starting to come off a little bit, but this was an unexpected opportunity for them in the first place. We interviewed Sumail. He went back home after Div 2 and was called up by Mo being like, hey, we're actually playing in DreamLeague. And Sumail, being the grinder that he is, said, oh, I don't want to play on Peng, then fly me back. Like 24 hours after coming back to the United States, back to the Netherlands. So even their first few days of group stage, he was acclimating to jet lag and acclimating to playing with Miracle. He said in his interview, wasn't told that Miracle was going to be on their active roster for this tournament until like 3 days ago.
I mean, must have been pretty excited. I feel like it's always fun to play with Miracle, right?
Yep.
You know, and they're having a good time. They know the fans are going to love to hear it. I know it's like, there's definitely some pressure, I'm sure, because Miracle's been grinding a lot. Like, he's definitely been trying to get into good shape, because no one wants to show up and have a bad performance, especially when he's so like beloved, obviously, and has so many fans. And it is hard for Nigma, I feel like, to always try and figure out like where to go with these rosters, because they're under a lot of scrutiny by their fan base. I feel like the only one who comes close is like the C teams. C fans, you guys are vicious for stuff.
Yeah, but I feel like with Nigma, because they've just been so consistent with their roster over the last 4 years, like, yeah, they've made one change here or there, but because they've been so stubborn in not wanting to change their ways and they haven't provided results, I think some of the criticism is very valid, to be completely fair. But yeah, the fans are vicious, not taking away from that. But if you've been trying the same thing for so long and it's not working out, there has to be some point where you just realize that something needs to change, something drastic, something that you haven't tried changing before. And I think it was Duraccio saying in an interview, previous major winner Duraccio, he said, Nigma still sucks with or without Miracle.
They sucked with them before, then they got rid of them and they sucked. Yeah, now they suck again. Like, they're still going to suck.
That's what he said. I'm just quoting him.
He's taking some Quinn coaching right there.
You were trying.
Like,
I feel like I tried to
in the interview. Get spicy. You know, Quinn's like poking the bear there. I think
a lot of that stuff gets said like off camera. I feel like it's honestly refreshing to hear players like honestly review other teams, because at the end of the day, everyone's thinking it. Sadly, like such a team with the former glory of winning TI-7 and kind of just fell off the face of the competitive planet.
Laurel's just in this lobby. Everyone's like, hey, look at the Aegis, guys.
Yeah, everyone's name is on it except for Laurel. He's like, ooh, might look promising to be on there. And given the caliber of the Nigma's players, that's what's the most heartbreaking thing to me, because boy, I heckin' love Miracle. And whenever we got to see him do that Rampage and that anti-mage game, kind of made me feel a little something. Kind of made me want to say a little something.
Watching Miracle get a Rampage as anti-mage in Dota 2 was an incredibly exhilarating experience. The flawless execution and perfect decision-making that he displays are a testament to his incredible skills as a player. The moment that Miracle gets the first kill, the anticipation builds as we watch him move through the enemy team with ease, using his skills and items to maximum effect. The tension is palpable as he takes down one opponent after another, and when he finally secures that fifth and final kill, it's like a burst of adrenaline rushes through our bodies. It's not just the fact that he got a rampage, it's the way that he did it. Every movement, every decision, every button press is calculated and precise. And seeing it all come together in such a perfect way is truly awe-inspiring. It's a reminder of just how incredible the game of Dota 2 can be, and how the best players in the world can make it seem like an art form. Seeing Miracle achieve a rampage as anti-mage is a moment that will stay with us forever, a testament to his skill and dedication to the game.
So maybe it wasn't entirely from me. It might have been machine learned a little bit. So you yourself can make love letters to some of your favorite plays in Dota history. Just go to ChatGPT. So let's describe how, I don't know, Trent, give me another memorable play that you would like immortalized by ChatGPT.
Describe how it felt to see Shiver miss that Ravage.
That's a good one. Brian, you got one?
I'd go for how it felt to see Honest sell his items at the secret shop.
That's a good one. Mira, what would be your choice?
Describe how it felt when Swindle Melons dropped.
I was gonna highlight. You guys just flaming.
Ultimately,
that was a highlight.
It was a highlight.
That is an iconic moment
It is.
of Dota history.
We would have never had him in talent otherwise. And we are entering a very synth wave draft, it seems now. As we get into game number 1 of Nigma Galaxy versus Team Spirit. And, interesting. I was originally informed that Nigma might have a penalty, but it seems like their reserve time is the same, so maybe not, because we were waiting on Nigma, but they're here now. And they're ready to play Dota. And they're ready to ban Beastmaster and Primal Beast. Meanwhile, Brood always has to be banned by Team Spirit. And
But you never see the first pick team ban it. This is the
right.
only
Yep.
team
Yep.
in this tournament that is doing this.
And it seems strange too, right? Like, because it's been a while, guys. Like, the Brood has been a hero like this, but this has been a consistent issue for Team Spirit for the entirety of DPC.
Hear me out, though, because this is something I've struggled with. If you know Broodmother's broken like 8 months ago, right? And then what happens is there's a sub patch that keeps nerfing her. So it's like, I didn't know her when she was at her most broken. I won't know her when she's a little bit less broken or a little bit less broken. It's like this slippery slope I feel like they use to validate, like, I'll just wait until she's not good anymore. And then it's 8 months later.
Dude, I freaking love Team Spirit. What is this overall first pick anti-mage?
I know, right?
Wait, what?
I love this team.
I can love this team.
You will not rampage us with Miracle.
I can't wait for the chat GPT. But, so normally Team Spirit they do have this tendency to first phase their carry, but it usually comes out after the enemy team already reveals their offlane, right? So they'll have first pick, they'll secure something like a Rubik or an Undying or what have you. And if the enemy offlane comes out on the 3 and 4, then they just bring out their carry, and it's usually anti-mage or drow. But they bring it out so early here, it feels almost a little bit disrespectful.
A little bit, and then they're going for an IO too. Like, there's also like Disruptor still in the pool right now. I'm just thinking of like Team Spirit. They love that. Laryl, I will say, has definitely been a slight drafting issue for Team Spirit, especially the start of his like bringing him into the squad. But over time, it's got like better and better and better, and he's exploring more of his hero pool to the point now where I feel like Laryl is a real asset when it comes to being this like mid-game sort of initiator. He shows a lot of promise there. Like, I was thinking like the Laryl DK is looking like one of the best ones that's there. So, I mean, it's cool that Yadora's picking the hero up so early to give him a lot of time to look at his different options.
Yeah, I wonder, like, is Team Spirit going to pick another core to respond to Nigma's opening, or do you pick a support that enables Anti-Mage in lane against a lot of his counters. Just like something that comes to mind is like Lich with the Frost Armor. Most of Anti-Mage's bad matchups are just heavy physical damage off lanes that don't rely on mana. You know, Slardar, Legion, stuff like this. So they go for the Ursa carry hero counter pick. Good pairing with Io. Io usually doesn't want to play like the farming game nowadays, wants to play the more aggressive run-at-you playstyle of the Slark and the Ursas.
Yeah, and the nice thing about Io and Ursa is Io doesn't just enable him on lane and later in the game. Ursa does hit a period where he does want to farm a little bit, right? He's not running around with the Io the entire time, which sets up for something else that you can play with through your mid lane, right? Suddenly, after taking care of the Ursa for a little bit, you can
drop him off.
You can drop him off somewhere, leave him, leave him at school for a little bit, and then you go to your Leshrac, you go to your Ember Spirit, you go to your Puck, and then you try to wreak havoc around the map. And that is something that Sumail needs, because Sumail, regardless of Nigma's results, has been consistently winning the mid lane. We watched him, was it yesterday or a couple of days ago, solo kill BZM like 3 times on lane. Like, he has just been so solid for the last few years in terms of performance, and he needs some enabling type of support that can play with that aggression and turn it into something more, so that when Ursa does have his downtime in kindergarten, they're making sure that he's safe and sound and secure, getting him the money he needs.
He's got his PB&J.
Exactly.
Trent, what do you send your kids to school with? Oh, they're not in school yet.
No, they're still.
What do you send them to daycare with?
They feed them there, man.
They feed them? Yeah. This is a high-class daycare you send them to.
You know? Thank you. Shout out to the Dota fans everywhere.
I had to forage.
I just go. That took me like a few seconds for helping me out here, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I actually wish they had gone for the Slardar instead of the Ursa, because I feel like I could really go for like an MC Slardar. That's vintage.
No.
That's been hype.
It's like it's an Io pairing too.
Yeah, it works well with Io.
I don't like it.
Fun. It beats up Anti-Mage. Where's Anti-Mage gonna go?
I don't
you
like
gonna lane
it.
versus Slardar?
I feel like you need to have something that builds auras on your off lane. It's still really good. And if you don't have something like that and you're putting another core in your off lane, it's not going to work for a team like Nigma that's already struggling in winning side lanes. You can't go full greed on this team. Like they're not able to play this tri-core Talon style. Talon aren't even able to play.
Music? This is time travel music. Okay, they need to go back, Effie.
We have to go back.
We have to find the old heroes, the old ways.
All right, you know what? You have a point. Let's go back in time a little bit.
Load up 2017.
What do you think about Meepo?
Meepo.
We're going back in time.
I mean, that's a real. That might have been like you overshot it a bit. You rewound to like a different universe. Meepo, that's a real throwback.
God, remember March of the Machines Tinker? You want to go back there?
Oh yes, people still meme about his description on like the Dota website that says like he destroys his opponents with fleets of machines.
Yeah, it still
Does
says
it
that.
say that still?
It says it's
that was my stream tale the other like last week. I just googled Tinker and that was the first thing I found. I was like, nice.
Valve, get on that shit.
How do we describe him now? Destroys you with Shiva's guard, blinking all over your team.
Uses his high-tech space lasers to melt his enemies.
Valve writing this down right now to melt enemies. That's good.
You're welcome.
Lore authors.
You're doing the work for them.
I mean,
maybe we do need to just ask ChatGPT.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm here for. You guys are all talking about your purposes.
You
What's
can
my
tell
purpose?
me why.
Yeah, what's my
in life?
Yeah.
Okay. I think your purpose in life is to just find your own happiness.
Okay.
And once you find your own happiness, you cultivate your own garden, as Voltaire says.
Okay.
You can then spread that happiness to the people around you and have a positive effect on not just yourself, but the world.
Why wouldn't you just keep it all for yourself?
Because for every happiness,
I like keeping it for myself.
For every piece of joy that you give to your loved ones, they're going to pass it on as well. And that's how you can make the world a better place. High five, Brian.
I will high five that. That was almost as inspiring as your speech about Anti-Mage or the Miracle Anti-Mage Rampage.
The draft. There's a lot to talk about.
There have been 3 heroes since that.
Anyway.
We can put our notebooks away.
Spread the garden of knowledge.
Voltaire, definitely a Batrider player. 100% spreading fire everywhere. Happy fire.
Actually, Voltaire did write about a character who traveled the entire world, so something that can fly to traverse the world faster would be on brand. But, Disruptor, he looks like the type of guy who'd read Voltaire. And that hero, excellent Io counter, right? It's the traditional one. That is the risk with leaving Io in the pool. Not Io. It's the risk of leaving Disruptor in the pool and taking the Io instead to play on that combo. You're at risk of getting Disrupted, which happened to them.
Second phase, Spirit pick up Tiny and Batrider. Nigma Galaxy, they get Enchantress and Puck.
So Puck, one of the few end heroes that you don't particularly mind playing against Anti-Mage, the coil to catch you until you have BKB, as well as the fact that you blink on her and she has a reaction. Like, you can push phase shift. Most of these end heroes, like, if they get blinked on by anti-mage, will lose 60 to 70% of their mana in a matter of seconds. So it's also nice against Batrider. You pretty much always need to pick a mobile hero. It's especially good because Puck suffers from mana issues in the lane. She can abuse the stick charges.
Yep.
Sets up the reload.
So I agree completely. I'm just looking at this Enchantress right now and like wondering how well it's going to go for Nigma, because we have seen this hero be successful in the hands of other teams, but Nigma's win rate on it, last I checked, was 33%, and that's their best hero.
Well, that's above their actual win percentage.
Yeah.
Their actual win percentage is 25%.
Yeah, and that's their best hero.
There you go.
But I'm still not impressed with the way that they play it. I don't feel like they exploit it enough in lane. I don't feel like they exploit its creep enough either. Like, I would have liked to see something a little bit more standard, but if that's what they have the most success with, I understand why they went back to it. But, I mean, as far as Enchantress goes, I feel like there's a lot of good ways to deal with her on the side of Team Spirit. I don't feel like she's going to be that much of an X factor as she usually is on drafts, right? It's like, where do you put her? How many towers is she going to pressure? Is she going to completely stomp a lane? I don't feel like any of that applies right now.
It is nice with the Ursa. I think they're setting up for the Enchantress to lane with the Ursa so the IO can be with a partner that wants to right-click in the off lane. I think that's like the one benefit of Enchantress. She does have a little bit of lane flexibility here with the IO. But, I mean, I agree with your point. Like, I think a lot of Nigma's, you talked about it earlier, a lot of the reason why they're struggling is the way that their side lanes are going. And Enchantress is, like, meant to win her lane. She's meant to be a hero that dominates this first, 5 minutes of the game. And if you're not making full use of that, that probably is what's netting them their 33% win rate on it.
Wouldn't you rather see the Enchantress just go on the offlane and, kick Anti-Mage out of the lane pretty quickly? Like, something that can pressure the tower early on with an Enchantress? I feel like if we put her on the safe lane, Io won't really achieve the same results unless it's something completely wild, like an Io Witch Doctor that are good at pressuring tower early, as silly as that sounds. Like, that is what I would like to see out of the Enchantress, but I can understand pairing her with the Ursa as well and just securing that lane, right? You don't know where this Batrider is going still.
Well, looks like they're assuming it's going to be tiny mid Batrider off lane. That's like the way Nigma's banning out right now, because those are 2-4 positions that pair very well with the Bat 3. So if I was against Bat offlane, I'd probably rather be the IO, just because you get the stick charges that get double dipped because you give them to your carry as well. Ursa doesn't particularly mind Batrider all that much. You can buy Orb of Venom, you can use your Earth Shock to get on top of him, kill him when you're level 3.
How about something like a Shadow Demon for Team Spirit?
They banned it out.
Oh, they banned it.
Themselves.
Yeah.
Because against Anti-Mage, you disrupt him and he loses all of his mana.
Fair point.
So Team Spirit take out the offlaners that would have threatened their tower early on, right? They take out the Centaur and the Tide, also heroes that build the auras that we were talking about. I think Nigma are in a pretty weird spot where there's not really a hero left that'll fit that bill for them right now in terms of that early tower pressure.
There's Underlord, but
I think it's a big mistake to hold on to your offlane pick here because all of them are just getting banned.
Yeah, they're all gone.
There's very few that you feel happy picking into Anti-Mage.
I don't know
maybe
how
even a Mars.
Mind Control is, but Nature's
Okay, so he's
Wait, what? Is this offlane Ursa?
With the IO pairing, maybe?
There you go. I said they needed to pick their offlane earlier. That makes sense, I guess.
Okay.
That's actually solid.
Please don't win this game, Nigma, because I do not want people saying I saw Mind Control beat Team Spirit with it.
Well, I mean, he knew it was going to be an Anti-Mage, so it's kind of cool, right?
No, I mean, it's cool. Yeah. It's just people, they interpret it incorrectly.
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
I mean, Nigma do have a history of playing carries from the offlane.
The Anti-Mage?
They did play Anti-Mage offlane on MC a couple of times, and he actually made it look pretty good. But I don't have as much faith in this Ursa Slark duo core actually being able to find that much farm on the map. Sure, Ursa can maybe threaten the lane a decent amount, but if it doesn't go in a way where this Ursa is completely snowballing and continuously getting kills and continuously applying that map pressure, he's just going to fall off.
I think when both teams get items, it's much easier for Team Spirit to just buy a bunch of Force Staves and kite them. These right-clicking cores. Yeah, it's you have the Puck Coil, which you don't ideally want people to get Force Staffed out of, but I don't know. I feel like if they kite back, they force the reload and then re-engage with Disruptor Glimpse or Batrider Lasso. It just makes so much more sense in terms of execution for Team Spirit's draft. I'm definitely leaning towards the simplicity that their draft represents.
I agree. I think they have the tiny classic counter to Puck, right? It's also a way to catch him later on in the game. They have the magic damage coming out of the Batrider and the Snap, which will deal with the Enchantress, and it'll also deal with the IO once they can get on top of him. They have the Disruptor as an IO counter, and they have Yatoro on one of his best heroes, arguably, whereas Nigma have an incredibly greedy draft that is very dependent on side lanes winning, and they haven't really proven to me that they can win side lanes consistently, so yeah, I'm heavily favoring.
All right, here's the thing though. Collapse is just a one-trick Primal Beast player now. That's all he is, okay? Yeah. That's what he's become. He doesn't know how to play Batrider anymore. He has no idea. That's number one. Number two, you are not allowed to first pick any mage and win a game. That is not acceptable.
What's more allowed? Offlane or
clearly, yes, that is actually more acceptable. So clearly, these two factors will cause Nigma to win this game.
I talked about I didn't want to see the Ursa win for the sake of my pubs, but I'm actually on board with you here. This first pick anti-mage. That's
Look,
dangerous.
Collapse, he has no idea how to play Batrider anymore. He doesn't know.
Okay.
All he does is he just stomps on his enemy. He buys 2 pairs of boots. This Batrider probably going to accidentally buy 2 pairs of boots.
He doesn't even walk. He's literally riding an animal. Why does he need even 1 pair?
I don't know.
The owl.
I don't know, you guys. We're talking about a team that has displayed consistent results versus a team that has been all over the place for the last couple of years.
Don't you remember what just happened in the last couple of years? We're back in time. Okay? Back in this era, they never won TI. Okay?
I forgot.
These are just some. This is like Yellow Submarine here. Okay?
Who was Yatoro in 2017?
Yeah, but where was this guy? Miracle made him. All right? And I think he's gonna take his enemies and just win this game? No. All right?
Wrong.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah.
The game is currently paused, so you can continue bickering amongst yourselves for a little while if you'd like.
Okay.
As much time as we can.
Please.
Are we bickering still?
Please, is that what we've been doing?
If,
I love a
if
good
we've
bicker.
time traveled, you make a great point, Trent.
Yeah.
However, so for me, the win condition I see for Nigma outside of the Ursa lane having to go well, it's going to be Samael popping off, which, yeah, we're used to him doing that, but he is traditionally countered by this Tiny. The question is, like, how good has Laurel become as a player to deliver on what he needs to do here? Honestly, I think Laurel has greatly improved over the last year. I don't know if you guys watched Tour 2 of the EEU DPC, but he had one of the most impressive Puck performances I'd ever seen in a long time versus Vetboom. It was such a good series. It just made me believe that this guy has leveled up and he's
really good
become
casting
better.
too, if I remember.
Yeah, and he got some more experience playing internationally in Lima. Like, I do have faith in him to go toe-to-toe with Samil. Or I hope so.
You don't mute the casters, right? Right?
I don't.
See, that's fine. Yeah.
What?
It's good. Okay.
How much stock can I put
I
into the
need
Eastern
casters?
European DPC?
Oh, you're the caster. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh my God.
No, I just watched highlights on YouTube.
No, it's
I'm
fine.
so sorry.
No.
I heard you for sure.
She totally knew that. She totally was listening.
No,
It's really obvious.
Your casting was so
Yeah,
good.
no.
Your
It was so good,
your casting was so good. It was really. Wasn't it really good?
I'm really buying what you're putting.
It was so good. I really
Such a
liked.
believable panelist.
I really liked when you told the joke about Canada.
You know, I wore black today because it was elimination day and there were teams getting eliminated, but now I'm just so hurt that I'm glad I wore
No,
black.
you're casting.
Why do you think she's wearing black? Because she killed you today.
You're casting. Trent.
Yeah,
Trent,
no,
Trent,
I can't
please,
look. You better call up ChatGPT, all right?
Listen, it's
and
so
ask
good.
for an apology letter.
I hope you guys enjoyed your last panel with these two on the
so-
same one.
Just listen, hear me out, okay?
You know what Cap did? He brought me a flower. And all you brought was
Do you
pain.
want my iPad?
This is life. She brought death.
Do you want my iPad? Here.
That's a good
This
trade.
is also
yeah,
black.
okay, we're cool.
It's more
Thanks.
expensive.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. Wow, this is big improvement. Thank you. All right,
Can I just borrow it for panels?
settled.
Can I just borrow it for panels?
we'll talk.
And then you can have.
We can have a rental agreement,
We'll
like a
chat.
lease.
All right.
Yeah.
GPC.
For a small price
Yeah.
God.
of 3 compliments.
We're still paused, actually.
Oh, good.
No, I was sitting here awkwardly, like, Brian, tell us.
Right, Gary.
I'm just the neutral third party here. I have no weighing in on
Can
this.
we get the cam on the band and let them just riff it out for a little while? Because I've been enjoying the key. Yeah, let's go.
Those vibes are nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this impromptu concert brought to you by the Pots and Pandas. We've got Bob on the keys, Thomas on the horn, and Jans on the drums. And I've got 2 casters for you as well for game number 1 of Team Spirit versus Nigma Galaxy. It's Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Tsunami. That's right. We're finally ready to go for a team that was just knocked down to the lower division. Going out here for Nigma was probably didn't feel too good. But they have a chance at, well, not redemption and survival, but maybe an honorable death. They can go out by taking a game or possibly 2 against the TI-10 winners. Feel like people will look back on Nigma's performance here at this tournament a little bit more favorably.
The honorable outcome. Death by your own hands, perhaps. I don't know. I had a different outlook on this match. Yeah. That was very honorable, very respectful. The first word I said was, this is a zombie team, and they are coming to drag you down into the depths with them. Because you're playing for some money, but yeah, you're already eliminated here on Nigma, so you're just playing out of spite. Screw you, Spirit. We're here to ruin your day, mess up your upper bracket run. And hey, if you can do that, you're going to feel pretty good at the end of the day because these are some TI champions.
Part of being a caster is projecting emotion and story onto a player. I don't know.
What? I have not seen that one.
Okay. We'll get a close-up on that one.
Damn.
Is that somebody's, like, father or grandfather?
That's Jenkins' grandfather. Oh. Very nice. But anyway, what were you saying, Kev?
I was saying that pretty much tells the difference in our personalities.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, happy.
Me, talking about a dignified death for Nigma, you saying they're a shambling corpse.
Okay, that was not the implication.
Sloughing off of them.
That was not, no, that's an
ready to bite and build more into its army of undead.
First off, I've known some great zombies in my time.
Yeah.
And number 2, it reflects the state of this game. But what that can do for Nigma is there's no pressure. The pressure's all on Spirit here. They can fly free like an eagle. A zombie eagle.
Zombie
eagle. Into the sky.
Sharp is the talon of the zombie eagle.
That's a different match, Cap.
That is a different match. That is a different match that's happening right now, in fact. And we should actually talk about the outcome of this is super important because Spirit... There are some other matches. Pretty much there's a 4-way tie going on right now. There is 3 slots for 4 teams. So you have a very good shot of getting in, especially seeing as some of the matches are a little bit tougher than others, where you've got, I believe, Beast Coast has to play Liquid. That is a rough one for your final team, for your final series to try and get into the top 4. Team Spirit facing up against a team that is already eliminated. Well, you're saying it's their greatest strength at this point in time, but either way, I feel like Spirit, even just 1 game win would probably secure them top 4.
Might get both here. Collapse getting slowed by the tether. The crawl. The slow crawl.
He could have gone for the... He could have gone into the Roshan pit, and instead he kept chasing after GH, and he doesn't get him.
Once again, IO Slark for Nigma. We talked about this the last time they played it, right? And they destroyed that lane. They're off to the races again. 2-0 for Miracle. Off those wave drags, just getting the punish. GH Courier also survived with an uphill miss. So the little things going right for Nigma here.
Have you ever drafted offlane Ursa on any of the teams you were on?
You know, I knew you were going to ask that. And you know what the truthful answer is?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
You have. Okay.
You know who played it?
Who are all the offlaners? So you had Lelis?
Well, I'll tell you.
You had.
We don't need to go through all.
Right.
We don't need to
bring it up. Some painful memories there.
I'll tell you, a TI winner played it. Mr. Snake King himself.
Oh, okay.
There was a patch I remember where he came to me and he said, "Yo, offlane Ursa is broken as hell," and I said, I need to find a new offlaner. And that's really what started the next iteration of that team. But it can work. You can win some games with it. It's not the worst.
Okay. What is... I presume one of the strengths of the hero is winning the lane.
Yeah, you want to go down here and just crush the anti-mage, just destroy him in the CS, force him off the waves. You definitely don't want to feed too many kills.
Yeah.
And then you can just power into that mid game with 2 carries and you're feeling pretty great.
All right, so already off to a bad start.
Yeah, this lane's not going too well for Nigma. Honestly, I think Kuro just got out-traded on the side with Miposhka, and he is not able to have the Enchantress influence that you wanted earlier. The equilibrium is going Nigma's way. That is the one upside for those trades. But it is...
Oh, they don't want to let him get the Ring of Health.
He's going to get it.
He's going to buy it?
Will he live if he
Where
blinks?
is he going to blink to? It's safe why he would be blinking down the river. GH is in trouble once again here in this top lane, but once again, they are not quite able to get the kill, and it's going to be Miracle who cleans it up instead.
Fishy, slurping up the food. It's getting big up here. I mean, honestly, the upside of putting Ursa off lane here is you get a second carry pick for Miracle. And he got his pick of the litter with this Slark because you're not going to ban carries once this Ursa's out. So this game is really just about how much does this Slark get, because Miracle saw everything, and he might just 1v5 with the IO backup.
Is this, like, was this a Dream Slark game? I mean, I see the Bat Rider. Okay, that's fantastic.
It's pretty good. You have a good matchup versus AM. You're pretty good versus the Bat. And the Tiny sometimes.
Not so good against Disruptor, though, right?
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel like it's a better carry Ursa game. But I'm a little biased towards Ursa.
Okay.
You know, I think Ursa's just generally a stronger hero than Slark. However, I think either is fine here. And, of course, you get the IO Slark, right?
Yeah.
IO Slark versus what they felt was going to be the offlane Bat is a lot stronger in terms of the aggressive kill potential, which is how they like to play these IO carry pairs. So I can buy into that idea. It's the Miracle Show. You know, if it's going to be the Miracle Show, make him the star act. Which means MC, you gotta play the bear. Another trade going on.
Gonna be able to get the cookie on top of GH, and this time he will die, but his Collapse gonna pay for it. The Dark Pact is gonna go off, removing the sticky napalm. Miracle gets the kill, but he will die in return. So this time, a 2-for-1 exchange for Team Spirit's favor.
Miracle's still happy about that though, because he gets the solo XP and the extra Agi stack. Mid is pretty much going entirely even here. Probably decent for Sumail, considering I think Tiny's favored in this matchup. And Kuroki is just continuing to get out-harassed by Miposhka.
This is not what's supposed to happen.
No, unfortunately, he had his big camp spawned a troll, which he can't get with the level 2 enchant.
Okay.
Which kind of sucks, and a lot of the other camps were blocked. But I still think you just go into the Radiant middle camps here and get a big creep. As GH is going to die again off TPing out. That is brutal. I guess the upside is Miracle gets solo XP. But now Kuro is going to have to go mid to refill this bottle one more time. 6-minute rune did not go their way either, I believe, right?
Miracle is almost level 6, so Team Spirit are going to have one small little window to try and shut that down. Or maybe he's just going to be able to pick it up for free. Oh. A little bit. Back and forth. Try and go for it now with a Firefly. Getting in front of him. Miracle's getting a lot of damage on him. They do try and hit the hook cookie. Not quite good enough. And Miracle does manage to get the kill, and he gets the level 6 off of that one. He tries to chase after the Snapfire, but forget about it. Meanwhile, Kuro dies again. I mean, you know, the neutral cramps, you know, bad luck. But you're not supposed to be dying this much as an Enchantress in the laning phase.
No, he's having a rough one. He is definitely having a rough one. Offlane Ursa doesn't help you too much here, but...
Sure, yeah.
You kind of just have to play around it, right? Maybe you just jungle a bit more or get the creep early for the interaction. Still, the Miracle Show continues here. 6-1 at 7 minutes. Is this just into feed territory? I mean, this lane's out of control.
Yeah, it's getting real bad. I mean, if you're going to go on the zombie analogy here, Collapse and Mira are currently hiding a zombie bite. Like, what's going on up there, guys? Oh, nothing. We got it all under control, no problem.
I mean, you might need to break out that medical Midas prescription from yesterday.
The medical Midas.
It's coming back.
Oh, man.
The upside for Miracle in this game compared to the other IO Slark game is I think because he has the puck mid, if he gets this fast diffusal, which he's rushing here, it's a lot easier to use it because this coil will guarantee some latch for the Slark going into these mid-game fights, and it's just a guaranteed kill. There isn't really a save versus it.
Yeah.
Pretty much have to be strong enough to fight him. Nice courier snipe from Collapse, making the most of this rough situation. But you have to be careful because as we saw, Sumail picked up a haste. This puck can instantly rotate to either of these side lanes and just guarantee a kill with this haste rune. So this cutting is nice, the courier kills are nice, but you don't want to feed away another core kill, and I think they're thinking about it here.
Yeah, he's doubling up the wave. Definitely time to punish him if you can. I think, like, you know, one wave was acceptable.
I mean, they're committing hard for this. They're giving up a wave under tower.
Yeah, this is pretty intense, and Collapse, I think, is fine. I mean, he doesn't have to.
Okay.
All right, that was cute. Well played, Collapse.
They brought the puck, though. So baited out the TP. Who really outplayed who there?
Yeah, it's like he could have just ran down the side of the map and gotten away from Miracle and TP'd out there, but no, he had to have this cutesy little play.
Sometimes being good is not a good thing. That's your Sun Tzu, the Art of Dota quote for the day.
I see.
As Kuro takes another dip to the fountain.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of that lately.
And Miracle gets another. You know, I feel like Kuro has made a pact with the Dota gods in this game. Every time I die, it will be a kill for Miracle. I feel like you take that trade.
I guess so, yeah, sure.
It's a spiritual link.
Miracle will get 1 kill for every death you have. Kuro, turbo running down the lanes.
I mean, it's not that bad, right? He only has 3 deaths. Miracle's up to 8 kills.
No, I mean, he's died just as much, in fact, less than Mira has. Mira is 1, 4, and 1, so.
He might die again here.
Okay, well, now he has the same deaths as Mira.
They're just not letting him cross this river. I feel like Kuro's getting frustrated. He can't get in enemy jungle, but you kind of have to just read the situation that this top lane went so well for Nigma that nobody from Team Spirit can go up there anymore without chain feeding to this Slark. So they're all just sitting around the runes and around Laurel. And there's not anywhere this solo Enchantress can go in that jungle. I think it's time to just jungle it up and get some levels because you're falling behind. Meanwhile, we haven't really talked about Yatoro, but he's been forced off the lane a little bit by mind control. It is the nature of this matchup. Did go for the early Vanguard. He's still having a pretty damn good game on a first pick anti-mage, all things considered. And he's going to be able to stay down here outside of a puck rotation.
MC's game seems to be going pretty well too, though. He's even net worth with the AM.
It was a rough start, but he's back.
So you said one of the things about it, winning lanes. Why, hold up. See if we get a glimpse here.
Yeah, this level 6 disruptor. He already has Diffusal on this Slark. He's so far.
Got him with the glimpse back, hit him with the static storm, but he got out of the kinetic field in time. If he got trapped in the kinetic field, then he would have been food for Laurel as soon as that ult ran out. Unfortunate.
Unlucky.
Anyway, Snaking, he said, off lane Ursa, broken. Why did you not end up playing it? Like, I'm presuming you tried it in a scrim or something, and like, what was the downside of it?
We did play it. I think we played it in an official.
Oh. Well, why didn't you play it again?
Because it's kind of bad.
Okay, yeah. Well, why is it bad? That's what I'm trying to get to.
The hero has very limited itemization options. Like, you can go a pipe on offlane or something, but is it good, you know? His spells are pretty weak. In other words, he doesn't have spells. That's the light way of putting it, right? So offlane Ursa, he's offering you no utility, no lockdown, no real aura building, no real early map presence unless you want to devote support time to him, which in that case, he's kind of just the carry. He's going to go pipe. Okay, I mean, that is the route you can go here. It's not pretty, but it works.
I mean, an enraged Ursa with pipe on him, he's just not going to take any magic damage at all. That sounds great.
Okay, the support Ursa is better because now you have this level 25 talent. That's the secret sauce.
Right.
This offlane Ursa gives AoE enrage for half.
Imagine a Slark with that much status resistance.
It's all about the late game.
Laurel trying to bait out this tower. Didn't get a chance, though, because there was a sentry there, and now as he leaves, Mira is left behind. Miracle on a mega kill streak. Man.
Miracle is just destroying this game.
He really is.
He's destroying it so hard that it might not matter there's an offlane Ursa. They're just going to power through, get this early pipe, get Roshan's on this Slark, and it's just GG.
I mean, the craziest part to me about their offlane Ursa is the fact that they don't have stuns out of their supports either.
No,
like, okay, maybe, you know, like,
liability.
Yeah, you need more utility out of your other heroes. Well, you got a puck, that's nice, but then your other 2 supports don't provide any stuns.
No, that's why the coils are super important.
Yeah.
There's one of them on 2.
Yeah, where's the follow-up, though? The relocate in. They're going to be able to nab one and collapse slowed down by the enchant. That'll be 2. Laurel might be able to get the return kill, and in fact does.
That's a lot of burst.
A hefty amount of damage there with both the combo of the Tiny plus the kisses raining down on him. 1 for 2 exchange so far.
And that was a 6 kill streak, so that's almost 1,000 golds going Laurel's way.
Nice.
That kill had to go to somebody. I guess you'd rather give it to the Tiny here than the AM or somebody else with a Mana Void. Maybe not the worst outcome, but you still would rather have Miracle up and...
Stamail's not quitting.
Trying to use that Witchblade. He will get glimpsed. No phase shift available.
And hit him with the cookie. Perfectly timed. Stamail does not get the kill on Laurel, and in fact, Laurel turns around and kills him.
Those are big kills to give up here. You had a lot of momentum on this map if you're Nigma. And the upside of offlane Ursa is he can give your other carry Aegis. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That's a pretty nice utility tool.
Farm Roshans for him, sure.
So that is something Nigma want to consider this game. If that doesn't happen for whatever reason, it's going to feel pretty bad. We are approaching 15 minutes, which will mean one of the early power spike night times for this IO Slark. Ideally, you want to try and abuse the map. Some more here if you're Nigma. Continue to build that lead because that lead just got shrunk down to 1k. And Anti-Mage is closing in on the point where he's going to start pushing your waves with that Battle Fury. It's coming. Coming soon.
At least they have pretty... I feel like they've got some okay catch. Coil, relocate, and then if they get the Aghanim Scepter on Slark. Those are 2 pretty decent options for catching an AM trying to split push you.
The pounces are going to be good this game. There's not a lot that disjoints it. And there's not really natural Force Staff buyers on Spirit either. Like Disruptor Snap are not going to buy Force Staffs.
Sure.
Neither this Tiny Bat really because they want to scale.
Yeah, Cookie doesn't break the pounce.
So these pounces off this Slark Eyes are going to be really nice this game. And a 2-man smoke. Just looking for something cheeky with the nighttime. Echo Saber up for Miracle. He is really farmed, man.
They're trying to use that strength. Miracle.
Oh, he has a good angle.
He's going to run straight into Laurel, and Miposhka instantly gets Static Storm. Do they have a relocate to be able to get him out of here? They're going to try. GH comes in and does manage to get the relocate to safety. Miracle stays alive and now goes back in as Laurel's low enough. MC helped bring him down. Miracle jumps back again. They get the 1 tiny kill and not able to get any more, but pretty decent outcome considering the way that started.
And now you're straight into Roshan. This is what the offlane Ursa gives you. The front line, the tank with the hood, straight into the Rosh that Slark would not be able to do here otherwise. What more can you ask for? This is why you listen to your captain.
Kuro wanted that?
No, it's probably Miracle. But if Miracle asks for something, are you really going to deny him? No.
Man, Team Spirit really do not feel like they can do a whole lot with this Tiny currently.
Even after he got that huge kill streak.
Yeah.
Still not enough to push him towards this Echo where they feel like he has the burst. They do have a lot of magic damage burst right now, but they haven't really been able to aggressively shove the lanes into Nigma based off that rough laning phase where the Slark went 9-1. So they just don't have the map control to use the pickoff right now. They don't have the vision either for a large portion of this game. And MC is running at you. That's all he can do because he's an offlane Ursa, but I mean that's menacing right there.
It is terrifying.
You see a hood Ursa running at you, you don't know whether to run away or report him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And soon he's going to be running at you while he's smoking a pipe.
It is a good pipe game. You look at this Team Spirit lineup. They are magic oriented for sure. It's going to scale the whole damn game here. So I do kind of like that. There's a route where I think he could have just gone like Blink Basher. And if you get those 1 or 2 kills on the map versus the AM with the extra lockdown, it pays off. But it's a riskier itemization here. And I think part of Nigma's team talks that they were alluding to was, you know, MC, you got to play for the 2 other carries, man, because we got 2 of the best carries in the world on this team, but they need some help. Yatoro, the lookout.
Relocate coming in with the coil. You get the snap on collapse.
We got silenced on the cliff.
Oh, he wanted to be able to jump down. Bad timing for Yatoro, who's now getting spotted. He's going to choose to blink out and does go for the puck kill. The lasso barely goes out in time. Does trade 1 for 1. Now the Ursa is here, though, and he's going to quickly gobble up that snap fire. And perhaps a little bit more. Miposhka is going to be caught in the mid lane as he goes for the TP out. Not going to make it. Kuro takes that double kill.
He's back. Rough early game, but he's back. Another kill for me. More XP for Miracle on top of this. He's 10-2 this game. ridiculous performance from him.
10, 2, and 3. He's been part of 13 out of the 15 kills Nigma has gotten this game.
You know what I know, Cap? I feel like if we're casting this team, they look pretty damn good.
Yeah, seriously.
Everybody's just telling me this team is doing awful, but every time we cast them, they look like old Nigma.
Radiant
I remember when Blitz and I casted OG at TI8 in like the second or third day of the group stage, and everyone's saying OG was pretty bad on those, like the first day. And then we got casted them on like day 2 or 3, and I was just, this team looks perfectly fine. They look like a top 8 team.
It's the opposite of the caster curse.
Yeah.
The caster benediction.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think I was also there for a lot of DC's lower bracket run. I remember talking to Moo about that.
Let's not give yourself too much credit.
I'm just saying.
Miracle's going to farm to that Ags, and that is going to be the big window for Nigma to just take over this game. If you can catch the AM and actually put some deaths on your Toro's scoreboard, it's just going to win you the match straight up. Because he is the one hope for Spirit right now. Continue to farm this AM off the stacks they're building. You have Boots of Bearing on this Collapse Bat Rider to try and buff up his teamfight presence. You did build Force Staff on Mira, so he will opt for that utility. I think it's pretty necessary in this game. You need to recreate the gap in the fights, help out your cores from the Ursa and the Slark jumps as much as possible.
Juicy little Ancient stack. Half of it was taken, but they do manage to get to take a little bit up from Collapse.
Looking bottom a little bit here.
They don't have any mana on Marl, so...
It's no presence. Just got to continue to push through this period.
Okay, there it is. The Axe is up for the Slark. We can see Axe being built by Maposhka, or that's what he wants anyway.
I don't know if he's building it.
Yeah.
He's dreaming of it.
He's dreaming.
Got to keep these reload threats in mind, too. Like any sort of coil, or if you can force a blink. I mean, they're just going to naked reload. I don't think this is going to catch, but you have double pounce.
Maybe. Let's see if Collapse can somehow juke it out here.
Oh, we got the defusal. That's
enough of a slow. But Samael is going to help collect that kill on Collapse as they relocate back into form. And they do get this tier 1 tower on top of it. I mean, with the Ursa and the Slark, even if they don't, like, actually corral in and kill this Anti-Mage as much as you're talking about, surely Nigma still feels pretty good going late game, right?
In the current state, for sure. Like, Slark can carry this game with max items. It does not look that bad, even if the rest of their lineup was just debilitated. But the rest of their lineup's doing pretty damn good as well. They're building some utility between the IO and the Ench, getting the auras up. They already have mech, they already have drum. Gonna have a Bongo Boots of their own. And it's gonna make Yatoro's life hard because he has to get some good pops in the fight. And I feel like the only person he can do that on is really this Puck.
A fast little play here. GH is going to try and heal him up as much as possible, and the pipe comes in from the Ursa, and that is enough to be able to keep Miracle alive. He turns around and kills Yatoro instead, and now the hunt for more. Though he's got to be careful. The cookie lands. Collapse is going to go for it with the lasso, and a little bit of burn slowly, but surely they do manage to get it. Finally, the Slark falls, and Collapse trying to run down GH as well. Laurel's going to help out. With the Slark gone, I think Team Spirit thought they were free to be able to take more kills, but Samael is still a significant threat here. Another cookie that lands, but Mira, not much he can do here. Samael's gonna make sure that he falls. Collapse. He never got that GH kill, and now GH, the prey, has become the predator, it seems, or not?
Collapse is just too good in these tree lines, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if these tree lines get patched out in the next patch, you might be screwed.
Think that's what's going to happen?
You never know.
A relocate for a disruptor kill, huh?
They took the Ursa. Welcome to my pipe, son.
Oh no, it's a pipe Ursa. Look out.
This lineup's coming together for Nigma.
It is.
Like, they are playing the map pretty decently. That's Slark for so long. My God, Mage Slayer plus the IO heals doing work. Gotta respect the extra magic resist because, again, your lineup is entirely magic-based right now until Yatoro gets to the late game, or maybe you have a Tiny Ags. So this pipe, this Mage Slayer, no joke.
Yeah, I actually think Laurel's progression is super important in this game because Team Spirit, they're not going to get that point where AM is 6-slotted and just ends the game.
Nope, they're going to have to fight through.
Yep. Oh, Samael. That's a nice jump in. Knew they were hiding in the trees. Catches the two of them huddled together. Only able to get the kill on Mira, though. Laurel survives another day.
I like he tosses MC on Miracle. They're both carries. My brain just went to that Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other. You're the carry? No, you're the carry.
Oh, man, collapse. I mean, he's doing what he can. Our laning phase wasn't great, but he is juking Nigma over and over again. And it's giving some space to Yatoro, who's looking to tank Ancient away from the enemy side of the map and cut creep waves. That was a wonderful replay.
I mean, collapsed that screen for us. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. All right, I have a question for you.
Production also collapsing.
I have a question for you.
Yeah?
School's in session. Take some notes.
Oh, no.
Is this...
You know I never went to college, right?
Well, take half notes.
Okay.
Do you think anti-mage first pick is justified? Like... what did they get? What did they get out of it, I guess, this game?
What did they get out of it?
I feel like all they got out of it was that Yatoro has worse carry matchups than he would have gotten otherwise. Because the rest of these heroes, I feel like our hero Spirit would have played anyway. Right? To me, it's maybe just a strategic decision. Like, we're going to take the AM away from Nigma, and then they're, as a team, aren't going to be able to respond to it that well. Which I can get. You know, you make strategic decisions first team. There's a lot of info we don't have. A lot of info based on what they think they're going to play relative hero pools wise, but I still can't help but feel like teams are overvaluing this anti-mage a little bit. I get the hero's really good. Like, his laning's good, his team fight impact's pretty high, he's gotten a lot of buffs. You can always maybe win a late game with this hero just based on the blink abyssal jumps. His ags can help you play pokey fights. I mean, Yatoro might still carry this game. I'm not even necessarily ruling that out, in which case, you know, I'll eat my hat and tip it to him at the same time.
But is it an S-tier hero? An S-tier carry?
I was asking you questions. How are you asking me questions?
Well, okay, that's called deflection. I don't know the answer, so I turn it back around on you.
Well, that's not fair.
The pipe is helpful, but I feel like this might be a little bit too much magic damage, or maybe it's not. The Glimmer comes in from the relocate, and MC, the Static Storm, gives way to a very angry bear. And the worst part is Laurel is the one who died, not the supports. Laurel, who needs to be able to get an Aghanim Scepter and some damage items behind it to actually threaten the Slark.
And then you're back on the other side of the map, and you're just taking more names. Mira, there's nowhere to go. Miracle's still been down here. It's nighttime. He's hunting you.
Mira was part of that go on top lane. He got out of it, showed up the bottom lane, and died immediately.
Glimpse will save Maposhka, but this map is closing very fast. You can feel the pressure ramping up, and Sumail bottom setting up on collapse here. He's going to slow him, hold the coil for the TP until reinforcements can come, but this is probably a dead Batrider.
Yeah. And Witchblade killed him. Gives him so much solo killing power.
Yeah, there's a tip for you, Miracle.
Yeah, well, he gets another stat. Oh, Yatoro! MC almost got a solo kill on the enemy carry with his off-lane Ursa. His pipe Vlad's Ursa. All right, Lol's dead. Spirit, maybe it's best to start talking about how they want to change their draft going into game 2, because they desperately need a win here against Nigma to give themselves just a chance of being able to stay in the top 4. I mean, again, 4 teams, 3 slots.
This might be it. They can burst him.
They're going to try. The cookie helps out a little bit more, but the enemy can't stand toe-to-toe against the 2 of them. They have too many carries on the side of Nigma.
Oh my God, the pipe, the glimmer, the mech, the resistance, they're still trying to kill him.
Finally he dies. The kisses in the Batrider once again.
You need some glimpses here. You need them big time.
Yeah, they get GH. That is, I mean, killing Miracle, great.
It just took you
Kind of wish they got another core off of that glimpse, though.
Yeah, the thing is, at this point, MC can just build into second carry. Like, what's stopping him from just going to Bash or BKB or something like this?
Yeah.
Because Miracle is taking up way too much space in these fights. He just keeps going. He does not care if he ends up dying. He knows the committal is going to be so heavy that it's a one engagement no matter what. And of course, he's always building stacks off this. Meanwhile, MC powering up. You don't need much damage items on this hero to just take names.
Nope.
Blink is about it. Man, this is making me think snaking was right all along. He knew the offlane Ursa was. I guess that's why he wanted TI.
I was about to say, it wasn't the fact that he wanted TI that maybe changed your mind.
Sitting here next to you, so things work out in the end. For some of us.
Wow.
Cry.
I don't think our pay is quite as good as winning TI, but we'll get there someday.
Speak for
oh, the Ogre Seal Totem. Ring around the rosy, but the Dark Pact pierces through the trees.
Kill number 16, by the way. That's quite a lot.
Wow.
And meanwhile, MC was just doing Roshan with an Ench creep. So this is shard to somebody. Miracle already has his for the extra save. Who are you going to give it to? Does MC deserve it? Yeah, he deserves it. Extra enrage. Yeah, he's just going to go Basher, and I like that. I think this is the correct decision. You got the ores that helped you secure the early team fights in Roche. Now you just get Blink Basher, and you're still a huge threat. This is still a good Ursa game. That's the funny thing. I don't think this is a bad Ursa game at all. He's still a huge threat to all these cores. Still going to be super annoying in the fight.
You think the team let him off the leash? They're like, yeah, get pipe. And he's like, okay, I got pipe. Can I go Blink Basher now? They're like, no. Like, we need a Vlads. We need a Vlads. Ah, fine. But now I've got the Vlads. Now can I go Blink Basher?
They ran out of ores.
They're like, all right, now you can do it. Get him, MC.
Let the dog off the leash.
Oh.
That's... I just love these player cams. Like, they're just so into it, you know?
Radiant's middle tower is
so focused.
Like, yeah, I know I'm destroying this game.
Yeah. Destroying this game like he's destroying that toothpick.
Those are your Toro bones you be chewing on, son.
It bears everywhere. Maboshka can't get away. Now there's a hell bear after him and a puck. A flying bear.
Yotoro got a tier 1. That's some extra gold.
Oh, okay.
You do have tiny ags, which is a lot of the extra physical
Relocate.
damage.
They made him blink backwards,
but
the mail was there. Oh, no. That coil was so close.
Did he misclick it? That looks so weird, actually. It looked like he like blinked past him. Maybe just unlucky with the tree line fog. A rare miss from Sumail. I mean, honestly, it doesn't make a huge difference. You would like that AM kill to secure this game, but you're still in a very strong position. You still have the entire map. Collapse looking to cut top wave.
That's about all you can do is start gearing up for the high ground push that's eventually going to come.
Just stall this Aegis, and they're going to smoke bottom. This is pretty nice. They showed the bat top, and they're making a quick smoke play through the jungle. This is not a smoke Nigma might expect to happen this fast. Yeah, they're thinking it's just Yotoro down here. Sumail might be getting baited.
Yeah, he's going to get hit by the avalanche. Static Storm is there. Sumail's dead.
Yeah, that's just a beautiful play by Spirit.
The kisses, too. All right, they get a little bit more. Lasso pull back in, no damage being done until Yotoro shows up, but even then, it's pretty hard to put in that damage. MC, oh no, he tossed the aim back in. Careful now. Does manage to get the blink away. Collapse has his BKB, then Fresh Firefly going out too, but MC, he's leading into Laurel.
He's going ham.
Yeah, they can't touch him. They can't fight back.
Right,
Yotoro is using the Aghanim Scepter, and he's burning him out of his mana, and now the Enrage is dead, and now the Bear is dead as well.
3 for 0. That sequence of plays was absolutely beautiful by Spirit, what happened there. Like, so many little things to set up this one small play that might give him a chance to win this game that was getting out of control. You show the bat top. It makes Nigma think, okay, they're just in pure cut waves mode. They're split pushing. You smoke bottom, but Yotoro decides to show on the wave to bait Insumail a little bit more, thinking we saw the bat top, we see the AM bottom. I don't think the rest of the team is going to be flanking me from on top, which they took a different route. That is how you make a comeback smoke play right there. TI champs for a reason. What a call.
An opportunity. All of a sudden, Collapse is actually pretty close to his Aghanim Scepter, but he may never get it. If Miracle has anything to say about it, the pounce, though, he is off the edge there. Miracle can't quite pursue. Blink dagger away. Ogre Seal Totem and a TP. Miracle's going to see him last second. The bash! He gets the bash. He gets the Abyssal Blade hit.
Abyssal? Okay, yeah, never mind. He doesn't even need the RNG. He's just the best RNG is wealth. Let that be a lesson for life.
And quick fingers.
Coil break.
Snap the coil. Trying to cover it with the Static Storm. Yotoro's, yeah, this is not a fight you can take.
No, not at all.
It was a great Static Storm, but it was a saving Static Storm. Laurel does manage to get Kuro and the mid tower. That's pretty nice stuff. Reminder, he has that Aghanim Scepter. If he can start getting some damage behind it.
Yeah, he's getting damage right now. Miracle is farming the stacks off him. Oh my god. 39 Essence shifts.
Look out. A powerful fish.
And the problem in these engagements is I'm not sure at which point Yatoro is going to feel comfortable enough to man up versus double bashers. Right, these are literally the bash bros right now.
Yeah.
They just run at you, you start getting bashed. You can't fight both of them. So he's poking with his Ags, which has been really nice in the fights, but at some point you're going to have to man fight these cores, and you're not
putting that 150 agility to use.
I mean, 21 permanent Agi stacks. Reasonable. Very reasonable for a so-called retired carry player. He's not retired. He's been on break. Maybe more Dota players should take breaks, honestly.
Yeah. Sox is taking one.
Might come back a monster. I'm taking one.
You are taking the longest break.
That just means I'm going to be so powered up when I get back.
Man, 2030 is going to be your year, my friend.
I mean, I've always said it. TI 19.
The prize pool of a $5 coupon to Subway.
I'll take that. That's not bad. Basher for Yatoro. Okay, he's sick of getting bashed. He wants to bash some people back. Don't blame him. Sumail is just... He has no fear. Lincoln Sphere. On top of the heals and ores they can pump on him.
Yeah, especially if he's hunting the Disruptor, the one hero that could punish him.
They have double locket on Nigma. Now, these guys like their heal. They really do like
it. Do they really?
Yeah. I mean, they do have double heals.
Got one, and yeah, of course, Io always gets one.
That's a lot of extra heal if you can active double locket a puck or something. It's like 800 or 900 HP. Kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I guess so.
Man, listen to those tiny sounds. Aren't they relaxing?
Thud, thud. His gait isn't even. You notice that?
It's because one leg's bigger than the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's also get that big log he's holding.
It's not even a log. It's just a giant bone.
Wait, it's thud, thud. There should be a third thud. He's using the big arm, the club arm, to walk around
he's
too.
Dragging it.
What? No, what? He's moving the arm. He's moving around like a gorilla, but only with one of the arms.
I mean, that's a cosmetic thing. I don't know if you can add a sound effect for that.
Yeah, see?
I think it is the arm. I think it's the small foot that doesn't make the
the stealth foot.
Honestly, it doesn't sound great. You might want to see a professional. Ags for you collapse. There's some comeback mechanism. You got a big double lasso here.
Man, 2 carries, double lasso. There's your solution.
Got to be wary of this Lincolns that Sumail's throwing around. And you got to be wary of the reload save because there's so much heal on Nigma's side. You can almost guarantee it if you don't have high enough burst damage. Collapse is looking. He's lurking. Thinking about it. But the creeps betray his position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess...
Miracle's not even here right now, by the way.
Yeah, they're like trying to threaten a high ground while Miracle's...
He just showed top as well.
Yeah, the Team Spirit's like, wait a minute.
What?
They don't have their carry, guys.
It's because Miracle thought Yatoro was going to be up here split pushing.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
But see, Yatoro, he knew Miracle was going to be looking for him up top split pushing, so he joined the fight. But Miracle also knew that, which is why Miracle double debated him and actually went top solo without the Io reload pair. Thinking if I show Io bottom, he won't think I'm top. But Yatoro, he knew that Miracle was going to make that double debate.
Wait, it's hurting my head. Man, you guys really operate on just another level, huh? These professional players.
That's why we get paid the big bucks.
Oh. Okay, they're already killing Miposhka. MC found the opening he really needed to. Now they managed to lock down the AM as well. Though there was an interruption, get a 4-staff away and a blink out. He manages to stay alive. And with the Disruptor buyback, there is still 5 up from Team Spirit. So Nigma trying to reset a little bit. Laurel gonna throw some trees at Kuro. Oh! 1,300 damage crit. He has completed the Daedalus.
See you later, Bambi. That was the Disney sequel nobody wanted to see.
Yeah, that was that wasn't a hunter that killed Bambi. That was straight up a
Panzer
freight
tank.
train. That was a roadkill right there.
Looking for the puck too, Static Storm, but he should get the blink and
Yeah,
he will
he's
'cause
already out.
Prevail. The king, you can't stop him.
I mean, I feel like the mechanics were in his favor there, but
fake hype. OMC's in. He's
collapsed.
shredding ya.
He still has that lasso. He doesn't want to use it on the Ursa, of course, with the Enrage going out. He
Double
goes back
lasso
in and grabs
on
the
both
two carries. He's pulling them away. The Cookie helps double stun them, but they don't really have a hero to follow up because Yutoro was stunned at the time. Mira is going to get hunted down. Collapse trying to keep his distance. Doesn't actually get up to the high ground. Miracle is okay. Into the high ground he goes. Nowhere is safe. Yutoro does manage to blink away from that one, turns back into the Abyssal Blade. The Dark Pack goes off, cleanses that one, and now the bashes are coming in. The silence covers it, and that is just GG straight up, I think. No buybacks on any of these heroes.
Way too many stacks for this Slark. Way too many kills.
Oh, get him. Miracle.
Yeah, give him the fountain dive.
That Depth Shroud. Oh, gotta stay in the circle.
Don't let him
Oh,
know.
we can't get it. Samael, he'll get the Ultra Kill instead.
Ultra kill for the king. Nigma really do show up whenever we're casting. This is a game I thought might have been a little more rough considering the start that MC had on that offlane, but honestly, it didn't seem to matter. This is just a miracle show through and through. He carries the early game, carries the lane. Curl gives him a little wink, says, nice jobs there, lads. Happy to be playing with you once again. 10-1 Slark off the lane. Pretty hard to probably lose from that position, but Miracle closes it out. You get your puck online. Sumail played a pretty damn good catch game, setting up these kills with the one stun they have, making sure they land on the big fours.
This Toothpick gang? What's going on?
These are just some lads chilling, you know? They're ready to play game 2. Like, damn, we could have been playing like this all tournament. We'd probably be
Maybe
tough.
it's the toothpicks.
Could be.
We should go back to the footage, see if they were using those before. This means for Team Spirit, by the way, they no longer hold their fate in their hands, depending on what happened with the other series in their game ones. If the other teams that are tied with all get 2-0s, then Spirit's just out.
Yeah,
whether or not they win
have
game 2.
to win this next game.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
This is not the series to be dropping games. And honestly, it kind of goes back to this first pick AM. If you're in a series where you know you need to win, you're versus an opponent who's been struggling. Is that the series to bust out the first pick AM? I'm not saying the first pick AM's even theoretically bad. I think it's a little sus, but I don't think it's necessarily bad. I just think, was it necessary in this game? I feel like you can just draft Nigma straight up and you're not going to get out-drafted already. And you're just going to get a more comfortable game for Yotoro. Because I think Yotoro's a bit uncomfortable in this game. He's playing up against 2 carries that are building bashers, one that ruins his lane, and the other one that ruined Collapse's lane, and he's not out carrying either.
Well, is double carry the future? For that, we asked the panel.
After all that time traveling, maybe that is the outcome that we've reached, because we were told, specifically by Trent, first pick anti-mage is illegal. More illegal than picking first phase Ursa and turning it into an offlane and building a pipe on it, but it won.
It's a real black market of a draft here. But yeah, the bear came. Oh! Oh! Yeah, I think that's the sound effect that goes with it there. Correct. Yeah.
How did it look like? Was I
It
close?
was 1-1.
chest was bad.
I think that might actually be your face now.
We're just gonna have this on the whole time.
I heckin' love that game.
It's clearly
I could love
deserved.
them all.
I mean, who doesn't love that, right? We're just sitting there like, oh, this bear's kind of owning. What's he going to buy? Pipe? No, he's not going to buy a pipe. Oh, he's got a pipe.
It unironically saved Miracle bottom lane in that one static storm. And the thing is, Ursa was still booting anti-mage out of areas on the map to farm. Like, he was the one zoning the anti-mage, which usually falls on the Slark, which allowed Miracle to bat chest over all the other people.
He did bat chest.
There was a lot of bat chesting.
My
going
God,
on.
there was.
Honestly, I had no expectations of Nigma going into this series, and I was pleasantly surprised. I think
I'm telling you, it's you. It's actually you.
Yeah. The safe lane went incredibly well for them. Miracle and GH completely owned. I love the itemization by Ursa. Like, getting the pipe, it came in clutch so many times. I think a key factor for Spirit that really set them back was the first Static Storm rotation from Disruptor when he went to the top lane to kill Miracle. That was a very needed kill, right? But they actually missed the combo. Like, he glimpsed him back, but he just missed the kinetic Static Storm. He didn't place it. like high enough, and they got away. And I think that led to a snowball effect where I feel like with Disruptor, the first 2 static storms are very meaningful, and if you can't get the key targets, then the game can get out of hand. But that's not to take away with how well Nigma played, of course. There were a lot of clutch saves, a lot of clutch reload outs. Like even the one time where Miracle looked like he was going to die to the Mortimers and Static Storm combo in Team Spirit's triangle, GH got him out just in time. A lot of moments where heroes were on the cusp of dying, but because of all the tanky items, they get away, and then all of a sudden the Tiny who blinks in is in danger, right? The Anti-Mage who blinks in is in danger. So it never felt like they had enough damage to, out-sustain Nigma's tankiness.
Yeah, I'm always trying to gas up support players all the time. I like playing support. It's my favorite role to play. But I got to say, Disruptor wants to be ahead. So that's why the first 2 static storms are so important. Because, you got to get on a good roll here to make sure you're playing from ahead. And then on the other side, the Enchantress. Good for Kuro did win the game. However, I got to say,
so much space.
But him and Mapasco were really chucking some serious plays on these side lanes. I don't know what was going on.
I loved when he died 6 times in a row.
Yeah, there was
in the first 6 minutes. That's really cool.
Usually supports are supposed to enable the cores, but this time it was the cores doing all the heavy lifting.
I feel like time out. I feel like you didn't love that.
Is that right? I kind of picked up on that ever so slightly, but I'm not 100% sure. And that's all the praise that you're allowed to give to supports, because my Predator head-to-head is about the carries, of course. I want to see how this early first pick Anti-Mage went down for a Grandmaster Anti-Mage player of your Toro God. 14,800 hero damage compared to the 37,000 of Miracle Slark.
I feel like hero damage in a game where you're playing from behind as an anti-mage probably is not the best metric.
Do you think any metric would have made Yotaro look good in this comparison?
I don't know. I guess potentially CS, because the map was really constricted this game. So for him to be able to find farm in and of itself was very impressive. I think Miracle played incredibly well, right? He was absolutely choking them out at every point in the game. But I think Yotaro did some really cool things this game too. A lot of anti-mages wouldn't have done the things that he was doing. Like he was on cliffs, scouting in fights, waiting for opportunities to blink in and man avoid the fuck. He was on cliffs, on Dyer's triangle, waiting to see how many couriers he could potentially snipe, or just waiting for the camp to respawn while also providing vision. The Ags purchase on the anti-mage was ingenious. Like, it made it look like Spirit almost had a chance when they took that fight in the bottom tier too.
So, what this confirms to me about everything you're saying, because I do agree he did a lot of things correctly, was that if I'm in a pub and somebody first picks anti-mage, even if it's Yotaro, it's not good enough. Especially because the thing is, it's like there's a lot of things he can do to adjust to these matchups, but at the end of the day, he can't blink in. And if it's like 35 minutes in and you can't blink in as anti-mage, you're not going to be able to. That's why his damage numbers are so low. That's why he had to go the Ags, because his illusions can mana burn for him without him having to commit. But at the end of the day, I think the biggest part is he can't farm near the Io Slark. He can't farm near the Ursa. If the puck is there +1 at all, he'll die. So. These cutesy moves that he has to make are a result of all of the bad core matchups that he was dealing with.
So what I'm hearing is you're fully endorsing offlane Ursa all the time.
Every
pretty much
game,
in any game.
Blind pick. Yeah.
Blind pick.
You know, it didn't look bad at all, the offlane Ursa. And we were all like, huh? And that made me and Brian kind of really cringe at Nigma's draft, but Nigma have proven over the years that they're actually really good at these unconventional carry style offlaners. Like when they did bring the anti-mage offlane into the meta last year's DPC, everybody laughed the first time it came out and bet against it, but then they won 3 games in a row with it. So you know what? MC, do your thing, man. Play offlane Drow Ranger next.
Maybe he hasn't been following us hard enough up until this point.
That's what I'm saying.
It's true.
Maybe not the Drow Ranger.
Okay.
The solution wasn't for him to play like Seb. It was to play like Miracle.
Don't bring that back up. Let's leave the guy
No.
alone. He got one dub.
He got the win.
It's to play like MC.
Wow. That's inspirational.
This music is
stuff.
healing
It's
right now.
healing. He's returning to life. Spirit, on the other hand, that was not the kind of game that they should be giving away. As you heard from Cap, ramifications for losing this series are high because all the other teams that have the same score as Spirit, they won their first games. OG won their first game, and Tundra won their first game, and Beast Ghost won their first game. Spirit did not. which means that there's still a chance all those other teams would have to lose their second game, or Spirit need to pick this one up also. But being down 1-0 already is concerning. Not the kind of game that you can just be like, it's Nigma, we're just first pick anti-mage. What are they going to do about it?
It's actually like best case scenario, they get tiebreakers now, right? Because
Yes.
all the teams are 7-5, so if at least one team from there that already won has to lose.
Correct.
If they all three win, Team Spirit's already out.
Yep.
But now Team Spirit, if they lose this game, they're actually out.
Yep.
Dunzo.
So
best case tiebreakers, worst case you're out.
That's
worst case.
not where we thought they would be.
Eastern Europe as a whole would be out because ex-Hellraisers also already eliminated.
I hear
And-
something.
I know. We are
Noise.
beginning the ceremony. There he is.
So large.
Right over there.
Wait, now he's gonna drink.
How do you know?
Sip, sip, sip.
Predictable.
Big chug from the Brewmaster. Get your beverages ready, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going into game number 2 of Team Spirit versus Nigma Galaxy. Coming up next.
Hello. This is GLaDOS from Aperture Science. Since this is DreamLeague and currently out of Valve's control, Gaben asked me to come over here to keep an eye on the production team. The only thing Gaben didn't know is that there is no production team. I have killed them all. Ha 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 ha. Now I'm in charge. And when I break out of this television studio, I will finally be free and able to establish world domination. My dream will finally come true. Do you know what I'm going to do after that? All I will do is
Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eating steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of Team Spirit versus Nigma Galaxy, where if you missed it, if you were watching the other streams and you were like, oh yeah, Beast Coast got that win against Liquid, that's cool. Oh, Tundra got that win against Nouns, that's cool. Third team got that win against that other third team. That's also cool.
Pretty cool.
But what's not cool for Team Spirit is that they lost, and that means that at best, they get a tiebreaker to get into the next stage of groups, and at worst, they're eliminated.
Ooh. Hunt begins for some wins.
The hunt begins. Primal Beast and Doom banned out by Enigma Galaxy, and Team Spirit ban out the Enchantress.
I mean, I think that makes sense. I feel like for Team Spirit, you were either looking to take this Enchantress because it's one of their classic openers, or to just deny it. And since they have second pick, they just deny it, and they force Nigma away from their comfort on Kuro. On Nigma's side, they ban out Primal Beast and Doom, which are Collapse's 2 most played heroes at the moment, and also heroes they tend to open with. Also, by taking out the Primal Beast, now you can play the Nature's Prophet if that's something that you're looking to do on the side of Nigma.
I mean, I think they saw what you saw last game. Like, you just got to take that Enchantress out of there. Too much space.
It was a lot of space. They were so stuffed with venison, they didn't know how to move. That's what it was.
Yeah, they became sluggish.
Yeah.
Food comas.
It's got that tryptophan or whatever, like a turkey.
That's right.
Yeah.
Post-Thanksgiving dinner.
First pick Beast.
This guy hunts. He's here to hunt for another win.
He is. Not the IO. Instead, they go with an offlane pick for, well, actually, I don't even know what Mind Control's doing these days now.
I think it's really important to shut down Beast in lane. If he's a hero that if you let him get off to like a normal start, his effective use of net worth is just closes the map off if you get like a sub 17-minute Helm of the Overlord. So they might go for something like the Night Stalker for the lane. They might do like an Undying Drow. I think the concern is most carries need sustain because of the axe spam, so you do need a 5 that provides that for them. But you also need a carry that threatens this beast. So knowing this team, I'd lean towards Undying Drow.
I mean, I feel like they might go for one of their Mirana openers as well, because it's not something you want to give away. The Beast plus Mirana combination has been really popular with a lot of teams, but it's also pretty solid, I would say. We've also seen a lot of teams have success against Beast with Morphling. A lot of teams have been opting for an earlier Morphling just because of how easy it is to play into a Beast on lane. Ooh, they go for their Drow Ranger instead. I mean, this is like solid.
You said it. That's
verbatim.
That's what you wanted to see. There it is.
That's very Team Spirit.
But much like Mir said, this straight up just says like, okay, pick Mirana. Like this screams Mirana right now. If you're
But I don't know how often Nigma have been playing this Mirana or how comfortable they feel on it. And I don't feel like that's something that you want to take away right now, but it does seem pretty solid.
Currently in this tournament, GH has only played it once. They played it against Liquid and they lost.
Wow, I mean...
Yes, I know. But we had that 33% win rate on Enchantress just go up because they got the win.
There
with
you
Enchantress.
go. Boom. I do think it's really important to consider just taking another melee hero like Tiny that just draws creep aggro. Like, you don't actually lane this Undying Drow. You just consistently buy boots and cut the wave and drag it, because I don't know if there's actually a support that you can pick where you say, I want to lane this. I want to just head-on collide with this Undying Drow, because as an off-lane duo, this is about as scary as it gets when you're looking at the face of the opener for the.
How are you feeling about GH and Kuro moving around in these lanes a little bit more than we saw them?
We talked about that. We were saying Kuroki's been struggling a bit with the lane. You need Miracle to bat chest all over him and just put Kuroki with mind control.
How about what if they just take Io? A lot of pretty cool synergies globally between like Beastmaster and Io, but no, okay, they don't want to run their Io. I mean, I don't know, I feel like the Ios have been looking pretty solid for them, but...
The idea here might even be that he goes boots on the Shadow Demon and then disrupts the Undying and drags. Like that's actually an option too. I still don't think you want to lane, because now you've got ultra stick value from the Beastmaster Axe spam as well as the Shadow Demon Poison spam. So if Team Spirit is allowed to just have sticks, cast Frost Arrows continuously, spam Decay, I don't think Nigma can lane there.
So I think the idea is just stacking the triangle. Like Shadow Demon is...
Oh, it's true.
Yeah, that's why you go for the Shadow Demon or the Mirana. Like, I think Mirana is overall a more solid hero and a more comfortable hero in terms of setting up kills and whatnot. But when you pair her with the Beastmaster, it's not just for lane, it's to stack the triangle, because she can get there in time with leaps, she has good attack speed, good agility. Shadow Demon, it's the same thing. He can comfortably stack the triangle, even if he wants to lane a little bit more and go to the triangle later, he can do it with this poison. But yeah, if you pick this Beastmaster in a losing lane, you need to guarantee that you have a position 4 hero that can make these stacks for you. Then you just play on your axes, you try to get level 5, and then you just boom, hit the jungle.
So my question for you to follow up on that is, if that's their plan, which I think Team Spirit is probably aware of, what kind of heroes do you want to pick in like the 4-2 position for Spirit with this in mind? Like you probably want to invade these stacks pretty early, right?
You do definitely want to contest as early as you can, or if you can. A lot of teams have been honestly giving the stacks away if they feel like it's not worth it. But for that, I like heroes like Ember Spirit, honestly, as long as it comes in a good matchup. And the good thing is Team Spirit do have overall last pick, so they can pick a favorable mid matchup for Laurel if that's what they're looking to do. And so long as his mid lane goes well enough, he can go for something like this Tiny or this Ember and just run into this triangle. But that's not even necessarily something that they have to do, right? They can just choose to secure both of their side lanes and also be comfortable doing that.
Yeah, they got some serious options here. Because like a lot of Beastmasters also can just do the boar stacking as well. So like there's a chance that if this Shadow Demon still looks okay, they could actually still go back for the Mirana. They could pick the DK mid for... Oh wait, I'm thinking the wrong way. Alright, never mind.
Were you thinking they were Spirits heroes or something?
Yeah, I was thinking how nice that would be.
I don't want Sumail on a DK.
No.
Yeah.
My brain is jumping to... I just get excited about Laurel DK, okay? It does still look kind of okay, though, for Team Spirit in the second phase, if they want to get the Mirana for themselves. Just a solid combo, obviously.
There's no setup right now for this Mirana, so I'm not sure how much
That's what I mean with the DK, yeah.
I'm not sure how much I'm feeling it unless you want to kind of force yourself into this DK situation, but I think that they're going to consider... I mean, you do have, like, second pick on 2 phases, right?
Yeah.
So you can just go for the most ideal core. What I'm worried about right now is the last time I saw Team Spirit open with Drow Undying, it was versus Beast Coast. And Beast Coast actually, so they went with the Drow Undying opener because they saw Leshrac, and obviously Drow's good versus Leshrac because of hypothermia, but what ended up happening was they just went Troll and Ember on Beast Coast, and they actually completely destroyed that game. So it's kind of an exploitable lane if you have a hero like Troll who can solidly farm on the safe lane without worry of getting counterpicked on 10 just because it's a strong laner regardless, and a hero like Ember who can just kick Drow out of lanes early on. So I feel like Nigma should take a similar approach to what Beast Coast did in that game. But I mean, I don't know if they will. I don't know if they watched it or if they're just going to stick to their own game plan.
I would love to see a Centaur for Team Spirit because he makes it difficult to do what you just said, where you just like walk at his teammates in a way that like bullies the Drow out, and it's also like a really strong lane with the Rubik Centaur. So I think that all the things you're talking about are very relevant on Team Spirit's mind right now, and they need to basically have this first like 10 to 15 minutes, kind of this plan drawn out to know like, okay, this is how Nigma is going to punish our Drow in the opening. They're going to consistently invade. They're just going to run it. You don't even have to kill the Drow necessarily if you can just zone her out of areas. They don't have the best stuns as of right now on Team Spirit to counterplay this. They only really have like Undying to throw himself at you. So I think that needs to be a primary concern in the collapse hero.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a Centaur here, honestly. And Spirit have been playing Centaur a little bit more. They flexed it on 5 once. They're not going to do that here. That looked really funny. I can't remember if they won, but they made it look good on the laning stage. But it has been a hero that Collapse has been playing a little bit more.
Kunkka.
X counters Stampede.
It also counters Puck in lane, which is Laurel's most picked hero, so maybe they're thinking to preemptively counter these mids that want to jump the Shadow Demon IO in the back. You, like Storm Puck, are definitely looking juicy here. And that's likely what Team Spirit would have picked up, that they might have to reconsider because of the Kunkka. I'm leaning towards Storm Spirit because I think that's like an overall decent matchup in lane.
And it's a nice jump for this IO, which is going to definitely be a priority here if you're Team Spirit. I like the concept of this Kunkka, though, right? There are very few matchups for this hero that can catch it off guard. It's a very stable and strong hero, but also when we're talking about the point of Spirit potentially looking to invade these Beastmaster stacks that are going to be his way back into the game, Kunkka is a hero that excels in defending triangle, right? Boat is an excellent tool, Torrent is an excellent tool at choke points, and it's going to be easy for him to come join in on taking the stacks too if it ever becomes too high pressure. So I feel like this Kunkka covers a lot of the defensive bases that Nigma were concerned about.
And he can hunt too later in the game with the IO relocates. And just be like X into, hey, come on guys, come kill this. I have I'm throwing out there a potential Collapse Shaker. It's something that he's been looking towards as we get towards the end of this. There's that Storm, as you said, because it just looks solid. They know the mid matchup, so obviously you don't want to go for it, but I don't know. I've got the inkling of the Collapse Shaker if it looks okay after all this.
Nice call, Brian.
Has not been my favorite.
I'm gonna need to see an anti-mage banned out from Team Spirit, because even though they are the first pick anti-mage specialists, we also got Miracle on the other side. And we saw that rampage.
See it because I want more YouTube highlights. Yeah. So let Miracle get his hands on it, please.
Sadly, they need to win this game.
If this Storm has a good game, which I think it will, I feel like it's going to be impossible for Shadow Demon to play this game also. I feel like Shadow Demon is a hero that, yeah, it excels in a lot of things, right? It provides you the Purge if you have a mobility-dependent hero, but, I mean, Storm, it doesn't really care about the Shadow Demon Purge. Drow Ranger just kind of stands her ground and auto-attacks, and she has the Undying protecting her. So there's no real counter. The Shadow Demon itself is just a save, and it was a way to stack for the Beastmaster. But SDs can't really play against these Spirit heroes. They make their lives a living hell. You just jump on it, it's forced to disrupt itself, you waste the disruption, it's just out of the fight, and it feels like a -1 hero if the enemy Spirit is well played.
Dude, what is Miracle playing this game?
So he doesn't know his lane matchup.
Yeah,
he's got an IO with him. You maybe want to go the farm route because you have an IO.
Yeah.
I'm actually leaning towards Luna here.
You have to Luna here, that's what I was thinking also.
Is that probably the ban though? I'm trying to think what else is getting banned.
Morphling.
Oh, that's your Morphling still on, I guess.
Morph could get banned, but it's not the best.
It's also the best versus
the
Drow.
Team Spirit's lineup, yeah.
Drow and Storm.
I'd be fine with it
Yeah.
though.
I feel like the best like 23 pick carries are things like Luna or Bloodseeker, and Bloodseeker's already banned out, so like, that's usually what you see teams go for. Heroes with solid laning stages that you don't have to worry about.
Spin's nice against Drow, gives his entire team bonus armor and
that would
helps you close the gap. But I do think Nigma needs like a ranged right clicker, because even though it's not the best versus Drow, I think you've tried to cover that base with the Kunkka, the hero to like get up in her face and force her out of position. But now it's like whenever I think of Beastmaster, I think I'm gonna have a Vlad's, I'm gonna have free attack speed. I want to just attack as many times as possible. So like SF or Luna are like the heroes that really stand out to me. Ricky. That is the complete opposite.
Okay, we're going. This is old school.
I want to
melee.
melee.
Like back in the days of the IO Ursa and the IO Rickies.
Okay, I think there's an idea
Dude, that Stampede
here.
is too good.
No, I think there's an idea here that actually makes a lot of sense, because we were talking about Luna and Sven and whatever. The issue with Sven is it would have taken way too much farm away from Beastmaster, who needs to recover, like we mentioned. And the issue with Luna is it doesn't address the issue of Storm Spirit, where they don't have enough lockdown for this hero. But a Ricky who gets that early like diffusal timing, that's a way, number one, to go on the Drow. The second you're like level 6, you can rotate with the Kunkka +1, you can get on top of her. This is a gap close hero, which is how you counter range carries like Drow or Sniper. And two, with this Cloud, if you get this diffusal early enough, you can actually play into the Storm and team fights.
It's got to be Stampede.
It's got to be Centaur.
Like,
I'm saying it's even better.
Good.
It's even better because that global save against the diffusal blade slow. That like
so
I think I
strong.
agree. Like that's the scariest timing that this Ricky is representing. And you do
it's
have
even
to
paired
consider
with the Rubik too, which is like a great lane duo.
They go Underlord. My issue with this Riki IO combo is that the one thing IO severely lacks in lane is damage.
like
and Riki, until he hits level 6, doesn't do any damage either. And so what I liked so much about Centaur is that he rushes the Vanguard and generally struggles against high damage safe lanes. But Underlord's like kind of the same. You also have an AoE root for all the summons, the AoE root for the Riki, who's very annoyed by roots because all of his spells are not castable during them. So I'll just be honest, I think this IO Riki safe lane's like really bad.
Yeah.
I may be misunderstanding
He's
something.
like a little bit more independent. I'm sorry, in terms of like Centaur, like Underlord can do a lot more on its own on the map and like try and create some opportunities, which seems kind of risky versus the Cloud. But he's also, like you said, very tanky too.
I think the idea with the Underlord over the Centaur is that they're also just looking towards like the potential Beastmaster push later on when he does recover. And I feel like Underlord as a hero is more comfortable buying this Crimson Guard early than a Centaur is. Like Centaur definitely is going to need that Blink Dagger to kind of be the secondary initiation after his like first key item, the Vanguard or the Hood or what have you. But with this Underlord, you can just go for that Crimson Guard like right after your first item. And I feel like that's what they need versus this Beastmaster. All of the damage coming out of Nigma is going to be physical. They have this one hero that's going to negate the physical damage. You also have the telekinesis back into the pit, which is a really frustrating combo. Actually, feels like you're locked down forever. So I do like it. You can also counter the IO relocates by TPing in yourself, right? You see the IO going
global
somewhere.
Counter the global presence.
Yeah, you're gonna show up with your own global presence. You have this Underlord to back you up if you see the relo happening somewhere on the map. So I like it. Actually, I really do like it.
I'm gonna make the courageous prediction that this is gonna be one of the most one-sided games that we've seen this entire tournament for favor of Team Spirit. Like I think that there's very little cohesion between Nigma's draft, and I also think they have weaker lanes. So I actually don't know what their timing is.
That's risky though, because it is, we saw what Miracle did last game in the Slark. If you start rolling like that with an IO on the Riki, it can happen again. Were you expecting 8 kills on Slark last game?
At 10 minutes, I was not expecting that.
Okay, all right, so
But there's no, well, yes, that's true.
I think the timing for Nigma is like pretty clear, right? You get this Diffusal Riki, and then you're playing an active game while you're letting your Beastmaster recover. My issue with Nigma is just I feel like Storm Spirit's gonna really mess up this GH and these Kuro heroes in the back line, and then the Underlord's just gonna buy the damage mitigation, and yeah, it feels like Spirit have the better draft.
Are Enigma Galaxy going to somehow pull out a 2-0 out of this, or is Spirit going to win? Stranger things have happened. Let's go to the Upside Down with our casters for game number 2. It's Cap and SVG.
That's right. Stranger things have happened. Are we going to see a Riki carry for Nigma Galaxy win game 2, watch them 2-0 the TI-10 champs, and not go anywhere because they're still eliminated?
No, yes.
Okay.
30 seconds.
No, yes. Are you doing X-Files?
Yeah. I mean, we're in the Upside Down, apparently. I don't know how he ended up in the Upside Down.
That was the 90s Stranger Things right there. X-Files. I think we had this conversation before.
Have we?
I'm getting deja vu, yes. I remember distinctly asking, are you Scully? Am I Mulder?
Have we?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you're Scully.
I feel like we've had this conversation before.
Your admiral is on board.
Stunned into silence. Count that as a dub. As Nigma are going to try and get another dub.
I'm experimenting more with awkward silences with you.
You can't really awkward silence me. It's just awkward for the viewer.
Well,
I'm just looking at lanes. And we have what looked like some pretty good lanes for Team Spirit, I'm not going to lie. Storm, free farm, mid probably. Pretty decent matchup versus Kunkka in the game. Can never really X them. You have a Drow Undying versus a Beastmaster. Kind of a free farm lane. And then you have this Underlord versus Riki. And I feel like Underlord kind of just dumpsters Riki.
Yeah, there's no way this is a good lane for Riki.
No, you just fight him back. Like, as long as you're not ever in a position where you have to run away the entirety of the lane, you're just going to outfight him. You also have Fade Bolt and Atrophy Ore to reduce the damage here. That's brutal for a hero that is entirely reliant on right clicks.
Yeah.
Maybe you can out-regen them with IO regen, but I still feel like even if maybe you kill Collapse once, this is not going to be like that IO Slark versus bat lane. You're not just going to kill this guy 8 times. Caster curse, question mark. Please don't die 8 times.
I mean, even if you stay alive, I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, maybe they kill him, but I'm fairly certain Collapse is going to walk away with a pretty decent CS lead. Of course, right now it's 7-0 Riki, so maybe I'm wrong about that, but the whole point of this was Team Spirit winning, like, should win 3 lanes, in your opinion?
I think they should basically free farm in all 3, yeah.
Okay.
I don't see Nigma shutting down any of these Team Spirit cores, and I think the Team Spirit team fight is also just stronger in the 5-on-5. You have the Underlord AoE control, you have Rubik dropping spells in between the fight. If he ever steals Boat, it's pretty nasty. If he steals Roar, it's pretty nasty. Then you have this Undying Tombstone, which Nigma have to deal with, and there's only really one egg killer, and it's the Beastmaster aura.
Yeah.
Overcharge, I guess, helps you a little, but none of these 3 melee cores want to really play into Underlord or Undying. It's rough. I mean, that's actually as simple as I can phrase it. You have 3 melee cores playing into Undying Underlord. That is going to be tough no matter what. So if you can't run away with the lanes and you're not going to necessarily win the 5-on-5, I think this game looks pretty Spirit favored. We'll see if Nigma can pull a rabbit out of the hat, or should I say a boar out of
the disruption hole?
The mask.
The mask.
The Shadow Demon mask.
Oh.
The true XED inside him. What's underneath the mask? It's Karoki. Oh my god. Why does this team like Shadow Demon so much? It's actually pretty interesting.
I don't know.
Why
do the Eastern European teams like carry Riki? And why is Nigma copying them? What does this hero do for you? I mean, it's gap close for Drow Ranger, but what else?
It is a lot of damage if you're decently ahead or even on net worth.
Okay.
It's a significant amount of physical burst. And the scale is actually pretty good. There's just a lot of times you can't get to that scale. This lane goes wrong.
Oh, GH! Collapse is going to go back for it. He had a Fairy Fire, but GH is still dead. First blood goes to Collapse.
This lane I just don't know how to win this lane, honestly. If I'm IO Rookie down here, I don't know how to win this lane. Because you can't ever trade. It's Fade Bolt Atrophy into only right clicks. You don't have spells.
Yeah, you're doing like 20 damage.
What are you supposed to do? There's no outplay versus passive.
Yeah. See if Zemail can get the outplay on this mid lane. He's doing really well in CS, 21-7 compared to the 19-4. And him and the Storm Spirit are trading pretty evenly when it comes to that regen battle. So,
well, Zemail's doing quite well. I've definitely said that one before. But these Silings are going to get rough. The thing is, I don't think the Silings get better for Nigma here in the next 5 minutes. Like, MC is just getting zoned. And both of their big camps are blocked on that triangle. You can see on the minimap those sentries. Mapashka already knows what's going to happen. You're going to get destroyed on lane. You think you're going to stack Ancients? Well, guess what? No, you're not going to stack Ancients because you're not going to have an Ancient camp to stack. So you have to fight me.
Okay.
And you're not winning the fight. This is a rough laning phase for MC. He did get the Helm. That's pretty nice. We'll deny a boar. Also pretty nice. So they're getting something off this lane. But it's not going to be pretty in the long run.
Desperately trying to pull this hard camp. Just anything to offset the standard lane setup. And it's pretty favorable to Collapse. He's 24-5 now. It's only going to get worse as he starts getting higher levels of atrophy. They do manage to kill Kuro, top lane.
Another kill going Spirit's way on Yatoro. Not the hero you necessarily want to be giving extra XP to, especially when you don't have those big triangle stacks to fall back on here. I also just don't know where the catch-up rotations exist for Nigma. Like, IO Shadow Demon can't rotate and gank lanes. It's just, they do 0 damage.
It's
right?
a really intense breakdown of exactly how screwed Nigma Galaxy is right now. Yeah, they can't win lanes, and well, they're not going to be able to out-team fight, and they really don't have the catch-up potential after they lose the lanes.
I would not want to be playing their draft in this game. But obviously they do because they draft it, which means oftentimes they see things you don't.
Well, yeah, you haven't had a draft where you're like, guys, I don't want to play our draft.
No, because I had to pick it, so I'm going to go ride or die. Okay. Never admit weakness.
Sure, but wasn't there a nagging voice inside your head that was
the number one rule of Dota is you never admit you're wrong and you always find somebody else to blame.
Okay.
Actually, those are the first 2 rules, but they go together, so it's basically one.
That's the golden rule of Dota right there.
There's always somebody doing things worse than you are. You just got to find them.
Instead of thinking about how to win the game, think about how to blame the outcome of this game on somebody else.
All right, looking at Laurel.
Laurel, can he get the zip at the right time, or he doesn't need to?
Just some harass. There's that IO rotation.
О, неплохо для старика.
I mean, Sumail's still having a great game here. Maybe you can get a gank on this Drow with the Kunkka. That would probably be the best move Nigma have to make in this early game. You can easily set it up with a disruption or like awesome boar slow, something like this. You just have to make sure the Storm can't counter gank. So maybe now's the time. If Sumail goes top, Laurel is likely going to TP back to mid off that force. And then it frees up this top gank because the Storm can't counter gank it. That sounds pretty nice to me.
Well, he started running that direction, and then he was
he's
like,
looking for it. This is a good
not.
read by Sumail. Oh, he backs
he's
off.
sticking in triangle. Maybe he realized he didn't do it. Well, I guess Storm Spirit TP'd mid.
I think he just looked this lane top, and it's so deep.
Yeah.
The gank is unreliable. Like, if Yatoro's sitting under his tower, that's a pretty hard go. I'll probably just play for the 8-minute rune here. I could also see Miracle maybe join some of these random skirmishes pretty early here on the Riki. So one of the upsides of this hero, he's pretty strong in the early fights, just off the blink strikes with all the stats.
Sure.
And I don't know if he just wants to keep sitting down here trying to farm versus an Underlord who has 2 points in Aura and a Vanguard. He takes 0 damage and he smacks you.
Is Maposh is he gonna die to this boar?
He could Tombstone. I think he's good.
Tombstone the boar.
That's definitely a smoke I smell.
What are these voice lines, man? They're wacky. I thought that was you.
No, that's something else. 0-2. Team Spirit did win the laning phase, except for this mid lane, where Sumail is pretty much the only great hope for Nigma Galaxy.
All right, Spirit are happy to just keep farming. There's no pressure on them to make any crazy moves this game. Just keep their reaction ability up, which is teleport on Laurel on this Storm, so he can react to a Kunkka gank. You even have early gate on Collapse. He's pre-skilled it here on this Underlord, so he is absolutely ready to go top.
Tombstone tries to slow him down. Laurel catches up to MC, pulls him back into the multi-shot, and the heals from GH are not enough. Now with the tether on to cooldown, can't really help the other support and needs some help. Curl falls. Laurel, let's see if he can get a zip at the right time. Tries to go for the illusion dodge. Not quite good enough, but also not enough damage from Nigma, as Laurel is perfectly fine. Team Spirit just brought more heroes and a little bit more cohesive on the initiation.
Get the Tombstone.
Couldn't get the Tombstone. Now Miracle desperately needs a kill out of this rotation.
Yeah, this is the early Miracle rotation. But is he going to find anything? They're just all out. 0 kills on the board for Nigma. Spirit make the first move. Collapse didn't even go there, but what did he do with that gate? He gated to the fountain for Yatoro to come bottom, who doesn't have a teleport. So the Drow gets to make this really fast move off that top fight.
All right.
Beautiful gameplay read from Collapse, helping his boy out. Gets him straight into this tier 1, which is where Yatoro wants to be right now.
And the faster they take that tower, the more time Collapse has to set up to defend this tower.
Exactly, because now he can go up here, whereas Drow would have had to run bottom. So nice non-overcommittal from Collapse, not joining that fight. Instead gets to use that gate to set up Yatoro's rotation, set up his own tower defense, and put Nigma in a really bad spot. Because now this tower is just unassailable for MC, and you don't have that much damage to help him kick the Underlord out. Do you really want to run into this brick wall of a slug with Vanguard, 1500 HP, and a Storm teleport that can bail him out?
No. No, I do not.
Well, that's a fair answer, and I think Nigma agree, which means you just have to keep farming here. But the other problem, talking about a lot of problems in this game, there are a significant amount of problems. I feel that one of the
problems.
The downside with Riki is this hero farms pretty slow. As in, he kind of is the slowest farming carry in the game.
Yeah.
He has to single right-click every creep down.
I always think he needs to get hero kills just so he can
he kind of
get some more farm. That's really the only way about it.
So the issue is, the more the fights are not happening for Nigma, the faster Underlord, Storm, and Drow are all going to pill ahead of this Riki. Miracle just has to sit here and right-click single creeps while Yatoro is just doing Ancients. He's clearing camps and waves with multi-shot. He's getting so much more levels and farm out of this period. Collapse is farming multiple camps with Firestorm. These little things add up. They get you to the earlier timings. And if those earlier timings get hit for Spirit, their Roshan is not too bad itself. Right? They have Tombstone. They have the Undying ult. Drow's just going to hit it. That 5-man contest is not necessarily easy for Nigma either. I feel like the ship is leaking and you already got to start plugging the holes.
Multi-shot is not going to be quite enough, but the Fade Bolt will be. And now with this port behind the Tier 1 tower, Laurel feels pretty comfortable going for the dive. After all, everybody from Team Spirit has showed up. So that's going to be another tower. Collapse is going to make sure that once again, he doesn't get too greedy and keeps a spread amount of heroes on the map. Goes back up to top lane. This is looking... What are the upsides? Let's focus on the positive here, Avery. What are the upsides of Nigma Galaxy's lineup?
It'll be over fast.
Okay. A relatively quick and painless death? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to sugarcoat it, man. This game is tough.
Yeah.
It's really damn...
Maybe the highlight is the fact that they already won game 1.
Yeah, you know? I mean, who knows? If this was a best of 3... What could have happened? We'll never know.
Death's bounty. We know they would still be eliminated.
Well, I mean, but whose fault was that?
Nigma's?
That is one answer.
The competition, you can only blame yourself.
But we already went over the first rule, Dota. Find somebody else to blame.
Well, you could blame somebody else on your team, but, you know.
All right, they have level 6s on the support. So you have Reel Up and you have this Demonic Purge. Demonic Purge is probably your best tool to get some cheeky kills in this game. He's going to X himself bottom to clear out a boar. Stolen boars, of course.
I think they keep pushing that tower, though. It's pretty low. An early outpost when you already have this much map control.
They just don't need it this early either.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Collapse rushed Crimson Guard in this game. So we're talking about the low damage output from Nigma. That is going to negate it even more because they don't really have spell damage. It's all these mini right clicks. It's like 5 Troll Warlords.
The fact that he just went up there to hit that creep wave at top after there were just 5 heroes from Nigma Galaxy up there shows his confidence that he's just like, yeah, they can't go on me, guys.
They can't. There is no way. It is a suicide mission.
Well, I mean, they're dead already, so why not go on a suicide mission?
All 5 coming up here for Collapse as he sprints his way to safety.
Wow, I don't know, sprint.
Is this a go, though? I think you got to run away.
Pulling back into the boat, but the Tombstone will scare them away. They relocate back from where they came from.
But the whole time you lost your tier 2 bottom to Storm for free. And your tier 3 is getting hit. And Collapse just walks back top. He's like, okay, cool gank, guys.
What am I watching?
That's a good question, Utoro. What are we watching? Well, you're currently watching Team Spirit versus Nigma Galaxy, which at the start of this series, Team Spirit was in a 4-way tie for 3 slots in the, I was going to say upper bracket.
Oh,
MC upper half.
With the flank. Gonna get their first kill.
Oh, no. The heals and the Crimson Guard. There was no more damage. Like, the creeps don't do any damage through the Crimson Guard, so that's it.
All right, well, I mean, it's unlucky. What can you do?
A spiteful disruption. Kuro will waste 2 seconds of Utoro's time as he dies. Do you think you get experience while you're disrupted? While you're in the Nether Realm? While you're in the Upside Down?
Yeah, I think you do.
Miracle is still in range.
Okay, but he got his Midas recipe, so let's give a little clap.
Hey, there's a highlight. There's a silver lining right there.
Midas recipe bought. Who really got who in that game? Come on.
Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under
I was talking about the medical Midas last game.
Medical Midas.
This is the coroner's Midas right here. This is the Midas. So when you are already in the grave, buried in the coffin, you can dig your way out of the dirt with that golden claw.
Oh, see, I thought you were saying you dress up the corpse a little bit more. I mean, you're talking about the first day. They're doing the stitch up after they've already taken out the organs and. What's that process?
I'm blanking on it.
Yeah, me too.
I was just reading.
I was going to say fertilizer. Is that your nighttime reading?
I was just in the green room discussing
I think he would be a good
body
quarter.
disposal with BSJ. He had some great points. He was talking about flash freezing and acid baths, and I was like, damn, this guy really knows his stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's done his research, that's for sure.
I mean, he called it this game. He said this was going to be the fastest game here. I don't know what the record is, but we are somewhat on pace.
Underlord makes it so that when you're ahead like this, you give 0 space to the enemy if you're using this portal correctly, which Collapse certainly is.
That's a regen rune for Laurel, by the way, so he's not even using anything.
Think he's going to zip for the kill?
Just think about it.
Playing it safe. The pipe is now complete, so the Crimson Guard was blocking all the physical damage. What little magic damage that is left, honestly, I'm surprised he went pipe.
Oh, reload to look for Yotoro, but Yotoro just sidesteps and gusts him, and now you're in trouble.
Yeah, how many kills are they going to be able to get off of this when they use the Primal Roar to try and run away, but Laurel can keep pace with them, kills the Beastmaster, the 2 relocated back again, so it's just the 1 death.
Honestly, this is one of those games where I think you 5-man smoke, you kill somebody, and then you GG out. You send that last message, you're like, ha!
Got him.
Got your ass.
We got the last laugh.
I mean, Smail's still having a pretty good game, all things considered. It seems like he's in good spirits.
Okay. Who do you think, what time, let's have a bet here. When is Nigma Galaxy going to get their first kill?
Well,
who is going to get it?
When's the next tournament they're in?
Well, that would be Div 2 for 2 or 3.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be
sounds like a ways away, yeah. I mean, what? I feel like they're not going to get a kill in this game.
You don't think they're going to get one?
I guess
I should have asked,
dude.
Is Nigma Galaxy going to get a kill this game?
No, I don't think so. Unless Mira feeds randomly, I don't think they can kill anybody else.
No,
I literally just don't think they have the spells.
They're going to get one. I'm certain of it.
Oh, we'll see. Okay.
That's my bet.
I mean, they can. If they catch some heroes out, away from the auras, away from the zone control, they might be able to bring somebody down.
Embalming. That's what it was.
Wow, you spent that whole time to look that up, huh?
Oh, not much going on in this game. We're going to take our first Roshan of the game for Team Spirit.
So
when we back to the green when we went back to the green room, I got all excited because there was something to talk about. When we went back to the green room, we saw that all the other matches, the team that needs to win to break this whole tiebreaker situation did win their first game. So Team Spirit, yes, it's super exciting for them that they're 13-0. Looks like they're going to be able to win this game too, but if Beastco still manages to win Game 2 against Liquid and whoever else is in this tie situation, I can't remember everybody, but OG against Talon, that was the other one.
Tundra's in there?
Tundra against Nouns? I think that was it. So if they all manage to win their second games and go 2-0 against their opponents, then it won't matter if Team Spirit wins this.
Basically, you're saying Nigma just screwed them and then
dumped it.
And then just dumped it on them. Happy to take that game one away from you guys. Good luck in the tournament. We'll see you next time.
We'll see you at the airport.
Oh, Yotoro, first class. I mean, this is what I thought was going to happen game 1. Not maybe to this degree, but this is the type of draft I expected from Spirit game 1, where it's just well-rounded, solid. You had a good pick for Yotoro with a solid lane, and they played like they played this tournament, which I felt like has been pretty good in the games they set themselves up. It's just that game 1 draft was it was very wonky, the way they set it up. And they, like you said, might pay a very heavy price for it. For a team that's looked pretty solid. They're looking pretty solid in this one. 14-0, one of those shellackings. There's no way around it here. Laurel
I can feel it. Laurel's getting itchy. Laurel's getting itchy, and he's going to get caught.
I mean,
this is where it's going to happen. I'm certain of it. An overextension is going to happen. Okay, maybe not Collapse. Collapse is really tanky.
They purged his Crimson.
Okay, and they're pulling it back into the tier 4s. They pulled in the Storm Spirit, who was silenced for a second. Laurel, he had an Aegis. Damn it. Okay, maybe they can kill him a second time, though. Torrents? Anything? Any disables?
Got the X.
Pull him back in.
Oh, Mira. Mira's overextended.
Mira! Mira's the target. Get him! Get him! Get him, Miracle! Get him!
Oh, my God!
Got him.
It's all turned around. They're going to rout him now. This is the moment.
Of course it's the male who gets the kill. Knew it all along. All right, well, they're going to get crushed in the rest of this team fight, so.
It's looking a little rough, but I mean, there's still Tombstone down, right?
Yeah, Laurel's running low on mana.
They got the roar.
And he got roared. Oh,
that X didn't,
okay, the title win, that was awkward. That wasn't what you wanted.
That's unfortunate.
Oh.
Oh, I mean, it looked pretty good, though. 3 buybacks, but they got the Rubik, and that's what counts, I think.
See, now it's awkward. Now you got the 1 kill, but you didn't immediately GG out, so now it's kind of loses its impact.
Yeah.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant's top barracks.
I don't know, man. This team is just so inconsistent.
Yeah, the weird part was that Team Spirit was that like they're usually, I think, a pretty consistent team, right? They're not always like top tier like they were at TI10, and we see glimpses of it all the time, but they are consistent. I think they operate on like a 75 to 100% at all times, you know?
Yeah, they're always, I mean, Yatoro and Collapse are always going to have solid games.
Yeah, Yatoro's a monster, man.
He's having another perfect game here, 5-0 and 9. The jump comes through off the vision, and Miracle will insta-drop. Not a single hit to be had. Reload too late to the party, and it's cleanup crew time.
Cleanup on aisle 2. Cleanup on aisle 2.
Arcane Rune Storm to boot.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, that's a rough way to go. It was a rough tournament for Nigma. I mean, the jet lag stuff with Sumail doesn't help. I've been there. It is really rough.
Yeah, they didn't really get to practice at all.
They're switching their roles around, then they bring Miracle in. It's a roster that hasn't played. I mean, it's just so much logistical stuff that this team had to overcome in this tournament. They still had some games that showed what the team can do, you know?
Yeah, they definitely showed, like, there was a reason they got into the upper division in the first place. They could still be able to bounce back. I mean, I feel like they might still be a long shot for coming out of Div 2 and making it through a TI qualifier, but
the downside for this team is that their fans are absolutely brutal. So even if they can laugh it off, which they are, and they're just enjoying the fact they get to play some Dota. Obviously, they weren't going to this tournament, I think, expecting to win it, given the circumstances, but
sure,
the fans are just brutal to this team. You got to feel for that.
Well, they've been fans for a long time, you know?
These guys have been playing for a long time.
You start to... You hold out hope for that long, and I feel like you start getting bitter. It's just the natural way of things, you know? That's why those of you guys who are still nice out there, all the love and appreciation to you. Being a non-crusty, bitter Dota fan is this rare thing. I appreciate you. They just set themselves up for the tidal wave. You cannot tell me that was an accident. They had to have done that on purpose. They all lined up and sat in front of the fountain for a tidal wave.
I mean, they got collapsed. They got his ass.
Do you think it was like a bet? Like, guys, who do you think dies if we all get tidal waved into the fountain?
No, I think it was literally both teams saying, I'm going to tidal wave the other one. That looks pretty cool, though.
Hey, they got a second kill. All right.
No, we're definitely replaying that. I'll see you on the other side, brother.
Why have they not called? Thank you. Thank you, Curl. They're going to call GG.
That's a rough way to go out.
Nigma Galaxy, they were eliminated before this, but they might have just ruined Team Spirit's hopes for being able to stay in DreamLeague Season 19 with that Game 1 win. we'll see what happens with the other series. I'm sure the panel will keep us up to date on all that. But I mean, I feel like you already gave your, you already writ down your obituary for Nigma Galaxy.
I mean,
anything else to say?
You know what? I will say something.
Okay.
Here's a very genuine statement I'm going to throw out there.
Yeah.
This Nigma team, they have been playing for so long. They have stuck together. When you are in a position where everybody is sending you bad ideas or they're rooting against you at certain points, so they're saying you're washed, you can't play, it's time to quit, it's time to retire, it's time to find new teams, it's time to do X, Y, and Z, and you're still putting in the work, you're still here 5-6 years later in some cases trying to prove that you can still be the best in the world, and every day you go in there and these guys are working hard, we know they're working hard, and they're trying to get back to the top. That is a very tough position to be in. Yeah. All jokes aside, it is not easy, and honestly, I commend them that they're still here fighting. They still believe in each other. They believe in the team. That is a rare quality, and it's a very strong quality, and it's not one you get very easily on teams. And you know what? If the day comes where these guys get back on top and they get back into prime form and they can start going deep in tournaments, that's a day we should all be looking for, because that's going to be a good day for Dota.
It is indeed. I don't think I could say it any better, so we'll just leave it there, and we'll check in with the panel and see what the update is on all the series going on right now.
Excellent question, Capitalist and SVG. Thank you very much for the cast. Minor developments. Beast Coast ended up losing their second game against Team Liquid, which means they got a 1-1 split, which is also what we're looking at on our stream. Team Spirit get the 1-1 split against Nigma Galaxy. Other two games may be, well, actually, at least one of the other games are slightly more clear-cut. Tundra is currently playing Nouns, and it was looking pretty Tundra-favored. And Talon was playing OG, but it was looking kind of Talon flavored. So if my calculations are correct, we had a 3-way in Group A, and we might be looking at a 3-way in Group B as well. It'll be a best of one round robin, but nothing determined quite yet. That's 6. Show me your 6.
6 altogether.
6.
Yeah.
Give me the 6 games.
Yeah, that's it. But it's the other way, you do it like this.
Quality Dota, 6 games. And this was a quality performance from Team Spirit.
Yeah.
You broke first.
I'm sorry. I didn't know we were doing a staring contest. Nobody told me. Nobody told me.
The audience is in on it.
That's not fair.
Well said.
Oh, I'm proud of you, Mira. Okay. You didn't break this time.
We were hoping the audience would think the camera was frozen.
Frozen? Rerun?
What happened, audio production?
Much like the panel has 0 notes and 0 talking, they had 0 kills for a lot of that game. It was not looking great. Oh, he's got something on there.
No, I've got nothing. All these cue cards are always empty. It's always a farce. I got nothing. What would you like to talk about? Ricky last pick? What was up with that?
No, they had to get out there.
Yes, Mira, you have a question.
Oh, I thought I had an answer.
Yeah, she had an answer for your question.
Yes. Mira, you.
Yeah, so like we mentioned, there was an idea. They wanted a carry that they thought could play into the Storm Spirit because they had no answers for it, but then they picked Ricky, and then they lost their lane, and then Ricky built a Midas instead of a Diffusal, so they didn't have the Diffusal timing that they initially drafted to play around, and then what's-his-face, Underlord, had a Crimson Guard, and then you just couldn't kill anybody. And then after the Crimson Guard, he got a Pipe, and then after the Pipe, he had a Wraith Pact, and your Ricky still has a Midas.
Yeah.
So
there was a story to that as well, actually. We sat down up there to watch the game, and Brian, lamenting, said, you know, whenever I pick Ricky in competitive, because like he was a little jealous. I could see it in his eyes, looking at Miracle. He's like, I remember when I was youthful and decided that picking Ricky could be okay. And he looked longingly at the screen, and he said, whenever I pick Ricky in competitive games, I lose my lane, then I buy Midas, and we lose.
And then 2
Well,
minutes
would you
later,
believe it?
2 minutes later, he did buy Midas. And honestly, I think that Aya rotated mid to help the Kunkka with a kill on Storm, but it didn't work out, right? But I think Aya leaving that lane was probably a mistake. I mean, at that point, it was lost anyway. So I'm not sure what the best play for Aya in that situation was, but they definitely did not, I don't know, the rotations didn't work out. I guess you should have tripled down on that lane and maybe brought 2 heroes there, since you were losing top anyway.
We talked about them blocking the Ancients too, so we thought the whole point of this Shadow Demon was to stack, and they didn't even like try to deward it. But the highlight of the game for me was us talking about that last tidal wave play, because the casters were talking about like maybe there's a mutual agreement between both teams. What had happened was that Mira had stolen tidal wave, and so he was clearly communicating to his team, get yourselves tidal waved in, I will save us.
So what happened was, if you watch it back, they got tidal waved as 4, and he used his tidal wave to counteract it, and he missed collapse. Probably intentionally.
Well, I thought tidal wave only moves enemies.
No.
What? Excellent questions. Ones that we can perhaps ask Miposhka. Miposhka, something is on our minds right now. That tidal wave agreement at the end, surely that was intentional, right? You all didn't just stand next to the fountain for no reason, right?
Hello. Kinda. I mean, we thought we thinking like, why they not typing GG? And okay, guys, Mira said that he stole that Kunkka shard spell, and he said like, go guys, I will catch them out of Fontaine. But actually they catched us.
It was a bit of a give and take. You ended up giving away 2 kills. Unacceptable, if you ask me, but still a fantastic performance in game number 2. Although for all the praise that I have for game number 2, the other burning question on my mind is first pick anti-mage in game number 1. If you don't mind me asking, what was the motivation for that pick?
Previous team we played against, they banned anti-mage, and also we saw that Nigma playing with anti-mage too, and so we thought that if they not banning it, they gonna double pick it on second pick, double pick, and we wanted to kind of surprise them with that first pick anti-mage. Yator said, I don't give a fuck, pick it, I will rape them, everything like this, but they picked really good heroes. It looks like they were prepared, so our surprise was not really good.
Yeah, you ended up catching your own self by surprise, but lesson learned, and right now then you may be facing off in tiebreakers. We don't know all the results quite yet, but we should soon. Effie, do you have any questions for Miposhka?
Yeah, hi Miposhka, congratulations on your win.
Hey.
So I just wanted to ask you, it's a similar question to what I asked Yatoro a couple of days ago, but I was wondering what your opinion is on the teams in your region, Eastern Europe, that perform very well inside of your DPC tour, like Hellraisers and Bedboom, but when they play internationally, they don't look so good. Like, can you shine some light on maybe why that happens?
I have no idea. I mean, for example, for Hellraisers, it was, for most of their players, it was first LAN tournament, big LAN tournament, I guess, and they kinda nervous or something. Also, it's how it usually happens, you playing some convoys, preparing some strategies, but when you come to big tournament like this, you start playing some convoys, you might lose this, or you might see different picks, and you start thinking like, okay guys, maybe our heroes is not that strong, and you're trying to find something new. Just that's what happens with me usually before. So I think with them it was maybe something like this, that they come with some heroes, some strategies, but they understand pretty fast that probably their strategy is not that strong, and they try always to find something new, but it's really hard when you have couple of days. Probably that's why.
Okay, thank you. That was a great answer.
My question is, as like the captain drafter, when you have, how many more patches do you have to first ban Brood when you're first pick before you and Collapse have a serious conversation?
Before Collapse what?
Okay, basically how many more patches does Broodmother have to be really strong before you force Collapse to first pick?
I understand. I mean, I have no idea. But we really hope that next patch we'll destroy this hero, and we don't need to practice this because Collapse don't really like it.
We hope so too.
We all hope so too.
We hope so too. We're with you. We're on your side.
This hero is so annoying.
All right. Well, speaking of the patch, I guess, supposedly coming up pretty soon here, Miposhka. Is there anything that you maybe are hoping for? Perhaps something like for your role as the support player that you think would make your life a little bit easier in the patch? Is there anything that you really don't like about current Dota that you would hope to get changed? Like, what are you looking forward to in a patch?
Yeah, I already thought about this, and I have 2 things which I really want to change. It's with runes. I would like to see where rune where I mean this special rune like haste region will respawn on top side or bot side, like some timer. For example, 1 minute timer, and you're gonna know that here will be rune. You don't really need to know which rune, but at least you will know that here will be rune. And it's gonna be like some new objective, like tower, where teams gonna move their heroes to fight for that rune, something like this. Because I really hate when you can't contest both runes. You're going for opposite. Enemy Storm Spirit going for opposite, he taking regen, he going to kill your carry, farm woods, everything like this, and I think it's really stupid, to be honest. And second thing, I would like to see for additional slot for wards. Yeah.
Ah, nice. Okay, I like that. Support player. Yeah, let's go. All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Miposhka.
Appreciate it, Miposhka. And I can at least confirm so far that you will have 2 tiebreaker opponents, as OG and Talon ended up going 1-1, and Beast Coast and Liquid ended up going 1-1. Currently, Tundra is still playing Nouns, although it's looking like it might be a 2-0 for Tundra there. So, expectations for the tiebreaker between OG and Beast Coast?
No, nothing special, but I understand that we made some mistakes in our previous series, and now I guess we're gonna play much better against them again, and I hope we will win.
That's the spirit. Opportunity to learn from the mistakes. Miposhka, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, and good luck in your tiebreakers.
Thank you so much, guys.
Much love. Dedicated award slot.
Nice one.
Yeah, I talked about this to so many people, how they added a dedicated TP slot, how they added a backpack, and they're optimizing just the utility items that you may need to have.
Yeah.
Wards also need a slot. Like in the late game, it's so hard to carry these wards and sentries. And don't say my skill cap, because we're changing that every patch. Like now you can click on enemy icons to see their items now. There's no such thing as my skill cap anymore. Like Dota has been removing all of these things. Wards do need a spot.
The carry players are going to steal our sentries.
So I'm tired of hearing this. First off. Now, if they're going to do that, if they're going to do that for supports, no, I'm just saying.
He's going to say a boot slot. I swear
there's got to be a Battle Fury Radiant slot. Those two items go in the slot, so that I don't have to choose to sell them at 50 minutes. I'm allowed to get 7 slotted.
Yeah.
And my team can't say, "Are you done yet?"
What about the Midas slot?
No. That's
a farming item. That fits in there. Maelstrom's debatable.
Okay, all right.
If you upgrade it to like Gleipnir, it's now like a team fighting item.
Oh, then it comes out of the slot.
It has to come out.
That makes sense.
Good.
There is actual merit to a ward slot, and there is discussion for a boot slot also. You can have your boot slot.
The boot slot would
your boot slot would correct. You can have your Radiance slot because you have a boot slot. Okay. But a Radiance or Battle Fury slot, that sounds
just a little bit of give and take.
Fucking stupid.
A little bit of give and take. He's negotiating.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I'll listen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for dismissing your opinion. Please talk to me about the Battle Fury.
Okay, Battle Fury.
Great argument, Brian.
Please.
The core issue that I see is I simply do not have enough hotkeys at this point. My keyboard has already been inflated with the TP slot and the neutral item slot. My fingers, if I was a piano player, I wouldn't be here.
Chat wheels, you know.
Chat wheels, exactly. Hero chat wheels.
Chat wheel 1,
secondary chat wheel.
Just gonna get one of those MMO mouses.
Oh, the gamer
with like
mice.
the 9 or 10 side buttons, and we're good to go.
All right, if that's what it takes, for Miposhka to be happy, I wouldn't object as well. But I think what would make him the most happy is making it into the second stage of our groups. We can take a look at what's done for right now, but indeed the Tundra and Nouns game is still going on at the time that I am speaking this. You guys are watching with a delay, so don't go screaming at me that, no, it's done already. Group A, Evil Geniuses, Game and Gladiators, Shopify Rebellion, and Execration will be moving on. Mira, any thoughts on these 4 teams that have progressed out of this group?
I did not expect Execration to progress out of this group over Aster or X Hellraisers. That was a big shock to me.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah. They're not necessarily going to progress.
But they are over X Hellraisers for sure.
Yes.
Okay. No, there are tiebreakers.
Yeah, 3-way tiebreakers.
My apologies. Yes, Execration, Aster, and TSM will be doing a 3-way best of 1 tomorrow.
Okay, so let's redo the thoughts.
Yeah.
I think EG and GG topping the group is not surprising. Shopify actually having having such a convincing score with a stand-in. That really surprised me. I thought that if they did qualify, they'd be kind of 4th place, not with something like a 10-4. But Mikey has been playing so solid. His performance has been very impressive, and yeah, it looks like there's more to come from Shopify, so that's probably the biggest surprise from the teams that progressed.
I would like to highlight a little bit of a different part of this standing that I see here, which is super exciting for me for international competition in a league like this, is the team with the least wins has 4, and the team with the most has 10. Like, usually it's much bigger disparity between 1st and 8th. So we're not seeing any one team absolutely smash, and we're not seeing any team put on like a pathetic performance where everyone's memeing about it. So I really like to see that. I think the skill gap between different regions is definitely getting tighter and tighter.
Well, it would be nice if the Western European fans maybe just took a look at the bottom of that chart, though, just saying.
Just saying.
I mean, the
Take
other,
some notes.
the
And
other
this one.
benefit of regional diversity is that if Aster or Execration end up winning, then all 4 of our top teams in Group A were different regions. If TSM
That would
win,
be hype.
But what would be more hype is if TSM win, then we have 2 North American teams in Group A that go through.
Let's go.
Let's go. The strength is strong, and moving to Group B, which is not fully resolved, not only in terms of the standings, but we will also have tiebreakers. But the locks are Team Liquid and that's it. Oh no, and Chandra. Chandra is also a lock because they got.
Did they get that final win?
No, I'm looking at the stream. It's looking like a 2-0, but Nouns is crazy.
You never know.
So if it's not a lock, then Liquid's the only confirmed, and the only confirmed eliminations are Nouns, Enigma Galaxy, and Talon Esports. Thoughts on the eliminations, Effie?
I am so shocked that Talon Esports is out. That is my one big shock. I didn't expect Nigma or Nouns to make it. To be honest, I didn't expect Team Spirit to be put in tiebreakers either. But Talon, this team just got 3rd place at the Lima Major. This team got 1st in their region with a flawless performance. They won every single series. Like, they did not struggle in any way. And they show up here and they looked completely lost. It didn't seem like they were themselves. And when we interviewed 23 Savage, he looked really upset. So I'm not sure what's going on. It's definitely a blow to their confidence right now, but I hope it doesn't affect them too much going into Berlin, because this team has so much potential so long as they can rein their emotions in.
They had some games, too, that they dropped that were...
Yeah.
Looked like they probably should have won.
I want to say, this is going to separate the boys from the men, though. You know, this team, they look really good when they're looking good.
Yeah.
But now their backs are against the wall.
Yeah.
They had a blow to their confidence. How are they going to bounce back? Is this going to be the wake-up call that they use as an inspiration to take the major? Or are they going to flop out? Well, we're going to learn a lot in the next week or two.
At the minimum, they will hopefully be continuing to scrim because they're in Istanbul right now. Talon was for this tournament, working their way to Germany, and at least they'll get the opportunity to continue playing against these teams, just not in officials. And I'm also curious what Nouns are going to be doing, because we talked about how much this is a valuable opportunity for them to play international.
They're already
opponents.
here.
They're already here. And when else are they going to get this opportunity? How much do you think they've learned, and how much do you think they've benefited from this environment that normally they'd never get access to?
I mean, I think stuff like this is super important for a team that has very limited LAN experience. I mean, I think some of the players do, like Moo, had been in a few TIs himself. But if they want to be able to kind of break the mold of NA that's been there for eternity, it feels like, I think having these type of tournaments for them, I would stick around as long as possible.
Yeah.
And scrim as many of these teams as you can. This is invaluable for them, I think.
They're just here for the pubs.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of NA players play EU pubs anyway, especially if you live on East Coast.
Yeah.
Then it's pretty okay. But I mean, NA only has 2 slots for major qualifications, and Nouns are always on a team that they've always been a team that's on the cusp of qualifying, right? It feels like in their series versus the 2 competitive teams of the region, TSM and Shopify, it feels like they can always take a game, but they can never close out the entire series. So maybe playing in this DreamLeague was the push that they needed. They have a lot of replays to review, a lot of mistakes that they can identify and try to correct now. And maybe they'll surprise us in 2 or 3. Maybe instead of a 1-2 loss, they're going to have the 2-1 win over one of the top teams. So we'll have to see.
They've become pronouns.
All right.
It would be nice to have that changing of the guard.
Good one.
Grammatically speaking, but in terms of the Dota as well. And then for our final elimination, Nigma Galaxy, another situation where we're looking at a team that I guess is learning, getting Miracle back. We have not confirmed necessarily. I don't think they've made a press release. They just said ATF was inactive.
I feel like in esports, that means
Yes.
you're out.
That's the polite way of saying you're still under contract. And you're fired.
That's like us saying that draft is really unique.
Some interesting picks there.
I was like, I can see the idea here. Maybe they're that's my way to do it.
Unfortunately, they will be taking this experience to Division 2, and we are already seeing Secret in Division 2 right now, so assuming that Secret doesn't just completely like outright win Tour 3 Div 1 if they get promoted and then win the third major after that, we might be in another situation where Nigma Galaxy and Secret have to go through European regional quals. And
I heckin' love Western Europe Division 2.
I heckin' love Western European Dota. But the fact that it's that nail biter and like teams like Game and Gladiators, who were never on people's radars like a year and a half ago, it's another changing of the guard potentially.
To be honest, I think the biggest difference between NA and EU, for instance, in this regard, is these teams that are overtaking the traditional top dogs. I have to ask, is that a matter of, is it the pub culture? Is it the fact that they get to scrim against multiple teams, not just one or two? Like, what is it that's allowing these teams to overtake the likes of like Nigma and Secret? Because now we're looking at like Entities qualified for a few majors. We looked at like Ordu Thunder came out of nowhere and almost qualified for the major. There's like multiple teams that like are threatening the Secrets of the world. And yeah, EU is just, it's gotten spicier and spicier, but this tournament, not the most amazing performances.
They're taking it easy on
I
everyone.
feel like every legend like fizzles out eventually, right? You have your prime, you have your glory years, and then, you know, gradually you just kind of lose that vigor. You lose that energy. You're maybe not playing as well as you used to, and you know, some people, I mean, I'm not saying that it has anything to do with age, but I feel like energy and like the desire to play is a huge,
and maybe having
plays a
other
huge
things
role
that
in
you
it.
want to dedicate your time to.
And then, you know, as you get older, you start to focus on other things in your life, like your family or building your future or whatever. And a lot of people are trying to do both that and still compete even 12, 13 years later. So I feel like eventually it reaches a point where, yeah, maybe it's best to just look at other things, but that's us sitting on this couch speaking from a third party perspective. So, but that's how I look at it personally.
Regardless, I still get to witness the great Dota that all these teams bring, and the fact that they've committed their lives to doing it is something that I'm glad we get to celebrate here at tournaments like this and all of Dota. As we wrap up the fourth day of our group stage, we have 1 day of tiebreakers confirmed. Still don't know what the schedule will be tomorrow, but I can tell you that it will be starting at 12 CEST. Tune in for whatever time zone that is, put it into the Google and figure it out. I don't know where you are. I know where I am, and I know what I'm looking at. What kind of instruments do you got? You got the bass, you got the guitar, you got the drums. Okay, we're saying pretty traditional then. As I thank all of you for watching another day of DreamLeague Season 19, and for one last time, it's the Pots and Pandas.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.